Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 351 I've traveled across the ocean to see you. When Sherlock and Harry reached the second floor of the Shrieking Shack, they were surprised to find a door ajar on the landing. Harry instinctively looked at Sherlock with a questioning gaze. To his surprise, Sherlock simply walked up and pushed the door open. A luxurious four-poster bed immediately came into view, its exquisite bedding contrasting sharply with the dusty curtains. But even more striking than these was a figure with his back to the door, seemingly tidying up an old trunk under the bed. Hearing Sherlock push the door open, he jumped to his feet. But when he turned around, he froze. At that moment, Sirius Black's gray eyes, once shrouded in the shadows of Azkaban, widened in shock. He recognized Harry standing in the doorway, wand in hand. A face resembling his father James's, black hair that seemed never to give up, sticking up like Harry's, and glasses too. Behind the glasses were green eyes exactly like his mother Lily's. Anyone who had seen Lily would never doubt this. In Sherlock and Harry's eyes, Sirius Black's condition was just as bad as depicted on his wanted poster. His once long, straight black hair was now dirty and tangled, hanging down to his elbows. Waxy skin clung to his facial bones, and his deep, dark eye sockets made him look like a skull. Even so, his slightly hunched body was still undeniably tall, appearing to be at least 6 feet 2 or 3 inches. Harry, perhaps because he hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time, Sirius's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. However, Sherlock and Harry could both see that he was still forcing a grin, baring his yellow teeth. You actually came. How did you find this place? And, who are you? Sirius's gaze fell on Sherlock. At this moment, Sherlock had somehow put on leather gloves and was picking up a sandwich from the table, examining it closely with a magnifying glass. Sherlock Holmes, I think you've heard of me, Mr. Sirius. Sherlock placed the sandwich back on the table and looked at Sirius. Interesting, dandelion jam with a touch of styrax. It seems you didn't forget to add some anxiety-relieving herbs when preparing your escape meal. Sirius was startled by the address. He stared at Sherlock, who shared his gray eyes, as if he had long forgotten. It had been a very long time since anyone had spoken to him so politely. Sherlock Holmes. Sirius silently repeated the name, scrutinizing Sherlock from head to toe for a long time before slowly saying, I know you, Harry's best friend at school, the new Lion King of Gryffindor. Just as Sherlock had deduced, Sirius breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that the person who had accompanied Harry to find him was Sherlock. I never expected it would be you who came to find me. I thought you would have the cat send a letter first. Sirius paused, then slowly said, that way we could choose a more suitable place to meet. But, how did you find this place? Harry thinks I found this place using the Marauder's map, which is half right. After all, this isn't exactly Hogwarts anymore, when the Marauder's map is in your hands, Sirius exclaimed before Sherlock could finish. Seeing your name disappear through that passage under the Whomping Willow was enough for me. I'd rather come and meet you in person than have the cat deliver a message. Sherlock finished speaking first, then looked around before continuing to answer Sirius's question. Yes, the Marauder's map is in Harry's hands. And it played a significant role in capturing Peter Pettigrew. Ironically, it also contributed to drawing that map, yet it was that map that ultimately exposed its whereabouts. It's a natural consequence, a fitting end. Harry stepped forward, pulling the letter Crookshanks had brought earlier that day from his pocket. Written in trembling handwriting was the message, if you agree, please deliver this message. The cat can find me. Sherlock always manages to find the truth where others can't. Harry himself hadn't expected that at this moment, when he finally met Sirius, his emotions would be so turbulent, yet his voice would remain so calm. His green eyes met Sirius's gray eyes, and he spoke clearly. I believe you, just as my father believed you back then. Truth, trust, Sirius repeated softly, tears welling in his eyes. Harry, you're just like your father. That's how your dad treats his friends. You're both so brave to risk your lives for my innocence. I'm grateful. Why not? Sherlock tilted his head. It's all clear now. The one who betrayed Harry's parents was Peter Pettigrew, not you, but I practically killed them, Sirius said hoarsely. I was so stupid, so stupid. I only knew I wouldn't betray my friends. I didn't know Peter had betrayed us long ago. I convinced Lily and James to switch the secret keeper from me to Peter at the last minute. They did it because they trusted me. The night they died, I went to check on Peter to make sure he was safe. But when I got to where he was hiding, he was gone. There were no signs of a struggle. I felt something was wrong. I got scared. I went straight to where your parents lived. When I saw their house, it was destroyed, and I saw their bodies. I knew Peter must have done something terrible. I knew. I made such a terrible mistake. Sirius finally couldn't go on. At this moment, he was already in tears. Harry was too. A somber atmosphere began to fill the room. If you don't mind, Mr. Sirius, I have a question. Just then, Sherlock suddenly spoke, asking somewhat abruptly, how exactly did you escape Azkaban? Solely by using the animagus. Sirius glanced at Sherlock in surprise, then turned to Harry, only to see the latter nod at him. In any case, although Sherlock's question seemed somewhat inappropriate in the situation, it did indeed alleviate the somber atmosphere. I don't know how I did it, Sirius said slowly, as if organizing his thoughts. I think the only reason I haven't lost my mind is, I know I'm innocent. That's obviously not a pleasant thought, so the Dementors didn't suck it out of my head. Because of that, I can keep my mind clear and know who I am, which also helps me conserve my magic. When the situation becomes unbearable, I transform into a dog. The Dementors can't see a dog transformed through an animagus. Sherlock's eyes lit up. I don't understand. Sirius swallowed hard, trying to regain his composure, making his accent sound a little strange. They can sense human emotions, and thus feel the presence of humans, and approach them. But when I turned into a dog, they seemed to judge that my emotions weren't as complex as human emotions. To them, I was just like everyone else there, losing my mind, so they weren't worried. But I was very weak, and without a wand, there was no hope of driving them away. You mean the Patronus? Yes. Sirius looked at Sherlock again in surprise, as if he hadn't expected him to know such a profound spell. If nothing unexpected happens, I think I won't be able to hold on for more than a few years, until you saw Peter in that picture in the Daily Prophet. You knew Peter's transformed appearance better than anyone else. Even Professor Lupin couldn't recognize him at a glance, but you could. So from that moment on, you decided to escape, right? Sirius spoke rather slowly, so Sherlock simply finished the rest for him quickly. You're right. Sirius looked at Sherlock with yet another surprised glance, gaining a deeper understanding of what made this generation's Lion King so different. He actually had a brain. But how did you know this? I haven't told anyone yet. It's actually not a big deal. People initially thought you escaped from Azkaban to hunt down Harry, but that's clearly not true. You've been in Azkaban for 12 years. If it were really for Harry, there would be no need to wait until this year to act. We only found out you were after Peter Pettigrew was captured. But then again, you only acted after you confirmed Peter Pettigrew was alive. As an Azkaban prisoner, you only have a few ways to get information from the outside world. Newspapers are one of them. For Peter Pettigrew, as a pet mouse of a wizarding family, the opportunities to be in public, especially among prisoners in Azkaban, were extremely rare. Therefore, there's only one source that could confirm this information, the photograph of the wheel eyes in Egypt. On the other hand, Minister Fudge told Harry that he gave you a newspaper when he met you this year for a crossword puzzle. Shortly after that incident, you successfully escaped. That makes everything so obvious, almost like child's play. Sirius was stunned by Sherlock's analysis. He stared at Sherlock with an incredulous look, only recovering after a long pause. Holmes, you really are, he paused, then said, if I didn't know it was impossible, I would even suspect you used legilimency on me. Predictably, you won't be the first person to say that to me, nor will you be the last. So cool. Harry, standing nearby, felt as if his friend was radiating light, hearing Sherlock speak so calmly yet so arrogantly. At that moment, Sirius reached into his robes with his claw-like hand and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. He smoothed it out and placed it on the table. Sherlock and Harry immediately recognized it as the issue of the Daily Prophet with the headline Ministry of Magic Employee Wins Grand Prize. Looking back now, Scabbers is standing on Ron's shoulder in the very center. Back then, it was still chubby and completely unaware of its impending fate. So you saw this picture and that's why you asked Fudge for this newspaper. This time it was Harry's turn to ask? Not bad. Sirius tilted his head back, as if lost in thought. When he visited Azkaban this year, he was looking at this newspaper while chatting with me. I've seen that bastard transform countless times, so I recognized the mouse on the boy's shoulder as Peter immediately. More importantly, I noticed it was missing a paw, which further confirmed my judgment. So I used the excuse of doing a crossword puzzle to get the newspaper. Fudge had no doubt about it. Just like Holmes said, I knew from the text under the photo that the boy would be returning to Hogwarts, to where Harry was. So I made up my mind that I had to take action. Because I was the only one who knew Peter was still alive. If I was too late, and Peter knew he had allies, he would act and hand over the last member of the Potter family to them. If he handed Harry over to them, then who'd dare say he had ever betrayed Voldemort? He would return with a full load of glory, another one. Sherlock looked at Sirius. It seemed that since the beginning of this year, more and more wizards dared to directly mention Voldemort's name. First Lupin, then Sirius. Interesting. Ever since that thought arose, I couldn't stay still. It was as if someone had lit a fire in my head, and even those terrible Dementors couldn't extinguish it. I guess that's because it wasn't a pleasant thought. It was this thought that gave me the strength to clear my somewhat dazed mind. So one night, when they opened the door to bring me food, I turned into a dog and slipped away. As I mentioned before, they're not that sensitive to animals. But even I didn't expect to get away with it so easily. Fortunately, after 12 years in Azkaban, I had become very, very thin, just thin enough to squeeze through the iron bars. By the time they discovered it, I had already swum across the sea in dog form, returned to the mainland, and left Azkaban for good. Chapter 352 You're not even willing to call me Godfather. After hearing Sirius's escape from Azkaban, Sherlock's curiosity was satisfied. Harry, on the other hand, recalled the book he had read at Sherlock's house. He vaguely remembered the description of Azkaban. The most terrible prison in the world is built on a lonely island in the vast ocean. But what's truly terrifying isn't the high walls and the sea that isolate the prison from the world, but the Dementors that guard it. Harry didn't fully grasp the significance of the walls and the sea from the written description alone. But he was acutely aware of the Dementors, who were far more terrifying than those walls and the sea. On two separate occasions, when he encountered them, Harry fainted on the spot, only to wake up drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet ice cold. The second time, tears streamed down his face. One can only imagine what it must have felt like for the prisoners there. They had almost completely lost all positive emotions, unable to feel even a trace of joy. So even without experiencing the Dementor's kiss, most of them went mad after just a few weeks. When Fudge went to inspect the place, the vast majority of people were talking to themselves. But Sirius Black was an exception. Not only did he survive there for a full 12 years thanks to his animagus transformation, but more importantly, after learning that Peter Pettigrew was still alive, he escaped from this most terrifying prison in the world, becoming the first person in history to successfully break out. In short, both his perseverance and his actions were enough to move and even shock people. It's really unexpected, Sherlock couldn't help but exclaim. Our Minister for Magic has finally done something good, even if it was unintentional. Harry nodded in agreement. In any case, Fudge's act of handing the newspaper to Sirius Black objectively contributed to Sirius's determination to escape. Judging from Fudge's act of telling him this, he still doesn't realize what he's done. That's not surprising at all. However, it's precisely because someone has escaped from this most terrifying prison in the world for the first time that the Ministry of Magic is so eager to cooperate with Sirius Black, portraying his escape as an authorized act by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Sirius, Sherlock stretched. All the questions have been answered, and I think it's time for you to leave. Leave? Where to? Sirius was somewhat surprised. How had the power dynamic in this meeting shifted so subtly? Who is the elder here after all? Sherlock smiled slightly. Isn't it obvious? Peter Pettigrew has been executed, the truth is out, and as for the infamous Death Eater, murderer, and traitor Sirius Black, he's free. You didn't have to go into so much detail, Mr. Holmes. I'm just stating a fact. Don't worry about the details, Mr. Sirius. Seeing that the other was still somewhat hesitant, Sherlock decided to be even clearer. From this moment on, you can live in the sunlight, no longer needing to hide, and no longer needing to add those seasonings to your food. Harry nodded emphatically. Sherlock is absolutely right. Actually, not long ago, Minister Fudge came to me, saying he hoped you could go to the Ministry of Magic to collect that medal. Harry then recounted how Fudge had approached him. Not content with that, he began his story from when Sherlock first noticed Peter's suspicious behavior. The story goes that he led 3 friends to the headmaster's office, where, in front of Dumbledore and the others, he exposed Peter Pettigrew's true identity and, under the influence of the truth potion provided by Snape, made him confess to the numerous crimes he had committed over the years. With the Ministry of Magic now relentlessly pursuing the case, the evidence was truly irrefutable and impossible to overturn. So that's how it is. Sirius looked at Sherlock with a different gaze. Even with his arrogance and his best friend James's, they hadn't mastered Animagus by the age of 13. In their 20s, they were still being tossed around by Wormtail, whom they had once looked down upon, wasting 12 years in Azkaban. In contrast, Sherlock, at only 13, had almost single-handedly brought the truth of 12 years ago to light. What is genius? This is genius. Actually, I already know the gist of it from that cat. You guys call it Crookshanks, right? Harry nodded. Yes, it's my best friend Hermione's pet. It's the smartest cat I've ever met. Sirius Black couldn't help but sigh. It not only recognized Peter immediately, but it also quickly figured out I wasn't a dog when it saw me. Harry, that sounded a bit odd. But it took a while for it to trust me, and I finally made it understand what I was looking for. During this time, it's been helping me, even trying to bring Peter directly to me, but that didn't work. Sherlock looked at Harry, who couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Come to think of it, it was he who had stopped Crookshanks time and time again. If it weren't for his friend Sherlock finding out the truth, he would have only made things worse. There's no need to think like that, Harry. Sherlock saw right through his friend's thoughts. Making Peter's story public is far more beneficial than letting Sirius kill him. What? Harry looked at Sirius in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. You want to kill Peter? Of course I want to kill it, Sirius said viciously. I've been waiting for that despicable, shameless, filthy, and vile bastard. At this point, he seemed to realize that showing this side of himself in front of Harry wasn't quite right, and he composed himself, but this ending isn't so bad. Anyway, it stole this for me. I was originally planning to go back to Hogwarts Castle after this holiday and bring Peter back myself, but it seems I won't need it now. As he spoke, Sirius took a small note from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Harry took the note and saw it was covered in writing: filthy mongrel dog, salamander eyes in the mud, Merlin's traitor's mustache, bat guano on silver armor, strange skin, and so on. This is the password to Gryffindor Tower, Harry exclaimed, then handed the note to Sherlock. Sirius nodded. I guess it got this from some boy's bedside table, Neville Longbottom, Sherlock said after just one glance. He mentioned before that he wrote down passwords for a whole week to help with his memory. Tisk, even I didn't notice this note. In some ways, this cat is definitely smarter than him. Sirius, Harry, students these days, really? Sirius shook his head, then looked at Sherlock with admiration in his eyes. Before I entered Azkaban, Lily told me that there were detectives in the Muggle world who could read minds. But I never thought that someone could actually uncover a lie that had been covered up for 12 years based on just a few clues. Logic doesn't distinguish between wizards and Muggles. There's only one truth. Perhaps you're right, but Sirius hesitated slightly, then looked at Harry again. Do you really want me to go to the Ministry of Magic? Harry nodded emphatically, glancing at the sandwich Sherlock had taken from the table. Like Sherlock said, I hope you can live in the sunlight again, and not have to live like this anymore. In the sunlight, Sirius pondered Harry's words, then nodded as if making a major decision. Okay, I'll go with you. This made Harry breathe a long sigh of relief. Today's trip hadn't been in vain after all. And so, a 3-person team was formed. Sirius walked in front, leading the way down the stairs and back into the tunnel. At first, the 3 were silent, but after walking along the tunnel for a while, Sirius suddenly spoke up. Harry, you probably don't know what it will mean if I really go to the Ministry of Magic. Isn't it just the truth coming out and you regaining your freedom? Harry said curiously. Then, as if remembering something, added, actually, after the Ministry of Magic issued the notice, your arrest warrant was withdrawn. It's just that they wanted you not to tell anyone about your escape. I think that Order of Merlin medal was used to shut you up, but I've heard it's very valuable. Sherlock said even Professor Flitwick wanted one. That's not what I meant. Sirius's voice sounded a little nervous. I didn't mention it in that letter I wrote to you, and I don't know if anyone has told you. Actually, I'm your godfather. Yes, I know that, Harry said, still not understanding what Sirius was trying to say. Sherlock immediately understood, and he looked at Sirius with interest as he continued, it's like this, your parents appointed me as your guardian. Sirius's voice grew increasingly tense. His speech, which had just returned to normal after talking so much with Sherlock and Harry in the Shrieking Shack, was becoming unnatural again. If something unfortunate happens to them, Harry didn't interrupt him. This time, he understood Sirius's meaning. Could it really be as he imagined? He couldn't help but glance at Sherlock behind him, only to see the latter looking at him and Sirius with a half-smile. Of course, if you want to continue living with your aunt and uncle, I'll understand. Sirius finally mustered his courage and spoke his mind. But, I mean, you could consider, once I've cleared my name and restored my reputation, if you want a different home. Hearing this, Harry finally confirmed Sirius's intentions. His heart pounded with emotion, and he could no longer contain himself, shouting, what? You mean, you want me to live with you? He was so excited that he even bumped his head on a protruding rock at the top of the tunnel. Of course, I don't think you'd want that. However, Harry's actions led Sirius to misunderstand his meaning, and he immediately tried to smooth things over. I understand, of course I understand, they are your family after all. Besides, I've done so many wrong things. Lily and James only let Peter become the secret keeper because of my advice. I thought it was a good plan, a switcheroo. Voldemort would definitely come after me, but I didn't expect him to actually use such a weak and incompetent person. Harry. I don't want to shirk responsibility. Although that bastard betrayed us, in my opinion, I killed them with my own hands. Sirius's voice grew even lower. I understand all of this, so even if you don't want to call me godfather, I completely understand. Are you out of your mind? At this moment, Harry couldn't help but curse. He really thought Sirius had something wrong with his head. Of course I want to leave the Dursleys. Do you have a house? When can I move in? Strangely enough, although this is only his third year at Hogwarts, Harry already feels a strong sense of belonging to the wizarding world. He identifies deeply with his identity as a wizard. Admittedly, with Sherlock's help, he has repaired his relationship with the Dursleys. Even before Sirius came to him, he had considered going back during the winter break to tell his aunt and uncle the real cause of his parents' deaths. But if he really had to choose between the Dursleys and Sirius, he would definitely choose the latter. Harry certainly doesn't discriminate against Muggles. But since he identifies so strongly with his wizarding identity, he is obviously closer to Sirius, who is also a wizard. Even though today is only their first meeting. On the other hand, Sirius Black gives him a strong feeling that this person is so much like his father. Moreover, he is his parents' designated guardian. Just as Sirius said, even his parents want him to stay with Sirius. In a sense, a godfather is a father. Are you willing? Sirius Black froze. He stopped and turned to look at Harry with surprise, as if trying to confirm if he truly meant it. You really want to? Yes, absolutely. I want to live with you. Harry looked at Sirius and uttered the word he most wanted to hear. Godfather. Chapter 353 In the Name of the Father. Sirius Black smiled the moment Harry finally called him godfather. For the first time, his gaunt, malnourished face shone with a bright and radiant smile. Sirius had smiled more than once since their first meeting, and each time it was genuine. However, this smile, born from the complete resolution of his inner conflict, was so striking that it seemed as if a man 10 years younger had emerged from behind a withered mask. At this moment, Harry could finally recognize that the Sirius before him was the same person who had laughed joyfully at his parents' wedding. Excuse me, but I must pour cold water on your enthusiasm, a slightly discordant voice rang out. Under their surprised gazes, Sherlock said quietly, Mr. Sirius, Harry cannot live with you permanently yet, at least not until he is an adult. Why? Sirius immediately retorted. His voice was filled with immense anger and grievance. Who wouldn't agree? The Dursleys, Dumbledore, or, unfortunately, none of them. Sherlock looked at Sirius's face, which seemed to want to devour someone, and gave the answer directly, Voldemort. Voldemort. Sirius was stunned. Wasn't Voldemort meddling a bit too much? Besides, hadn't he disappeared? How could he still interfere with me? Wait, that's not the point. Even if Voldemort came back, he wouldn't stop me from being with Harry. Sorry, Godfather." Once Lee started speaking, Harry found that addressing Sirius was becoming more and more natural. "I forgot to tell you, because of that curse, I have to stay with Aunt Petunia for at least a month every year." Sirius shook his head in confusion. "I don't understand." "Harry's mother sacrificed her life to cast an ancient protective spell," Sherlock quickly explained. "It can protect Harry from Voldemort until he reaches adulthood, but the spell only works if he stays with someone related to his mother by blood. Harry's aunt is the only person in the world who fits that description. A spell cast at the cost of a life." "I understand." Sirius Black was originally a powerful wizard, though 12 years of imprisonment had left him somewhat confused. But since his escape from the Dementors, he had been slowly recovering. Now, seeing Harry again, he was in high spirits, and his reactions were much quicker. So, when Sherlock explained, he immediately understood. Although deep down he did want to take on the responsibility of caring for his godson, it was also because of his 12 years of imprisonment that Sirius Black understood the importance of what was more important. If Voldemort really returned, he certainly couldn't protect Harry on his own. At that time, the magic left to her son by a great mother would come in handy. A look of regret crossed his face. "In that case, that's all right," Harry quickly said. "Our summer vacation is long. I only need to stay at Privet Drive for a month each summer. I've done that for the past 2 years, staying for a month each time. The first summer I stayed at Ron's house, and this summer I stayed at Sherlock's. Besides, there's Christmas, Easter. Except for that 1 month, as long as I'm not at Hogwarts, I can stay with you." Hearing Harry's anxious explanation, Sirius laughed genuinely again. "Then it's settled, my dear Harry." Being able to openly take on the responsibility of caring for Harry again made continuing to feign compliance with the Ministry of Magic not so unacceptable. They didn't speak again on the way back, and Sirius quickened his pace. Even Harry felt that the return trip took less time and was less strenuous than the journey there, simply because he was in high spirits. "I'll go up and make this guy stop." Sirius Black stopped when he reached the tunnel entrance, listened to the sound of the willow branches lashing against the ground, and turned to Sherlock and Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry, there's something else I want to apologize for. The day you played Quidditch, I just wanted to see you flying, but you were terrified when you saw me." "No, that was all because of the Dementors, it had nothing to do with you." Sirius shook his head, and in front of Sherlock and Harry, transformed into the large black dog Harry had seen twice, nimbly leaping onto it. Large in size, but very agile, no wonder it was able to travel across the ocean to see you. Sherlock watched this with a thoughtful look. "Sherlock, thank you." Harry's eyes welled up with tears. "Without you, I can't even imagine what would have happened." "No need for thanks, my dear friend, but it seems you can go to your new home this winter break." Yes, a new home. At this moment, Harry was already imagining his wonderful future life. The lashing of the willow branches stopped, and Harry and Sherlock climbed up one after the other. The three were out of the willow's range. Sirius, now back in human form, looked up at the sky, feeling as if he had been reborn. When he escaped Azkaban, he thought he was free. But the double threat of being wanted by both the wizarding and muggle worlds, along with the immense pressure from the Dementors, made him restless and unable to eat or sleep. Sherlock had been right, he had indeed hidden anxiety-relieving herbs in his food. Without them, he feared he wouldn't have survived. But today, he had finally gained true freedom. This freedom came not only from the body but, more importantly, from the soul. The sun hadn't completely set, but light was already filtering through the windows of the castle in the distance. The three looked at each other. "Where to?" Sirius asked. Harry looked at Sherlock. "To find our old headmaster first. I wrote him a letter before we came." Looks like it's unnecessary. Our people are here." "Who?" Sirius noticed Sherlock and Harry's gazes and immediately turned away. When he saw that familiar face, his body stiffened, then he began to tremble. "My old friend, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe you'd look like this." Professor Remus John Lupin stood quietly not far from the three of them, his eyes fixed on Sirius. He smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "It's just like me on a full moon night, Remus." Sirius quickly walked to Professor Lupin's side and firmly grasped his hand. Then, the two embraced tightly like brothers. "Oh, forgive me, Remus." Tears streamed down Sirius's face, dripping onto Lupin. "I doubted you, that's why I didn't tell you that James and Lily had switched Secret Service agents." "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Seeing Professor Lupin's ragged clothes, Sirius finally realized how much harm his actions had caused to so many people. Not at all, Bigfoot, old friend, Lupin seemed unconcerned, gently patting Sirius's back. And please forgive me for once thinking you were a spy, okay, of course. A smile flickered across Sirius's weary face. He released Lupin, their eyes met, and they burst into laughter. At that moment, the slight estrangement between the two remaining members of their former team vanished, and the two men finally reconciled. They actually suspected each other. Harry was astonished by the scene. Before meeting Sirius, Sherlock had said that Sirius didn't trust Professor Lupin as much as Hermione had claimed. But Harry hadn't expected that Professor Lupin didn't trust Sirius either. Why was that? Obviously, my friend, Sherlock patted Harry on the shoulder, looking at his shocked expression. Great friendships stand the test of time. During the Wizarding Wars, some werewolves sided with Voldemort. Because of Professor Lupin's special status, Sirius had his suspicions. When advising her parents to change the Secret Keeper, he chose the seemingly unremarkable Peter instead of the docile werewolf Lupin, precisely for this reason. It was also because of this suspicion that he didn't tell Lupin. Conversely, Lupin also had his suspicions about Sirius, because he was, after all, a member of the Black family. In fact, their suspicions were indeed unfounded. Because there really was a traitor in the Order of the Phoenix. Unfortunately, they both mistook the target. In this respect, Wormtail was truly successful. He not only deceived the members of his small group, but also the entire Order of the Phoenix. Even the cunning Dumbledore was fooled. And this deception lasted for a full 12 years. Harry remained silent after hearing Sherlock's words. One betrayal brought permanent damage. Peter Pettigrew, you deserve to die. Professor Lupin then turned to Sherlock and Harry, explaining, after receiving the letter, the headmaster sent me to pick you up. He also guessed where Bigfoot was hiding. I was going to go down and find you, but then I thought I'd wait here. The air is better here. After a light-hearted remark, Professor Lupin became serious. Mr. Dumbledore said that if you're prepared, you can go directly to him. Oh, by the way, Minister for Magic Fudge is also here. Fudge, did Dumbledore notify him to come? No, it's about something else. At this point, a strange expression appeared on Lupin's face, giving the impression of being tense yet not quite. He's here to ask Dumbledore for help. For help? You'll find out when you meet him. Lupin waved his hand, not wanting to waste time on this topic. Sherlock, shall we go now? Sirius Black was somewhat surprised. It was clear from Lupin's behavior that he valued Sherlock. He knew Lupin's character, aside from that shameful moment of doubt, but it was still hard to imagine a teacher showing such respect to a student. It was indeed unusual. However, upon reflection, he realized it was Sherlock who had solved this 12-year-old mystery, and he immediately felt relieved. Putting everything else aside, simply clearing up the misunderstanding between him and Lupin was enough to make them both incredibly grateful. Not to mention, he had done far more than that. He looked at Harry with a doting gaze. My son is truly a remarkable man. Let's go now, Sherlock said without hesitation, addressing Lupin's request for his opinion. If we're quick enough, Harry can go home with Mr. Sirius tomorrow. Hearing Sherlock mention this, Sirius's backache and leg pain immediately disappeared, and he felt energetic again. On the way to the headmaster's office, Sirius and Lupin walked ahead, having not seen each other for many years and having endless things to talk about. So, you're planning to bring Harry to live with you? Yes, it was James and Lily's idea, but I mess it up. Don't say that, old friend. We never expected this to happen. Peter, he'd rather die than betray a friend. He deserved to die. Yes, so his fate was worse than death. All I can do now is take good care of this child, in the name of his godfather. Remus, tell me, what kind of person do you really think Harry is? Isn't he a lot like James? Brave, willing to risk his life for his friends, and kind, forgiving, with a pure heart. In my opinion, he's actually more like Lily. Sherlock and Harry were not far behind them, not paying any attention to their conversation. Sherlock shrugged at Harry. Well, that's great. We've solved the biggest problem in the first term. I can imagine I'll be incredibly bored for a long time to come. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Sherlock, you're making it sound like you're hoping something extraordinary happens at Hogwarts every year. My dear Harry, before your godfather escaped, I even thought Azkaban was safer than Hogwarts. How could that be? Harry was about to retort. Hogwarts was a place of learning and education, How could it be compared to the world's most terrifying prison? But then he remembered how Voldemort would personally teach them defense against the dark arts at the end of each term in their first and second years, and suddenly realized he had no grounds for argument. Oh no, it seems that's really true. Chapter 354 Rita Skeeter's exclusive news. The headmaster's office was located in a separate small tower, just like the common rooms of the 4 Hogwarts houses. When Professor Lupin led Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius to the tower entrance, they were blocked by a huge stone beast. Sirius looked up at the familiar yet unfamiliar gargoyle and couldn't help but say, "I remember needing the correct password to enter." "That's right." Lupin nodded and immediately gave the password, "Toffee Fingers." The gargoyle immediately jumped aside. The wall behind it split in two, revealing a slowly ascending spiral staircase. How nostalgic, Sirius sighed again, watching this scene. "Don't worry, old friend, you'll get used to it soon." As the 4 of them ascended the spiral staircase, Sirius asked again. Dumbledore still seems to prefer using sweets as passwords. "How are his teeth?" "Professor Snape specially concocted a teeth-strengthening potion for him," Lupin chuckled. "Speaking of which, it's quite lucky to work with such a potion master. I've benefited a lot from it too." "You?" "Yes, Professor Snape helps me concoct Wolfsbane potion every month. He's actually so kind as to help you." Sirius looked incredulous. "And what is Wolfsbane potion?" "Wolfsbane potion is a recently invented and very difficult to concoct potion." Professor Lupin, knowing that Sirius, imprisoned for 12 years, was out of touch, explained, "Its raw materials are extremely expensive, and only a handful of wizards can successfully concoct it. Professor Snape happens to be one of them. As long as I take it a week before the full moon, I can maintain my sanity even when I'm a wolf. In that situation, I just need to stay quietly in my office and wait for the full moon to pass. No wonder I didn't see you in the Shrieking Shack after I came to school." Sirius looked enlightened. "Well, considering he helped you, I'll try not to bother him later." He now understood why Lupin was dressed in rags. He probably spent all his money on potions. He wasn't short of money, but the problem was that Lupin had made it clear that it wasn't just about money. The key was finding someone who could concoct such potions. Even though he looked down on Snape, Sirius had to admit that his talent in potions was truly terrifying. Perhaps only their Slytherin headmaster, Horace Slughorn, their potions teacher, could compare. The 4 of them then rode the spiral staircase to the top. Lupin stepped forward and knocked on the brass finial with a griffin on the oak door. "Headmaster, we're here, please come in." When Dumbledore's gentle voice came from inside, Lupin immediately opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Sirius hesitated for a moment, but Sherlock had already pulled Harry in and gone in first. "This kid, why is he acting like he's at home in the headmaster's office?" Sirius's eyes widened at the sight. Seeing this, Lupin smiled and pulled Sirius in as well, following closely behind. Just like when they exposed Peter's identity last time, there were still 4 people waiting for them in the spacious and bright office. Even the lineup was almost the same as last time: Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and Severus Snape. Only Remus Lupin was missing. He had gone from being the one waiting to the one arriving. Replacing him was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic mentioned earlier. Fudge was holding a newspaper, his face flushed, indicating that he had just finished talking with Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Fudge, seemingly listening intently. McGonagall and Snape watched coldly, saying nothing. Sherlock's gaze swept quickly across the room, taking in everyone's expressions and deducing what had just happened. Fudge, enraged by something published in the newspaper, sought Dumbledore's help but didn't receive the desired answer. Dumbledore appeared to be listening attentively, but was actually distracted, his attention already focused on Sirius Black, who had just entered. McGorgeous, gloating, and also focused on Sirius. McGonagall was agitated. Snape harbored hidden hatred. "Great, you've finally come." At the same time, Fudge, seeing Sirius, felt as if he had seen a savior. He casually tossed the newspaper onto the table and strode towards Sirius. Under everyone's gaze, Fudge tightly grasped Sirius's hand and shook it vigorously. Judging by his appearance alone, he was even more excited than when Sirius and Lupin had just met. If one didn't know the inside story, everyone would probably think he was Sirius's best friend. "Sirius Black, our hero, you're finally back." Fudge's enthusiasm made Sirius feel uncomfortable. "Thank you for your concern, Minister." He frowned, withdrew his hand, and said somewhat stiffly, "If only you had been this enthusiastic when you saw me in Azkaban." Fudge's face stiffened upon hearing this. While everyone in the headmaster's office focused their attention on Sirius and Fudge, Sherlock had already quietly walked to the desk and picked up the newspaper that Fudge had put down. As expected, it was still the Daily Prophet. The front page featured a moving color photograph. It was repeatedly showing Fudge's earlier fall on the steps. It must be said that the angle and timing of the photograph were superb. Even Fudge's facial expression when he fell was captured clearly in the photo, making the embarrassment palpable even through the lens. Below the photo is a short article with a striking title, Corneli Fudge's Disgraceful Departure. Why did the brilliant and powerful Minister of Magic fall in public? Was Sirius Black's departure from Azkaban a pre-authorized secret operation? Did the Ministry of Magic, in order to maintain its authority, disregard fairness, justice, freedom, and the rule of law? Is this a loss of humanity or a guilty conscience? Let's follow the camera and delve into the inner world of Minister of Magic Cornelian Fudge. Special Correspondent Rita Skeeter reports. Minister of Magic Cornelian Fudge recently visited the Great Hall of Hogwarts and delivered an inspiring speech. See our previous article, The Ministry of Magic's Final Investigation Announcement regarding the 1981 murders of the Potters and the Sirius Black case. As Cornelius Fudge was about to leave, full of confidence, his expensive dragonskin boots unexpectedly slipped, causing him to fall on the marble steps. After Minister Fudge's fall, Weasley, the Hogwarts schoolmaster, immediately rushed to help him up. It is well known that his father, Arthur Weasley, also works at the Ministry of Magic, currently serving as the head of the Office for the Prevention of Muggle Misuse. Headmaster Weasley won the annual Galleon Award, the Daily Prophet's grand prize, this summer. According to sources, this was not a coincidence, but rather part of a larger story. For details, please stay tuned for Rita Skeeter's exclusive follow-up report. Weasley is indeed quick-witted and agile. Perhaps he believed his actions would benefit his father in the workplace. However, according to a student present who wished to remain anonymous, Minister Fudge was quite displeased when he was helped up, not only looking pained but also somewhat rudely pushing Weasley away, refusing his further concern. When Minister Fudge learned that Weasley was the son of a Ministry of Magic employee, his pale, forced smile was quite intriguing. Minister Fudge later had a private conversation with Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, the boy who defeated Vader. When Minister Fudge enthusiastically invited Potter to tell Black to come to the Ministry of Magic and surrender as soon as possible, Potter pointed out a flaw in his language. This was because the Ministry of Magic claimed that the case 12 years prior was actually Minister Fudge's active discovery of a historical misjudgment and that he secretly authorized Black's actions, which contradicted Minister Fudge's demand for Black to surrender. The Daily Prophet exclusively revealed that the authenticity of the Ministry of Magic's final investigation report on the 1981 murders of the Potters and Sirius Black case was questionable. In fact, the Ministry of Magic initially did not want to admit the truth because it would damage its official authority and cause the public to lose trust in the ministry. The minister initially tried to cover up the truth, only being forced to compromise when pressured by the Muggle Prime Minister, said a Ministry of Magic official who dared to speak the truth. There was no cooperation or authorization whatsoever. Black simply escaped from Azkaban, but we couldn't admit it. That would mean Azkaban was no longer safe. However, the Daily Prophet also uncovered some disturbing developments. Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore had been carefully concealing the truth, seemingly maintaining a good relationship with the Ministry of Magic. It is well known that Dumbledore had testified to the Ministry of Magic years ago that Sirius Black was the Potter's secret keeper, and later supported Cornelius Fudge's appointment as Minister for Magic. This whole affair had absolutely nothing to do with the Ministry of Magic, a Hogwarts professor revealed. Peter Pettigrew was dragged out by Hogwarts people. The ministry insisted on letting Dementors into the school. While I personally disagree with Potter's behavior at school, it was precisely because of those Dementors that he nearly lost his life in a Quidditch match, and the ministry should be held responsible. When Minister Fudge triumphantly ascended the steps of his achievements, his dragonskin boots suddenly slipped, a final, uneasy struggle of conscience. Albus Dumbledore should consider whether supporting such a gentleman was appropriate. Some worried that the Ministry of Magic might fabricate facts to claim credit for itself, and Sirius Black had yet to appear. Sherlock smiled. No wonder Fudge was anxious. This reporter named Skeeter was interesting. Indeed, a master at stirring up emotions. But then again, Sherlock was certain he hadn't seen any reporters in the Great Hall that day. So how did she get the photos and learn about Harry and Fudge's conversation? Percy wasn't just a figurehead, he faithfully carried out the Minister of Magic's orders, keeping no one near Harry and Fudge. If Harry hadn't returned and told his friends about his conversation with Fudge, they wouldn't have known so much detail. Thinking of this, Sherlock glanced at Fudge. Fudge's face was itched with embarrassment. Sirius Black had mentioned their meeting in Azkaban, clearly referring to him. The situation in Azkaban was drastically different from now. Back then, one was the high-ranking Minister of Magic, maintaining peace and prosperity in the wizarding world since taking office. The other was a notorious Death Eater, a traitor who betrayed his allies and friends, a murderer with over a dozen lives on his hands, even thrown into Azkaban without trial. Their statuses were worlds apart. Who would have thought that their reunion would turn into him needing a favor? Fudge couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, when he saw Sirius still lucid, he was merely surprised and didn't ridicule him. Their conversation was quite pleasant. It could even be considered pleasant, considering Sirius had asked for a newspaper, saying he wanted to play a crossword puzzle. Otherwise, persuading Sirius now would be incredibly difficult. Thinking of this, Fudge, ignoring Sirius's expression, shamelessly grabbed his hand again and said firmly, "Actually, I already told Harry about this before, but today I bring more accurate information." He paused, then said in a happy, boastful tone, "I must say, Black, you've come at just the right time. The Order of Merlin, second class, I guarantee it. First class, if I can get it." Hearing Fudge's words, Professor Snape, standing beside Dumbledore, couldn't help but show a look of disgust. The Order of Merlin, founded in the mid-11th century by the renowned medieval wizard Merlin, is the oldest and most prestigious magical organization in the wizarding world. Merlin established the order to help non-wizards. Its founding principle was to assist non-wizards, and the order stipulated that wizards were forbidden from using magic on them, with each member responsible for their protection. Only wizards who made significant contributions to the wizarding world could join the order. Although the order later disbanded, the tradition of awarding the Order of Merlin medal to those who made outstanding contributions to the wizarding world remained. The medal is divided into 3 classes based on the magnitude of the achievement and the degree of contribution to the wizarding world, with the first class being the highest and the third class the lowest. Among the professors of Hogwarts, only Professor Dumbledore received a first-class medal in recognition of his victory over the infamous dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945, one of Dumbledore's major achievements. Even Professor Flitwick had once expressed his resentment in front of Sherlock about Lockhart possessing a third-class Order of Merlin, because he himself didn't have one. Therefore, the highest honor in the wizarding world is undoubtedly receiving an Order of Merlin. But seeing Fudge so enthusiastically offering the medal to Sirius, only to be met with the latter's disdainful expression, Snape's disgust reached its peak. Chapter 355 There must be a deal between them. While Snape was watching Sirius Black, Sherlock was also observing the potions professor. Last time, Sherlock had acted on a whim, resulting in Peter Parker, after taking a truth potion, immediately accusing Snape of being a traitor to the Order of the Phoenix. Of course, Dumbledore later explained, smoothing over the incident. However, it still caught Sherlock's attention. Professor Flitwick had once told Sherlock that everyone at Hogwarts had secrets, but if Sherlock wanted, he could make everyone have no secrets. Professor Flitwick understood this well. Therefore, he had specifically warned Sherlock not to pry into the secrets of the Hogwarts faculty and staff. It would be a very awkward situation. Sherlock had agreed at the time. However, times had changed. Through 3 years of contact, even without deliberate investigation, Sherlock was certain of one thing: there was definitely a secret deal between Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape. Moreover, the secrets hidden within Snape were also closely related to Harry. Since it concerned his close friend, Sherlock couldn't ignore it. So, ever since the trial of Peter, Sherlock felt it necessary to uncover the secrets hidden within this potions master. Therefore, Snape's every move was under his watchful eye. From the moment Sirius entered the room, Snape's gaze was fixed on him. Coupled with Snape's unusual expression when Fudge mentioned the Order of Merlin's medals, Sherlock gained a further understanding of the relationship between Snape and Harry's father and other old friends. Love, hate, grudges, and entanglements. Very well, things are getting more and more interesting. Corneli, Dumbledore finally interrupted Fudge. I think we should ask them to sit down first. Ah, Dumbledore, you're right. Hearing Dumbledore speak, Fudge released Sirius's hand and then patted Harry on the shoulder. "Well done, Harry. As expected of Potter and Lily's child, you really didn't let them down. Although everyone else says you're just a 13-year-old, I don't think so. I've told others more than once that you are the future hope of the wizarding world. You, Corneli." Dumbledore spoke again, his voice already somewhat helpless. This man truly left him speechless. He himself was the one who treated Harry like a 13-year-old. At the beginning of this term, he refused to tell Harry that Sirius had come for Harry. Of course, now it seemed they had indeed misunderstood Sirius. He had come for Peter. All right, please sit down." Fudge realized he had gone a bit too far and quickly stepped aside. However, he couldn't be blamed. He had come to see Dumbledore today hoping for clarification on something. Those damned reporters were utterly shameless, seizing on a single point to launch a massive attack, taking things out of context. It was infuriating him. Unfortunately, he didn't get a satisfactory answer from Dumbledore. But Dumbledore also brought him fantastic news. Sirius Black was willing to return with Harry. For him, this was a godsend. Sirius's return meant he had heeded Harry's advice and decided to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. In this way, the case that the Ministry of Magic had wrongly judged 12 years ago could be transformed into his political capital. Fudge had even prepared a justification for correcting the wrongs. The former minister was blind, leading the Ministry of Magic to treat a traitorous, vicious murderer, a subordinate of Vanderbilt, as a hero, while throwing the real hero into Azkaban. The current minister, with his keen eye, not only spotted the clues immediately upon taking office, but also successfully persuaded the wrongly accused hero with his noble personal charm, leading to the capture of the fugitive who had been on the run for 12 years. In this way, Sirius's prison break scandal was instantly cleared. His brilliant leadership would be recognized by the entire wizarding world. Although he was disgusted by the Muggle Prime Minister's pressure on him a few days ago, forcing him to acknowledge Sirius's achievements, if things could be handled this way, the situation would be completely reversed. A bad thing had turned into a good thing. As for that bastard reporter's slander against him, it was no longer a concern. He could even consider awarding himself a first-class Order of Merlin. Sirius, after everyone was seated, Dumbledore looked at his former student, the man he had so deeply misunderstood, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He was more handsome than Tom Riddle and Gilderoy Lockhart in their youth, yet now he looked like this. "I'm sorry, you've had a hard time all these years. It has nothing to do with you. It's my own fault," Sirius said without hesitation. "If it weren't for me, they wouldn't be dead. I deserve it." "Don't say that, poor child." Professor McGonagall couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at Sirius's haggard face and said with some heartache, "It's all Peter's fault." "No, Professor McGonagall." Surprisingly, Sirius seemed to respect Professor McGonagall even more than Dumbledore. "I practically killed them with my own hands. If I hadn't suggested that James and Lily change the Secret Keeper to that person." Stop talking, Professor McGonagall shook her head. "It's all in the past now. Everything is out in the open, and that traitor has received his due punishment. Yes, now you're our hero, Black." Fudge finally found an opportunity to speak and immediately looked at Sirius with a smile, saying, "Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, your wanted poster has been withdrawn. To reward your achievements, the Order of Merlin's medal is ready, like I just said, if I can get it, level 1. But I need your help with something, a small one. It's about helping you leave Azkaban to catch the real criminal." Sirius remained non-committal to Fudge's self-aggrandizing behavior. But thinking about it carefully, it was precisely because Fudge showed him that newspaper, confirming that Peter Pettigrew was still alive, that he made up his mind to escape. In that sense, it wasn't entirely wrong to say that Fudge helped him leave Azkaban. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic had also revealed the truth about what happened back then, although the process was somewhat convoluted. Of course, the most important thing was to take care of Harry. A father will try his best to fulfill his son's wishes. So Sirius didn't really refuse Fudge's request and responded to Fudge's topic. "More than that, I'm interested in when Peter will receive the Dementor's kiss. I want to be there to witness it, just like when you tried me." Hearing Sirius say this, Professor Snape and Professor Lupin both looked at Fudge. Without a doubt, they were the ones most eager for Peter Pettigrew's death. In fact, if Harry hadn't intervened, they would have killed Peter with their own hands. But surprisingly, when Fudge heard Sirius mention this, His expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural. "This matter might be a bit difficult." Everyone looked at Fudge in surprise. Even Sherlock frowned. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened instantly. His world-weary eyes, through his half-moon spectacles, fixed firmly on Fudge, and he slowly said, "Cornell, you might as well be more explicit." Under Dumbledore's gaze, Fudge became increasingly uncomfortable. Strange, why had the other man suddenly become so intimidating? It must be an illusion, a mere illusion. But at this moment, he could only rub his hands and say, this, that. Actually, there are some different opinions within the department regarding this matter. Some people think that we punished Peter too harshly. His crime is actually the same crime that Black committed back then, and Black was only sentenced to life imprisonment. So, bullshit, what a joke. Unexpectedly, Sirius and Professor Snape spoke at the same time, with Sirius even swearing. After speaking at the same time, the two immediately looked at each other, their eyes showing disgust. But the next moment, Sirius turned his gaze away from Professor Snape and stared straight at Fudge, roaring, "You actually compared me to him? That bastard's actions are enough to warrant a death 10 times over. If you can't even do this, I'll kill him myself, I swear. Since it's so difficult, I think we shouldn't do it, Black, you." Fudge didn't expect Sirius's reaction to this matter to be so strong. He was about to offer some advice when Professor Snape interrupted him. Snape's voice was deep, but still brimming with barely suppressed anger. "Minister Fudge, before this, you all wanted the Dementors to give Black a little kiss. You even authorized the Dementors to do so once they caught him." Upon hearing Snape reveal this, Fudge's face changed drastically. He looked at Sirius, and sure enough, the latter's expression became visibly ferocious. Oh dear, things are always changing. "Professor Snape, Peter has done what you've always thought Black did, Minister Fudge," Snape continued in his cold voice. "In that case, giving that kiss to that damned rat is a no-brainer." Although the two had disliked each other from the moment they met, Snape and Sirius unexpectedly formed a united front on the issue of Peter Pettigrew. This left Fudge in a rather awkward position. Sirius, Severus, although I'm minister, I still need to consider dissenting voices. We need to talk about democracy, the rule of law." Fudge had started addressing them by their first names, hoping to build rapport. Unfortunately, it didn't work very well. "Then there's nothing more to say," Sirius, sensing Fudge's evasiveness, said bluntly. "I think our journalist friends are very interested in the fact that the Ministry of Magic, without any judgment, hailed a murderer as a hero 12 years ago. For example, Skeeter, whom the minister just mentioned. She must be very interested in this matter," Snape said. "The Daily Prophet has something to do. The Order of Merlin, First Class, has been awarded to a notorious murderer. For the past 12 years, the Ministry of Magic has been promoting this murderer as a positive role model, even revealing the truth wasn't done willingly. Minister, you don't want to become a laughingstock of the entire wizarding world, do you?" Sirius and Snape exchanged words, their coordination surprisingly seamless. Cornelius Fudge was sweating profusely and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. He couldn't help but look at Harry with pleading eyes, as if grasping at a last straw. "Harry, you know me. This is definitely not my intention. Please help me persuade your godfather." Harry frowned and remained silent. It seemed Fudge really had always treated him like a child. How could he possibly persuade Sirius at a time like this? 12 years ago, the Ministry of Magic imprisoned Mr. Sirius in Azkaban without trial. Now that the evidence is conclusive, it's ridiculous that they hesitate and waver. "I didn't do that," Fudge quickly explained. Sending Black to Azkaban without trial was Crouch's decision. He was the director of magical law enforcement at the time. Only after saying this did he realize that the person who had spoken up wasn't Harry, but Sherlock. He frowned, staring at the boy who dared to look him in the eye, and asked, "And who are you?" "Sherlock Holmes, an ordinary third-year student at Hogwarts." Sherlock smiled slightly and said to Fudge, "Minister, you don't need to remember my name. I'm just an insignificant nobody. I didn't intend to remember you either." Fudge wasn't exactly polite when he spoke to Sherlock. In Fudge's eyes, Harry was still just a 13-year-old child, only receiving special treatment because of his status as the savior of the wizarding world. Sherlock, being the same age as him, naturally wouldn't enjoy such treatment. If it weren't for the fact that Sherlock had come in with Sirius, Lupin, and Harry, he wouldn't have even bothered to speak to Sherlock. However, Fudge never expected that his attitude towards Sherlock would immediately cause him trouble. As Sherlock's best friend, someone who idolized Sherlock like an older brother, Harry was the first to object. Minister Fudge. Harry's green eyes were fixed on Fudge, and he spoke slowly, word by word, as Fudge looked on in surprise. Sherlock is my best friend. It was all because of him that we were able to find Peter and persuade my godfather to come here. Chapter 356 Peter Must Die. When Dumbledore initially sent Peter Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic, he didn't mention Sherlock. The main reason was his concern that revealing the entire affair was orchestrated by a third-year student would be met with disapproval from the arrogant and illogical ministry. Therefore, the initial version was that Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, along with Professor McGonagall, Transfiguration, Professor Snape, Potentials, and Professor Lupin, Defense Against the Dark Arts, had discovered the truth. This seemed plausible, and the ministry didn't question it. However, the professors never imagined the bureaucratic shamelessness would surpass their expectations. They preferred to suppress the matter and handle it quietly rather than reveal the truth. Even Dumbledore's reputation couldn't save them. Ultimately, it was only through Sherlock's brother, Mycroft, using underhanded tactics that the ministry was forced to reluctantly admit it. Now that the truth is out, Harry feels there's no need to continue concealing it. Although Sherlock himself said he didn't care about fame or fortune, Harry, as Sherlock's friend, couldn't stand by and watch him be treated this way by Fudge. He wanted to stand up for him. Hearing Harry say this, Fudge's eyes widened in disbelief. He then began to carefully examine the little boy he had overlooked. As a 13-year-old boy, it was immediately noticeable that Sherlock was taller and thinner than his peers. His features were sharp and angular, with a long, narrow nose and a square jaw. His bright gray eyes made him appear exceptionally alert and decisive. However, Fudge quickly shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. Harry, I think you're confused. This whole thing was clearly orchestrated by your headmaster, Dumbledore. Oh, and of course, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Lupin all made huge contributions. But now you're telling me it was your classmate who discovered it? Fudge smiled, looking at Harry with a sympathetic gaze that seemed to say, I've seen through everything, and said earnestly, you just said that this Holmes is your best friend. Of course, I completely understand the desire to make a friend famous, but I still have to say, you can't just spout nonsense like that. It's Holmes, not Hughes, and I'm not spouting nonsense, Harry roared angrily. You have no idea how amazing Sherlock is. Fudge paused, then laughed again, but he looks so ordinary. Harry was furious when Fudge started blatantly lying. Sherlock can tell what you've done all day just by looking at you, and you're saying he's unremarkable. Oh, is that so? I'd really like to see that for myself. Fudge clearly didn't believe Harry, laughing as he spoke. Harry was already furious and quickly grabbed Sherlock, pointing at Fudge. Sherlock, tell me what the minister did before he came today. You can do it. Calm down, my dear Harry. Seeing Harry's eagerness to prove himself, Sherlock laughed instead. What we need to do now is get Peter Pettigrew to accept his judgment. The minister eating abalone before coming is nothing compared to that. Harry was somewhat surprised. He knew Sherlock all too well. His friend loved to show off his unique way of acting, secretly enjoying the surprised expressions on others' faces. Normally, when he said that, she should have been speaking at double speed. How could he just brush it off with a simple I've eaten abalone? Just as he was wondering, Sherlock continued, 12 years ago, magic, without judgment, cast a loyal, innocent, and brave man into the hellish Azkaban, creating a tragedy that continues to this day. I've already said, that had nothing to do with me, it was Crouch who did it, and besides, I've never eaten abalone. Hearing Sherlock bring it up again, Fudge couldn't wait to speak, his voice filled with embarrassment and anger. Harry felt, perhaps it was just his imagination, that Fudge's emphasis was on the second half of his sentence. Sherlock ignored Fudge and continued, now the truth is out, and the culprit is right before our eyes. His crimes are irrefutable, his offenses countless. Yet the Ministry of Magic hesitates to grant a fair trial due to political maneuvering and dirty deals. They even struggle with the most basic thing, giving a villain the punishment he deserves. What is the foundation of the Ministry of Magic's existence? Once credibility is lost, it's incredibly difficult to regain. The so-called rule of law and justice become nothing but a joke to be smeared by anyone. That's it, the Tacitus trap. Harry realized immediately. At the same time, Fudge looked at Sherlock with suspicion. From Sherlock's words alone, He could no longer underestimate him. The other's views went straight to the heart of the matter. Every word was like a knife piercing his heart. It didn't sound like something a 13-year-old boy could say. This oppressive feeling was exactly the same feeling the Muggle government had given him these past 2 days. This kid, just who is he? You don't understand it all, and these things aren't your concern. Even though he thought this, Fudge still refused to admit it aloud. He said it with a blustering tone, then turned to the side. Dumbledore, are you just going to stand by and watch a student act like this? Sherlock raised an eyebrow. A leopard can change its spots. Seeing that reasoning didn't work, he resorted to intimidation. Unfortunately for him, Dumbledore was on his side. Cornell, Dumbledore shook his head slightly. I don't think Sherlock is being ridiculous. Every word he just said makes sense. Naive, utterly naive, Fudge exclaimed angrily. What does a little kid know? The adult world isn't as simple as he imagines. Dumbledore looked at Fudge with pity. Cornell, I must remind you, if you only see Sherlock as a child, it won't be good for you. Besides, your so-called adult world can actually be quite simple. As he said this, Dumbledore's voice became somewhat ethereal, as if recalling some past event. This scene naturally didn't escape Sherlock's eyes. The minister is used to being high and mighty. How could he possibly respect others? A voice abruptly interjected. Don't even mention a little boy. In his eyes, we're probably just a bunch of old fogies who only know how to do academic research, aren't we? That's right, that's exactly what I think. Fudge mentally gave the person who said this a thumbs up. However, upon seeing that it was Professor Snape who said this, he quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No, Severus, you misunderstand. How could I possibly think that? Damn it, this school, whether it's the headmaster, the teachers, or the students, is just too troublesome. Minister, just as Fudge was in a state of turmoil, Sherlock spoke again, interrupting his thoughts. Holmes, what else do you need? Fudge said impatiently. The more he looked at Sherlock, the more annoyed he became. Really, how did Dumbledore manage the school? Could he just kick out irrelevant people? When the law cannot bring justice to the parties involved, private revenge becomes justified, even noble. From that moment on, Sherlock's resounding statement stunned Fudge. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it says. Well said, Sherlock. Sirius clapped his hands and whistled excitedly. Since you're unwilling to give us fairness, then I'll seek it myself. Minister, how many Dementors are guarding Peter? How does that compare to the number that guarded me in Azkaban? Just imagine, a criminal originally protected by the minister dies in the Ministry of Magic, with the murderer Cornelius Fudge written in blood next to him. Doesn't that sound exciting? Black, you can't. Fudge was terrified. This was a threat, a blatant threat. Dumbledore, are you going to stop this? He's your student, Cornell. Sirius graduated many years ago. The school has no right to interfere with the behavior of students after graduation. But you, Dumbledore said with a smile, weren't you just saying this? The Ministry of Magic and Sirius are partners, and Sirius left Azkaban with your authorization. So you should be the one managing him. I didn't. Fudge's words trailed off. His face turned pale and then purple, looking extremely comical. This brought a sense of relief to everyone present. All I can say is, well done. Professor McGonagall also wore a thoughtful expression. She now understood what Sherlock meant when he said she trusted the rules too much. Compared to her previous trip to the Ministry of Magic, this time at Hogwarts, facing the same situation, the whole process was incredibly satisfying. Indeed, dealing with these rule breakers is most exciting when you defeat them where they excel. Didn't you see even the usually mild-mannered Dumbledore starting to act sarcastic? As the headmaster, Dumbledore ultimately had to consider the bigger picture. Seeing Fudge's embarrassed expression, he slowly spoke. Cornell, since the Ministry of Magic has decided to cooperate with Sirius, it should show sufficient sincerity. A Merlin medal, I don't think, is enough to demonstrate this sincerity, and besides, he stared at Fudge and said, word by word, if even someone like Peter can't be punished, then all our persistence over the years has been meaningless. I agree with Sherlock's statement earlier, when the law fails to bring justice to the parties involved, private revenge becomes justified, even noble. From this moment on, Peter must die. Sirius was much more decisive than Dumbledore. Otherwise, forget about everything else. I don't mind personally sending him on his way, if you're confident you can get those Dementors to stop me. Peter must die. Professor McGonagall looked at Fudge and said solemnly, This is an explanation to Potter and Lily, to the innocent victims over there, and to the Ministry of Magic's previous promise. Peter must die. Professor Snape followed Professor McGonagall, saying with hatred, "He deserves to die, Peter must die." Professor Lupin's voice was calm, yet it contained immense resolve. Sherlock and Harry didn't speak, but their eyes said it all. Peter must die. Thanks to Archaic for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 357. Who is the real principal? Britain has no death penalty, and this is no exception in the magical world. However, for a living person, a Dementor's kiss is no different from a death sentence. This is precisely the purpose of the Hogwarts teachers and students. Okay, I understand. Facing the Hogwarts teachers and students, Fudge felt immense pressure and couldn't handle it at all. He even regretted coming here, and ran his hand through his hair in frustration. I'll try to persuade them. Damn it, what's wrong with these guys? Didn't they always reason with me before? How did they suddenly become like this? Is this still Hogwarts, a place that teaches and nurtures? He took one last look at everyone present. Dumbledore, I have to go back now. To be honest, Fudge was a little scared. At this moment, in his eyes, this place was chaotic and these people had ferocious faces. It was definitely not a school. He no longer wanted to, and dared not, stay here any longer. I'll see you out, Dumbledore said, smiling at Sirius and Professor Snape, then walked out of the office with Fudge. Once they were gone, Professor McGonagall immediately turned to Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, how did you do that? This abrupt question startled everyone. What did she mean by how? What was Professor McGonagall talking about? Sherlock calmly countered, Professor McGonagall, are you referring to changing the Ministry's opinion, or the process of finding Sirius? Tell me both. Professor McGonagall was in a very good mood, even joking. I'm not Fudge, I'm interested in both. Actually, it's nothing special, Sherlock said, looking at Harry. Harry, you come here. Harry was taken aback at first, then nodded. Sherlock wanted him to use his talent for summarizing and retelling to describe the whole thing. Through his retelling, Sherlock might make new discoveries. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd done this. He first recounted how he found Sirius. Sirius wrote a letter and had Crookshanks deliver it to Harry, then father and son met and were all happy. Harry omitted the part about Sherlock determining Sirius's hiding place using the Marauder's map. The Marauder's map was truly a magical artifact. Telling Sirius was fine, but if he told Professor McGonagall, she would definitely confiscate it. He couldn't bear to part with something so valuable. Professor McGonagall didn't ask any further questions, just looking at Sirius with pity, like Dumbledore had earlier. Snape's eyes flickered, and he remained silent, lost in thought. What about the Ministry's sudden change? Professor Lupin asked. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Sirius all looked on with curiosity. Dumbledore had already prepared to part ways with the Ministry of Magic, and even Rita Skeeter had previously believed that Dumbledore was supporting Fudge. If things really developed this way, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. Dumbledore had placed his hopes on Sherlock, even having Professor McGonagall convey this message. Unexpectedly, Sherlock actually succeeded. It was truly a case of when all seems lost, a new path opens up. Harry then recounted the story of Sherlock's brother, Mycroft Holmes. You mean, Holmes' brother influenced the Ministry of Magic through the Muggle Prime Minister? Professor McGonagall was incredulous after hearing Harry's words. Snape, Lupin, and Sirius also looked at Harry with astonishment. Yes, Sherlock said, at times, Mycroft is the British government. Harry looked at Sherlock, and after receiving his approval, directly relayed Sherlock's comments about Mycroft. This statement immediately silenced the office. Everyone was processing this unbelievable information. Muggles could interfere in the magical world in this way. Finally, Professor Lupin broke the silence. A distinct smile appeared on his lips. I see. Although Muggles' wisdom and political strategies differ from ours, the underlying logic is the same. In that case, it's not surprising that the Ministry of Magic is influenced by the Queen's government. Sherlock's approach was far-sighted, and of course, it proved effective. Sometimes, external forces are more effective at shaking up outdated systems. Unlike others, Lupin, as a werewolf, had experienced discrimination and marginalization, making him more receptive to the intersection of different worlds. Professor Snape's reaction was completely different. Potter, are you kidding me? A hint of sarcasm flashed in his dark eyes as he drawled Harry's name, just like in potions class, and continued without waiting for Harry to explain. He's England? Ridiculous. You don't actually think we believe such a ridiculous claim, do you? According to your vague account, this great detective's brother hasn't been a Muggle government employee for very long. So tell me, what makes such a junior employee capable of exerting such substantial pressure on the Ministry of Magic from the Muggle Prime Minister? Is that reasonable? Faced with Snape's questioning, Harry didn't know what to say. He was a wizard from a Muggle family, and his understanding of Muggle society far surpassed that of wizards with limited access to information. But even so, he found it somewhat absurd. Yet, it had happened. Harry looked at Sherlock and found that his friend also had no intention of explaining. He immediately understood what Sherlock's attitude meant. Believe it or not, it's up to you. So, like Sherlock, he chose not to respond. Muggle Prime Minister? Well done. I love that idea. Just then, a gleam of satisfaction flashed across Sirius Black's haggard face. He gave Snape a defiant look. Put away your self-righteous logic, you idiot. Just as Snape had drawn out his pot earlier, Sirius also drew out his idiot in a monotonous tone. You have no idea what the Holmes brothers are capable of. The younger brother found the truth that had been buried for 12 years in just one semester. For the previous 12 years, everyone, including me, was fooled by a mouse. The older brother didn't even need magic to influence that idiot Fudge and the Ministry of Magic through the Prime Minister. They didn't rely on those stupid seniority rules, they used this. Sirius jabbed his temple hard and looked at Snape contemptuously. That's real wisdom. The facts are right in front of you, yet you're still so self-righteous. You're no different from Fudge, alright, someone like you, who only knows how to scheme behind the cauldron, would never understand. As soon as Fudge left, Sirius, who had just briefly united his forces, immediately launched a merciless attack on Snape. Black, it seems those 12 years in Azkaban have completely ruined your brain, even your words sound like a mouthful of filth. But if you continue like this, I'd be happy to shove a dung beet into your head. You can try. Sirius met Snape's gaze, his disgust practically overflowing. Snape didn't back down. But his expression was a mixture of anger and fear. The next moment, he drew his wand. Sirius didn't flinch, and seeing this, he also drew. Oh, he didn't have a wand, so he drew Professor Lupin's wand, who was standing beside him. Lupin, enough. Just then, Professor McGonagall suddenly spoke, striding between Snape and Sirius, separating them. Her gaze swept back and forth between the two before she finally said, Severus, Sirius, you are both people Dumbledore trusts. The truth of 12 years ago has been clarified. Now you should abandon your past differences and learn to trust each other. Harry felt this was practically asking for a miracle. Even with Professor McGonagall between them, Sirius and Snape still glared fiercely at each other, their hatred reaching its peak. Harry strongly suspected that if Professor McGonagall hadn't been there, the two would have started fighting. No, even if Professor McGonagall were there, if she hadn't intervened, they would have fought anyway. Did they see their wands were already drawn? Professor Lupin alone couldn't stop them. For the time being, my requirement for you is not to openly antagonize each other. Professor McGonagall's tone revealed a hint of impatience. Regardless of the past, we are now on the same side and must unite. My personal suggestion is to start by shaking hands. Harry began to admire Professor McGonagall. Sirius and Professor Snape actually did as Professor McGonagall suggested, putting away their wands and walking towards each other. Although they walked very slowly, they still extended their hands to shake. However, their hands only touched briefly before letting go. And throughout the entire process, they glared fiercely at each other. That's more like it. Professor McGonagall showed a satisfied expression. She turned her head, gave a warning look to a portrait on the wall, and then looked away again. Potter, so you're planning to go home again this winter break? Harry was about to answer when Sirius suddenly spoke up. He looked at Professor McGonagall. Minerva, I think it's okay to call you that. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. She looked at Sirius, seemingly not expecting him to say that. But soon, she smiled. Of course, Sirius. I just said we're on the same side now. Snape snorted coldly. I want Harry to live with me. To Harry's delighted surprise, Sirius said directly, Minerva, you know, if that hadn't happened, Lily and James were planning to have me take care of Harry, your Potter's godfather. As long as Potter agrees, I certainly have no objection. Then it's settled. Sirius looked at Harry excitedly. We'll go back to London tomorrow, thank you, Godfather, Harry said sincerely. Snape snorted again. Have you been smelling too much poop? Sirius abruptly turned to look at him. Your abnormally large nose seems more susceptible to smells than others, Sirius, Professor McGonagall immediately said sharply. Well, Minerva, I was just expressing concern for dear Professor Snape. Perhaps he's not used to my way of speaking, Sirius shrugged. I won't disturb your father-son harmony any longer, Snape practically spat out the words. His somber gaze lingered on Harry's face for a moment, then he nodded to Professor McGonagall, turned, and scurried out of the headmaster's office like an old bat. As soon as Snape left, the atmosphere in the office immediately brightened. Sirius, I know about your feud with him. And I don't want to dwell on who's right or wrong. But as I just said, I hope you can both put aside your past differences, Professor McGonagall said immediately. Of course, Minerva, Sirius replied with a smile, clearly showing respect for Professor McGonagall. Actually, Professor Snape is a good man. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Sherlock suddenly spoke up. I've told Harry more than once that the person in this school who least wants anything to happen to him is Professor Snape. Albus will be very happy, Professor McGonagall said with relief. He has always trusted Severus. Alright, can we stop talking about that spoilsport? Sirius said, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder. Headmaster, there's something else I feel I need to report to you. Hearing Sirius speak so formally, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but be curious. What is it? Harry has a friend who has a very intelligent pet. The cat I just mentioned that delivered my message. You mean Miss Granger? Her cat is indeed impressive, Professor McGonagall said with considerable emotion. I only knew it recognized Peter. I didn't expect it could even deliver your message, but it has cat blood, so it's understandable. Not only that, it even brought me the Gryffindor Tower password. Almost the instant Sirius uttered those words, Harry knew he was in trouble. Wait, Godfather, what do you mean? Are you just trying to stir up trouble? Before he could even warn him, Sirius lazily continued, that cat is smarter than some people. While it didn't bring me Peter, it did find a piece of paper filled with a whole week's worth of passwords on a boy's bedside table. Minerva, I think you really should keep an eye on things. Even though Gryffindor students are known for their bravery, this is disgraceful. Right, although I've already thrown the paper away, they seem to recognize the handwriting. Who is it? Professor McGonagall's face turned ashen as she followed Sirius's gaze to Sherlock and Harry. Which complete idiot wrote down a week's worth of passwords and left them lying around? Harry opened his mouth, but didn't speak. At that moment, he felt the temperature in the entire headmaster's office drop. Don't try to fool me. Tell me, was it Longbottom? Harry, you have a good eye for people. I knew it. Professor McGonagall understood immediately from Harry's expression. She roared like an angry lioness. Neville Longbottom again, is it? Since he can't even remember the password, he might as well not go back to bed. When he comes back from this winter break, I'll put him in solitary confinement. And I won't let him go to Hogsmeade again. Sherlock clearly saw that the portraits of all the past headmasters on the wall had secretly vanished the moment Professor McGonagall spoke. Seeing the real headmaster, Professor Minerva McGonagall, outburst, Professor Lupin gave Sherlock and Harry a look, signaling them to leave quickly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Shouldn't Be in the Car. I never expected Sirius, my godfather, would do that. As soon as Harry left the headmaster's office, he began to worry about his roommate, Neville Longbottom. Well, since his first day at school, Neville had been incredibly unlucky. His terrible memory had caused him a lot of trouble. Luckily, he shared a dorm room with Sherlock, otherwise his life would definitely be worse. But even with Sherlock, his life was a mess. Harry's original plan was to give Neville the little piece of paper when he returned today, and remind him not to do it again. He never imagined his godfather would betray him like that. That was a brilliant move. Thinking of this, Harry asked Sherlock, puzzled, why did he insist on telling Professor McGonagall about this? Judging from Sirius's personality, it's not surprising he did something like this. Sherlock wasn't surprised at all. My dear Harry, in fact, it wasn't just him. Your father would most likely have done the same. In that group of four, your father and Sirius were most similar in personality. They often bullied others at school. Peter Pettigrew was a follower, while the real werewolf, Professor Lupin, was actually the most mild-mannered member of their group. I see, Harry nodded with a wry smile. At this moment, he had a completely new understanding of his father and godfather. However, this was just a small interlude. In any case, this matter was now perfectly resolved. The truth hidden for 12 years was revealed to the world. The real culprit, Peter Pettigrew, was exposed, and the wrongly accused Sirius Black was freed. As for the punishment of Peter Pettigrew, Sherlock wasn't worried at all. After today's events, the Ministry of Magic had no other choice. Reasoning with these bureaucrats was useless. They only cared about profit. When the cost of doing something exceeded expectations, they would naturally abandon it. In short, compared to the Philosopher's Stone in the first year and the Chamber of Secrets in the second, the Prisoner of Azkaban incident came to a satisfactory conclusion in the first semester of the third year. Sherlock finally didn't leave with unfinished business before Christmas like he had in the previous 2 years. This even made Sherlock feel a little uneasy. Of course, this was a good thing, but as he told Harry, he might get bored in the coming days. If only something else could happen. When the two returned to the Gryffindor common room, they saw their friends waiting for them. Even Cho Chang and Luna were there. Quick, everyone's waiting for you. Ron, the most impatient of them all, pulled Harry over. Tell me, what happened? This time Ron had learned his lesson and quickly secured a spot next to Harry. He knew that if he didn't do this, he would definitely be all alone again. Sure enough, Hermione and Luna naturally sat down next to Sherlock. Cho Chang sat to Harry's left, and Ginny, seeing this, could only sit down next to Ron in a huff. Looking at Cho Chang's smiling face, Ginny couldn't help but shout in her heart, "Am I your sister or is she your sister?" The task of retelling the story naturally fell to Harry again. When he heard that Harry would be going home with Sirius this winter break instead of returning to Privet Drive, Ron couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, that's so cool, I thought so too. Will your godfather, Sirius, be taking the train to London with us tomorrow? Like when Professor Lupin came?" "Oh, I don't know, maybe," Harry said uncertainly. He was too excited today and forgot to ask many things. For example, he forgot to ask what his father's animagus looked like, and he forgot to ask where Sirius's house was. However, since Sirius said he was going back to London tomorrow, his new home must be there. This time, Harry didn't ask Sherlock. He would soon be living with his godfather, and there was still a long way to go. The good days were yet to come. This excitement lasted all night. The next morning, Sherlock refused to take Harry to morning exercise. "This kind of training is ineffective," Sherlock said, looking at Harry, who had dark circles under his eyes and was constantly yawning. When Sherlock left with Neville, Harry suddenly felt abandoned. But he immediately found it amusing. What abandonment? It was just morning exercise. Besides, Sherlock was clearly doing it for his own good. It's okay. After morning exercise and breakfast, they boarded the Thestrals to Hogwarts station. Harry maintained a cheerful mood throughout the journey, until he ran into Sirius at the station. "What, you're not coming back with me either?" Harry was initially happy to see Sirius and Professor Lupin at the station. Harry was taken aback when he heard that they were only there to see him off and that Sirius didn't intend to travel with him back to London on the Hogwarts Express. "Yes, Harry, we have some errands to run," Lupin said, glancing at Sirius and then smiling at Harry. "Don't worry, I'll definitely get there before you. I'll be waiting for you at King's Cross Station." Compared to yesterday, Sirius had tidied himself up a bit, making him look less haggard. "Last night was the first good night's sleep I've had in years. I promise you, Harry, you'll see me as soon as you get off the train." Hearing Sirius's promise, Harry felt relieved and nodded. "Sherlock Holmes, no, Sherlock." Sirius looked at Harry's friends beside him, and Hermione and Ron. "Thank you so much for your help to Harry these past 3 years. Every time I see you, it reminds me of my own school days. Back then, we were a group of 4, just like you." Sirius's voice lowered, and Professor Lupin's face also darkened. This once warm and unbreakable group was now unrecognizable. James Potter and his wife Lily had died at Voldemort's hands because Peter Pettigrew had betrayed them. Sirius had spent 12 years in Azkaban to atone for his sins, only recently regaining his freedom. Peter Pettigrew had betrayed his friends, living as a rat for 12 years, and was about to lose his soul, becoming a walking corpse. Remus Lupin seemed to have fared the best, becoming the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts with Dumbledore's support. But he still faced the risk of being exposed at any moment. Sirius was trying to figure out a way to deal with this. He could tell that his only remaining old friend cherished this job. He even regretted speaking ill of Professor Snape yesterday, since Lupin still needed him to brew the Wolfsbane potion. But what could he do? His temper was just too fiery sometimes. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall intervened in time to prevent the situation from escalating further. This made him respect Professor McGonagall even more. "Well, you'd better not follow our example," Sirius said, pulling himself out of his thoughts and flashing a bright smile at the group. "Goodbye then, see you later." Sirius and Professor Lupin shook hands with everyone and quickly disappeared from the platform. Harry noticed that Sherlock hadn't looked away and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Sirius was his godfather, wasn't he? Why did Sherlock seem to be paying more attention to him than he was? "He's regretting it," Sherlock said calmly. Like Professor Lupin, he feels guilty about what he did in his youth. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all looked at Sherlock with surprise. "You figured it out again." Just as they were about to hear Sherlock continue, he averted his gaze. "Let's go." The three of them had to suppress their questions for now. After entering the carriage, they were almost immediately pulled away by Ginny. She and Luna had already reserved seats for them. No one wanted to sit in the same compartment as Crazy Lovigad. Ginny was quite pleased with this outcome. Although they couldn't stay at school with Harry for the holidays, being in the same compartment on the way home was fine. Most importantly, Cho Chang wasn't there. After Sherlock and Harry went to see Sirius yesterday, Ginny had immediately and loyally brought Luna to the Gryffindor common room as well. She knew Luna was very interested in these kinds of cases and Sherlock himself. But she never expected that Luna would leave on the way and bring Cho Chang along as well. Since Cho Chang was already there, Ginny naturally couldn't say anything more. So when she saw that Cho Chang wasn't with Luna today, she was truly overjoyed. Just then, the compartment door opened, and Cho Chang's exquisite face appeared before everyone. Harry's eyes lit up immediately. Ginny, if Cho Chang's appearance made Ginny feel annoyed, then Ron was utterly speechless. Having lost the initiative last night, Ginny naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip away again today, so she decisively took the initiative and sat down next to Harry. Cho Chang was not slow at all, and sat down on the other side of Harry as soon as she came in. Hermione and Luna were already sitting next to Sherlock. Only Ron sat alone at a table next to them. Looking at this scene, Ron felt that he shouldn't be in the carriage. Should he go to another compartment to find Fred and George? But this thought had just popped into his head when his attention was drawn to something else. Hermione had already begun to carefully question Sherlock about the details of the cases he had handled over the years. She meant what she said, so she planned to use this holiday to organize some of the cases Sherlock had handled. Actually, she wasn't in such a hurry initially, but after hearing Harry mention Fudge's disdain for Sherlock yesterday, Hermione was furious. Although she didn't say anything, she secretly resolved to reveal the truth behind these cases. Even Gilderoy Lockhart's books could be a sensation in the wizarding world, so a true detective like Sherlock would be even more so. Simply writing down his experiences truthfully, with a little embellishment, would be enough to attract worldwide attention. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment would know who had solved the mystery and caught the murderer. In the past, Hermione might have worried that the Ministry of Magic would use its power to interfere with her publishing. But now, her brother Mycroft could even influence the Ministry's decisions, so this was nothing to worry about. Luna sat curiously on Sherlock's other side, listening intently to their conversation, occasionally asking questions that piqued her interest. However, her questions were mostly unrelated to the cases themselves, products of her divergent thinking. For example, could it be that the troll released by Quirrell had its brain entangled by the forgotten flytrap, making it so easy to deal with? Or, did the person who spoke many languages and was still deceived have some kind of little thing that swallows the truth and spews out bubbles of lies? And, the soul sucked away by the Dementor's kiss eventually turned into black ice blocks, perhaps sinking to the cold seabed and solidifying into a material called soul crystal. These questions left Hermione somewhat exasperated, yet Sherlock actually managed to discuss them with Luna. However, she had already obtained the details she wanted, and occasionally listening to Sherlock and Luna's unconventional exchanges wasn't bad. On the other side, a man and two women were in a similar situation. Harry was giving a presentation, while Cho Chang and Ginny listened attentively. Harry was also recounting past cases. However, unlike Sherlock, what he said was all related to themselves. This was also something Cho Chang and Ginny were interested in. In their first year, Voldemort stuck to the back of Quirrell's head and sneaked into the school, attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. In his second year, a diary left behind by Voldemort controlled Gilderoy Lockhart, causing him to reopen the Chamber of Secrets and release the Basilisk. In his third year, Sirius Black, after 12 years in Azkaban, learned that Peter Pettigrew was not dead and bravely escaped, traveling thousands of miles to seek revenge. As Sherlock Holmes had said more than once, Harry truly possessed a talent for summarizing and retelling. Under his vivid descriptions, both Cho Chang and Ginny seemed to experience these adventures alongside Harry. Thanks to Harry's efforts, the two girls were captivated, unable to stop watching. Chapter 359 I'm sorry, Mom, I already have a son. When the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry was once again the center of attention. Since the first year, his classmates had gradually grown accustomed to being classmates with the savior of the wizarding world. But this year was exceptional. The story between Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew was simply too legendary. Moreover, their feud revolved entirely around a single central event, the incident 12 years prior that shocked the entire wizarding world. The Dark Lord, who had never failed, had killed James and Lily, but was defeated by then infant Harry Potter and vanished without a trace. Now, not only was the old story revisited, but it had also taken a dramatic turn, naturally thrusting Harry, the central figure, back into the spotlight. However, this time, the main onlookers weren't his classmates on the train, but rather their parents who had come to pick him up. Like Mrs. Weasley years before, they brought their children who weren't yet in school, all hoping to catch a glimpse of their savior. Look, that's Harry, don't block my way, can I go up and see him for a second? Just 1 second, don't mess around, just look from a distance, you don't want to run up and see him, he's not a monkey, I don't want to see a monkey, I want to see Harry Potter. That's great. Ron couldn't help but look envious at this scene. He wondered when he would be able to receive the attention that Harry did. Born into a large family, Ron's position was quite awkward. With 5 older brothers who were all very outstanding, he was the 6th child, stuck in an in-between position. If you were the last brother, it would be better, but then came Ginny, his sister. Now the position of the little darling was gone. The eldest brother was a prefect and student council president, the second brother Charlie was a prefect and Quidditch captain, the third brother Percy was a prefect and student council president, and the fourth and fifth brothers, the mischievous twins, naturally attracted most of their parents' attention. Ginny was not only the youngest child in the family, but also the only girl. In this situation, it was truly difficult for his parents to give Ron any more love. That's why Ron saw himself as the student council president and Quidditch captain in the Mirror of Eries, the center of attention. Originally, Ron only felt neglected at home, but after coming to school and becoming good friends with Harry, this feeling intensified. Until today, when Harry was once again in the spotlight, Ron suddenly realized something. Everyone in his dormitory seemed to be extraordinary. Harry Potter, needless to say, the boy who survived, the savior of the wizarding world, the nemesis of the Dark Lord. Children from wizarding families like them grew up listening to Harry Potter stories. Sherlock Holmes, this Muggle-born wizard, was no less remarkable, the universally acknowledged Lion King, the great detective. Sometimes he even received more attention than Harry, especially this time when he uncovered the truth of 12 years ago and brought Harry's godfather to his side. Neville Longbottom, although seemingly dull and slow-witted, it was precisely because of this that he attracted even more attention. Everyone knows that Gryffindor has a forgetful, round-faced boy who always searches for his lost pet, Ralph, before every holiday. Even Dean Thomas is no ordinary boy, he loves singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. And is quite popular with some girls. Only he himself, besides being a big eater, seems to have no other notable qualities. According to Harry, he might not even be able to rival his Muggle cousin Dudley in terms of eating. Living in such an environment for so long, it's impossible not to feel a little resentful. But Ron has always managed to hide his feelings very well. Sherlock and Harry are his best friends, it's fine to be envious, but he'll control his jealousy, and as for hatred, that's impossible. Unless something unexpected happens. Next, as in previous years, the group passed through the partition wall of platform 9 3/4. Except for the first-year wizards, everyone else was experienced. They spread out, either in pairs or groups of 3, slowly making their way through the partition wall. Even when the first-year wizards, being naive, tried to rush through, a withered old guard stopped them. As they stepped out of the station, not only Harry, but everyone immediately spotted Sirius Black. The reason was simple: he was simply too conspicuous. Not only did he look completely different from the wanted poster in the newspapers, but he was practically a different person altogether compared to when they met that morning. His 6'2" 3" height made him stand out from the crowd. Not only was he tall and thin, but his features were also strikingly handsome and elegant. His newly styled black hair was elegant and beautiful, his beard was neatly trimmed, and his striking gray eyes were bright and piercing. Just standing there, every gesture exuded a free and unrestrained air. It's no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Sirius Black was more dazzling than any of the Muggle world's celebrities who relied on their looks. So handsome, even Ron, being a man himself, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Sirius. Hermione, Cho Chang, and Ginny, the 3 little witches, also looked at Sirius with astonishment. None of them expected that this previously disheveled wanted criminal would look like this. Among the girls, only Luna seemed unconcerned. She tilted her head and looked at Sherlock. "Will you grow as tall as him someday?" "No," Sherlock said confidently. "Judging from my parents' and brother's height, I should be over 6 feet, but not by much." He wasn't surprised by Sirius's current appearance. Sherlock and Harry had both seen what Sirius looked like before. Thanks to the photo album Hagrid gave Harry, Sirius was only in his early 20s then, serving as a groomsman at Harry's parents' wedding. Given his past, it was only natural that he had returned to his original appearance. Come to think of it, Sirius is only 34 years old this year. Although 12 years in prison had tormented and traumatized him, once he regained his freedom, these experiences had actually added a mature and weathered air to him. Compared to his appearance in that old photo, he was even more striking. "He's even more handsome than Lockhart," Ginny couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing her words, even Hermione, a former Lockhart fanatic, nodded in agreement. Harry, over here. Sirius had naturally spotted Harry early on. Seeing Harry walking slowly, he strode over and gave him a big hug. After releasing Harry, he said to a woman following him, "Excuse me, madam, I already have a son." The woman looked at Harry, then at Sirius, her gaze shifting between the father and son, and whispered, "Actually, it's not impossible." Sirius and Harry exchanged awkward glances. The atmosphere instantly became tense. However, the woman ultimately left with regret. Sirius breathed a long sigh of relief. To fulfill his promise to Harry and bring him home in the best possible condition, he had Lupin opera to London with Harry after their parting that morning. During the half-day journey on the Hogwarts Express from the Scottish Highlands to London, he had made all the necessary preparations. The only thing he hadn't expected was the sheer initiative of these Muggle women. While he waited for Harry, more than one woman approached him to chat. It was utterly exasperating. Had the world really progressed this far after 12 years of imprisonment? "You're not alone in this approach, are you, Mr. Sirius?" Sherlock suddenly spoke, uttering a statement that surprised everyone. "Yes, I've been waiting here for 15 minutes, and this is the third one." Sirius's smile held a hint of helplessness. "So, Sherlock, how did you figure that out?" "It's easy to deduce from your actions and expressions, but the number you just mentioned likely refers only to women." "What do you mean?" Sirius's eyes immediately lit up. "There are a few men over there who've been watching you. Judging from the cigar ash at their feet and the time you just mentioned, it's not hard to tell they also want to." Sirius immediately turned his head and, sure enough, saw several men avert their gaze. But one of the men, a round-faced man with a buzz cut and a stubble, smiled at him amicably when he looked over. Sirius, even after 12 years in Azkaban, Sirius still felt a chill run down his spine. Had he been isolated from the world for too long? How had the world become like this? "Because Mr. Black is so charming, he can attract not only women but also men," Luna said earnestly. "Sirius, what's wrong with this girl? Is she praising me or insulting me?" Sirius took a deep breath, pretending not to hear Luna's words, and glanced at Harry's friends one by one, saying with a rather happy expression, "Harry, you're much better at making friends than James." He meant it sincerely, but didn't say the second half aloud. After all, James had fallen in love with Lily at first sight. Even as a popular figure at school, with many witches vying for his attention, James remained true to his feelings. Although the process was fraught with twists and turns, he ultimately ended up with his beloved. Harry, on the other hand, was surrounded by 4 girls. Even if 2 of them were positioned a little further away, it was still far more than his father's position. That's the difference between having a son and having a daughter. If Harry were Harry instead of Harry, Sirius would definitely be angry to see her surrounded by several boys. But Harry is Harry, not Harry, and Sirius only felt gratified to see several girls around him. As parents arrived to pick up the young wizards, the children parted ways and went home. Sirius Black wasn't in a hurry to leave. Whenever a parent came by, he would go up and greet them. To the wizards, simply standing there and stating his identity was enough to show he was free. To the Muggles, he would say he had traveled from afar and had only recently met Harry. But no matter who he was facing, Sirius would proudly tell everyone that he was Harry's godfather. The Holmes truly treated Harry like their own child. So when they saw such a tall, handsome man suddenly appear and claim to be Harry's godfather, they were quite surprised. Mr. Holmes, in particular, stared at Sirius's face, a thoughtful expression on his face. "So, Harry isn't coming to our place for the holidays this year," Mrs. Holmes said with a hint of regret. "I was thinking that if you weren't going back to Privet Drive, you could come here again. I've already prepared the room, thank you, Aunt Holmes." Harry's eyes welled up slightly at Mrs. Holmes's words. "But I've already promised my godfather that I'd live with him, and that's what my parents want." Well, the Holmes couple knew perfectly well what their godfather meant. In Harry's current situation, Sirius was undoubtedly the first-in-line guardian, even ahead of his aunt and uncle on Privet Drive. It was perfectly natural for Harry to live with him. "Where does Mr. Black live?" Mr. Holmes suddenly asked. Sirius smiled slightly. "Not far from here, in Grimwald Place. I think you know it. That's great. We're going that way anyway. We can give you a ride." Sirius paused for a moment, then looked at Harry with a questioning gaze. Chapter 360 Father, Son, Husband, Wife, Brothers. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes." Harry didn't refuse Mr. Holmes's offer of a ride, readily agreeing. Firstly, there was no need to be polite with a good friend. Being too polite would be treating a good friend like an outsider. Secondly, he didn't want to see a gentle and kind woman hurt. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge always liked to tell Harry, "You know me," but Harry didn't really know him at all. What Harry truly understood was the Holmes family. He knew very well that if he refused under these circumstances, Mrs. Holmes would definitely be heartbroken. Sure enough, seeing Harry readily agree, Mrs. Holmes's initial disappointment at Harry not being able to visit her during the holidays eased somewhat. Most women are like this. Their emotional understanding outweighs their rational understanding. Sirius, as a pure-blood wizard, was different from Mr. Weasley, who was also a pure-blood wizard. Mr. Weasley was excited at the sight of the Muggle's car, touching and looking at everything after getting in, asking many questions. Sirius, however, appeared elegant, calm, and composed after getting into the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, he had originally intended to give Mr. Holmes directions, but unexpectedly, Mr. Holmes knew the location of Grimwald Place better than he did, choosing a shortcut he didn't even know. This area was located in the northwest corner of London, in a Muggle neighborhood. It was only a 20-minute walk from King's Cross Station, even closer than Sherlock's house. In London, this would be a prime location, where every inch of land is precious. Therefore, if there were no traffic jams, it should only take 5 or 6 minutes to get there. Unfortunately, London is never without traffic. So, by the time they arrived at their destination, 10 minutes had passed. Once Mr. Holmes had parked the car, all 5 of them got out. Sirius Black pointed to the townhouse in front of them and said to the Holmes family, "This is it, number 12 Grimwald Place. This house has been vacant for a long time and is not suitable for entertaining guests yet, so please don't come in." Hearing Sirius's explanation, Mrs. Holmes nodded. "Not at all. Mr. Black and Harry have been apart for a long time. They should have a good get-together." Mr. Holmes glanced at the townhouse again, slightly taken aback. However, this surprise was fleeting, and no one except Sherlock noticed. Sherlock saw his father's expression, observed the nearby crowd for a moment, and immediately understood. Verida is right, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Our house isn't far from here, you can come anytime, Mr. Holmes said. Mrs. Holmes also turned to Harry. "Harry, you can come anytime you have time, you know how to get to our house." Harry nodded emphatically. At this moment, He once again deeply felt the kindness of the Holmes couple towards him. He had already decided that once the place was cleaned up, he would have Sirius invite all his friends over for a party. He had envied Dudley for doing that before. Unfortunately, back then he had neither friends nor a home. Now that he had the opportunity, he was determined to try. As for the room not being cleaned, that was no big deal to him. In his years with the Dursleys, he hadn't learned much else, but he'd certainly done plenty of cleaning and tidying. Although the house looked large and spacious, he could definitely clean it thoroughly in a week, or at most 10 days. Just then, Sirius's words interrupted his thoughts. "Harry, your good friend's parents are so good to you." "Yes, they really treat me like another son." Hearing Harry's words, Sirius smiled. "That reminds me of something from the past. I left here when I was 16 and moved in with your father." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "That was a really happy time. The Potters treated me like a second son, just like your friend's parents treated you." Harry puffed out his chest proudly at this. The similar experience made him feel that the distance between him and his godfather had narrowed considerably. "Speaking of which, they were not only very good to you, but that father was also a remarkable Muggle," Sirius said with considerable emotion, "especially compared to your other Muggle friend Hermione. He was much more perceptive than that dentist." Hearing Sirius say this, Harry wasn't surprised at all. Although Sherlock kept emphasizing that with Sirius training, others could achieve what he did, Harry knew in his heart that talent and lack thereof were different. No matter how much others trained, they could never reach the level of Sherlock and Mycroft. How could someone who could give birth to sons like Mycroft and Sherlock be an ordinary person? But he was more curious about something else. "Godfather, how did you figure that out? Today was the first time you met them, wasn't it?" Number 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius Black smiled with satisfaction when he heard Harry address him, then pointed ahead, gesturing for Harry to look. "This is Muggle territory, but Muggles can't see this house. They're so used to the ridiculous mistake of number 11 Grimmauld Place being next to number 13. Sirius's comment made Harry realize something. "So, in the eyes of Muggles, this place is nothing, like the Leaky Cauldron." "Yes, my mother, Walbuga, used to own this place. When she lived here, she hated anyone who wasn't pure blood stepping into her house. My father took every precaution the wizarding world knew to keep it secret, so the house can't be marked on a map, and the nearby Muggles can't possibly visit, as if anyone wanted to," Sirius said with a cold laugh. "If it weren't for you, Harry, I never thought I'd be back here. But even though it's terrible, at least it gives us a place to stay. Besides, it's close to your good friend's house, which is the only contribution the Black family can make to you." Sensing the deep disgust in Sirius's tone, Harry was momentarily speechless. However, Mr. Holmes' reaction when I mentioned 12 Grimmauld Place was quite interesting. Sirius Black then changed the subject, returning to Mr. Holmes. "As a Muggle, he should have been very surprised. Should I have been even more surprised?" As a Muggle, on the drive back to Kensington and Chelsea, Mr. Holmes found everything he had just witnessed quite amusing. "As far as I know, no one has ever been surprised that 11 and 13 Grimmauld Place are right next to each other. It's clearly illogical, yet they all seem to be used to it. Even I hadn't thought of it before you entered this magic school. It wasn't until Mr. Black mentioned it that I realized it's probably like the Leaky Cauldron, with some kind of magic spell set up to keep us from discovering it. Yes, it's obviously enchanted, but Dad doesn't need to pretend not to know. If you find out, you find out." "Yes, how come I didn't notice? It's 11 next to 13, there's number 12 at all," compared to the Holmes father and son. Mrs. Holmes, sitting in the back row, was a bit slower to react. It was only when she heard her husband and son discussing this that she realized what was going on. The Holmes father and son couldn't help but smile simultaneously. "Father, I think you've already figured out Harry's godfather's identity, haven't you?" "Yes, Sirius Black. The name and appearance match up. He's the wanted criminal from before school started." "What?" Hearing her husband and son's conversation, Mrs. Holmes instantly lost her composure. "How can we let a wanted criminal be Harry's godfather? No. Absolutely not. Tannen, let's drive back immediately and bring Harry back." "Calm down, Verida." Facing his agitated wife, Mr. Holmes didn't even turn around and began skillfully persuading her. "Since Sherlock and Harry both accept Mr. Black, there must have been a misunderstanding before. I discovered that his warrant has been withdrawn." "That's right. The wizarding world misunderstood Harry's godfather, thinking he was the murderer of Harry's parents," Sherlock said succinctly. "In fact, The real murderer is someone else. He has been wrongly accused, I see." Mr. Holmes nodded and continued to persuade her. "Verita, I think you can also feel that Mr. Black's love for Harry is genuine. Such feelings cannot be faked." Hearing her husband and son's explanation, Mrs. Holmes thought for a moment and finally felt relieved. Just as her husband said, love in one's eyes cannot be hidden. Although their meeting hadn't been long, it was clear that Sirius's feelings for Harry were genuine and pure. As long as he truly cares for Harry, that's all that matters. "No doubt about that, Mum. Sherlock, tell your mother and me this story. I'm curious why someone like Harry's godfather would be a criminal wanted by both the wizarding and muggle worlds. And how did you help him clear his name? I think you must be the one who discovered the truth." "Indeed, it was me," Sherlock said proudly. "It all started 12 years ago." After Sherlock finished telling his parents the story, they returned home. "What a fascinating and intriguing story," Mr. Holmes remarked. "You did a good deed, Sherlock. That Peter is absolutely wicked, compared to the calm Mr. Holmes." Mrs. Holmes was furious. Betraying a friend, orphaning his friend's child, and killing so many innocent people. How can there be such a wicked person in this world? Father and son exchanged bewildered glances. "There are many worse cases than this, you just haven't seen them. Or perhaps Mrs. Holmes has been too well protected." Mr. Holmes tried to reason with her for a while, finally calming her down. Sherlock looked around the house. "Mycroft hasn't been back lately. He's been like that ever since he started working. He spends more time outside than at home, often staying out all night, sometimes not even coming home for a month." Mrs. Holmes looked worried. "He says he can't tell us what he's doing, but he should be back for a few days around Christmas," Mr. Holmes said. "Then you two brothers will be able to see each other. I'm really looking forward to it," Sherlock said. The night before Christmas, Christmas Eve, Kensington and Chelsea were shrouded in a soft, expectant tranquility. Streetlights illuminated the sparse snowflakes, and warm light shone from the windows of every house. The Holmes house was no exception. The fire crackled in the fireplace. The Christmas tree in the corner of the living room was newly decorated, and the dining room was filled with an enticing aroma. Mrs. Holmes had prepared a special Christmas dinner for the family. She was carefully inspecting the table setting, her eyes occasionally glancing towards the door, her face a mixture of joy and anxiety. Mr. Holmes sat in his usual armchair reading, his expression much calmer than his wife's. Sherlock sat on the sofa, seemingly casually watching the fireplace flames, but actually pondering the matter of connecting their fireplace to the Floo network. Strictly speaking, Muggle fireplaces shouldn't be connected to the network. However, Mr. Weasley had specifically mentioned this to him and Hermione at the train station a couple of days ago. He had a very useful acquaintance on the Floo network's management team who could handle everything. Speaking of the Floo network management team, Sherlock couldn't help but recall the Easter case from their first year, the theft of Cho Chang's eyeshadow. The culprit he had apprehended was none other than Marietta, Cho Chang's roommate at the time. Because of this incident, Marietta had become estranged from her other roommates. However, her mother, Mrs. Eckmore, worked for the Floo Network Management Bureau of the Department of Magical Transportation. Therefore, Hermione had pointed this out at the station, and if she found out, the other party might use this opportunity to question Mr. Weasley. This naturally surprised Mr. Weasley, but he still assured him that it wouldn't be a problem. Just then, the crisp sound of the doorbell interrupted Sherlock's thoughts. "Thank goodness, he's here." Mrs. Holmes immediately put down her napkin and hurried towards the entrance. Mr. Holmes closed his book, a slight smile playing on his lips. Sherlock also looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on the doorway. The sound of a door opening and a blast of cold air entering came from the entryway, followed by Mrs. Holmes's cheerful voice, "Mycroft. Thank God you're home safe and sound. It must be cold outside, right? You're just in time. I've just finished preparing dinner. Merry Christmas Eve, Mother. The car is warm enough, it's not cold." A deep, calm voice followed, sounding nothing like that of a young man in his early 20s. Soon, the eldest son of the Holmes family, Mycroft Holmes, appeared in the living room entrance alongside Mrs. Holmes. Chapter 361 More popular with girls than expected. Sherlock's gaze swept over his brother, Mycroft. Compared to their last meeting, Mycroft was much more robust, his gait steady, clearly the result of his successful muscle building. His dark gray three-piece suit was impeccably tailored, a signature black umbrella draped over his arm, and a thick overcoat hung nearby. His broad forehead was strikingly similar to Sherlock's, and their sharp eyes were identical. Mycroft's gaze quickly swept across the room before he nodded to his father. "Merry Christmas, Father, it's good to be back." "Merry Christmas," Mr. Holmes said with a smile. Sherlock also stood up at that moment, and the brothers' eyes met in the air. Despite being brothers who hadn't seen each other for a long time, there was no affectionate embrace. A silent contest filled the air, filled with a familiar understanding and a clear comprehension of each other's thought processes. Almost instantly, both brothers understood what the other had been doing recently. "Ah, my dear brother has finally decided to leave his mysterious office," Sherlock spoke first, his tone still familiar. "Wearing that black umbrella in the dead of winter, doesn't it seem strange? That umbrella has more uses than you think. My dear brother, you've grown quite a bit. Looks like the food at Hogwarts is good." Mycroft's lips curved upwards with an extremely subtle smile, like a chess player who had anticipated every move and saw his opponent step into position as planned. "So, not only did you find yourself a case, but you also conveniently solved a major problem involving the history of the Ministry of Magic." Despite being a muggle, he spoke of anything related to magic as casually as if you were discussing what to eat for dinner. Faced with Mycroft's aggressive questioning, Sherlock slightly raised his chin. He would restrain himself in front of his parents, but he would never hide his pride in front of his brother. "Let me correct you, Mycroft. It was called eliminating a threat that had been lurking around a friend for 12 years. Quite efficient, wasn't it? Finished before Christmas dinner. Efficient? If I remember correctly, you've been in contact with that criminal since your first year, so you think I should have caught him in my first year? Well, it's my fault. Asking you to do this before the magic was disenchanted was indeed asking too much. No, you're right. I should have discovered it sooner, but it's not too late now." His disguise might be clever to the bureaucrats of the magical world, but against true observation, it's nothing but a clumsy child's trick. Yet this clumsy child's trick allowed a pure-blood heir to vacation in Azkaban for 12 years, and killed half the people on the street. In that case, those guys at the Ministry of Magic are even worse than Scotland Yard, letting the real culprit go unpunished, letting a loyal soul almost rot on despair. Exactly, that's why I had to step in. Your adventurous tendencies remain unchanged, my dear brother. Unfortunately, even with a clear chain of evidence, the operation still lost to bureaucratic maneuvering in the office. Speaking of which, should I thank you? No need for thanks, but a minor not even 14 years old directly intervened in a deadly truth hidden for 12 years, and incidentally caused our mother to worry about the identity of that wanted godfather. This is not something a son should do. As a 20-year-old adult who is so close yet can't even spare time to go home, I don't think you have the right to criticize me." Their speech quickened, and a tense atmosphere began to fill the air. "Enough, you two." At this crucial moment, Mrs. Holmes suddenly spoke, interrupting their exchange. She stepped forward and gently took Mycroft's coat and umbrella, frowning as she said, "Tonight is Christmas Eve, a time for family reunions. We've finally met, not to compete in intelligence or argue about conspiracy theories. The food's getting cold, let's eat first." Mycroft immediately and obediently handed his coat and black umbrella to his mother, his tough image in front of his brother softening temporarily under his mother's slightly reproachful gaze. "Your mother is right, it's time for dinner, children," Mr. Holmes interjected at the opportune moment, leading everyone towards the fragrant dining room. He glanced at the two brothers with a smile. Neither of his sons was entirely frank. Seemingly arguing, they were actually showing concern for each other in their own ways. Mycroft calmly walked to the table, his demeanor composed, as if his argument with Sherlock had never happened. Sherlock watched Mycroft's retreating figure, a faint, elusive smile, so similar to his brother's, appearing on his face, before following him. The dining table was bright and warm under the lamplight, laden with fine wine and delicious food. However, the brothers' Christmas Eve conversation about truth and efficiency had only just begun, awaiting a suitable quiet moment to continue. Perhaps it would unfold after dinner, during a fireside chat? But at least for now, it was time to raise a glass and wish each other a Merry Christmas. Mrs. Holmes's culinary skills needed no introduction. Even Ron, accustomed to Mrs. Weasley's cooking, had to praise them. At the table, Sherlock and Mycroft, under Mrs. Holmes's gentle gaze, presented a harmonious scene of brotherly affection. It wasn't until after dinner that Sherlock and Mycroft gathered by the fire for a chat. "You have a peculiar eye for choosing friends, my dear brother. That boy named Harry is quite dangerous." Mycroft leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice so that Sherlock across from him could clearly hear it. The office has recently received some new reports. The wizarding world isn't as peaceful as fairy tales. Sirius Black's return to freedom doesn't mean the end, it's probably just the prelude to the curtain rising again. Are you sure you want to stay in the spotlight, even dragging that boy and our whole family into it? The fire in the fireplace crackled, and Sherlock's eyes sharpened instantly. He met Mycroft's unfathomable gaze, showing no hesitation, only a burning desire to challenge. Center the stage? Mycroft, how long have you been in that office? Has your thinking already become rigid? From the moment I entered the wizarding world, there has never been a vantage point to hide on this so-called stage. Are you making excuses for stepping into that boy's world so soon after entering the school? Excuses? Danger never disappears just because you turn your back on it, Mycroft. I believe you, being at the center of the vortex, know this better than I do. Of course I know it better than you. The eye that sees the truth is itself the light. In that case, you should also know that this is unavoidable. What is destined to happen will happen. That sounds a bit like fatalism, my dear brother. Think what you will. Harry is my friend, and I will not let him get hurt. Sherlock stood up, ending the conversation. In the short time the two brothers were talking, Mrs. Holmes had glanced at them more than once. If they continued, she would surely intervene. It was better to end the conversation after stating their position. After all, neither he nor Mycroft wanted to worry their mother. On the other hand, sitting on the sofa, Mycroft watched Sherlock's departing figure, shook his head, and a smile appeared on his lips. Harry is your friend, but you're also my brother. December 25, 1993, Christmas Day. 2 years had passed since the unbreakable alliance crumbled. The fall of the Red Giant had also affected the wizarding world. With the once unified Red Wizarding world splitting into multiple independent magical regimes, the political landscape of the wizarding world suddenly became more diversified. First, the Ministry of Magical Union dissolved with the collapse of the Alliance, and the magical governments of the various member states began to govern independently. In the past 2 years, they have been rebuilding their own political systems, formulating policies and regulations, and handling internal affairs and foreign relations. Before the collapse of the Alliance, the Ministry of Magical Union held an important position in organizations such as the International Wizarding Federation and had considerable influence in international magical affairs. However, afterward, its magical power and international influence were greatly weakened. However, as the Russian Ministry of Magic, which inherited most of the Alliance's legacy, began to re-emerge on the international stage, a new balance of political power gradually began to form. Of course, even so, it was far from comparable to before. Russia not only lags behind established magical nations like Britain and France, but also falls short of emerging magical powers like China and the United States. Secondly, there are the magic schools themselves. There are very few systematic magic schools like Hogwarts in Britain, registered with the International Magical Association. There are only 11 worldwide, each with its own unique characteristics. For example, the United States, once one of the two poles of the Muggle world but now the dominant power, has a magic school called Ivermony. This school is the only one in the world founded with the participation of Muggles. Muggles, like Muggles in Britain, refer to ordinary people who do not possess magic. In Britain, the idea of wizards and Muggles jointly founding Hogwarts is simply unimaginable. Furthermore, the founder of Ivermony is a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. In light of this, Ivermony School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is widely recognized as one of the most democratic and inclusive magic schools. The magic school originally belonging to the League was called Quarterstadt, and it has now been officially inherited by Russia. Unlike other Western European magic schools, including Hogwarts, their students play Quidditch on entire trees, not flying broomsticks. The Russians, true to their reputation for fighting spirit. Yet, despite this unique character, with the disintegration of the League, its global standing as a magic school began to decline rapidly. That's how it is, Mycroft said to Sherlock. His signature calm tone revealing a precise and insightful observation. You're telling me all this not just to give me a lesson on the international situation of the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, are you, Mycroft, my dear brother? While Hogwarts is indeed relatively independent, it's not entirely isolated. Obviously, information, people, and influence can still circulate through various channels. Don't forget, besides the disintegration of the Red Alliance, there's also the formal establishment of the European Union. This has led to increased connections within the European wizarding community recently. Hogwarts, in particular, is one of the most influential magic schools in Europe, so you're trying to remind me that this chaos might affect Britain? Affect Hogwarts? Or even directly affect me? Mycroft's eyes were calm and collected. Yesterday's talk about being in the spotlight might have been a bit dramatic, but the more chaotic the lighting, the easier it is for the true performers to hide, or to be pushed to the forefront. Your tendency to attract trouble, and the tendency for trouble to attract you, will only be amplified in this more unstable world. Not to mention your dear friend, his special status dictates that he will always be in the vortex. Sherlock laughed. That's exactly what I wanted to do, my dear brother. I know you enjoy adventure, but I still want to remind you not to put yourself in danger too often. Perhaps after thinking about it last night, Mycroft's words were more direct than on Christmas Eve. Sensing the concern in his words, Sherlock, unusually, didn't argue this time. However, when he saw Mycroft stand up after saying this, Sherlock frowned. You're leaving. Father and Mother hoped I could stay here a few more days, but unfortunately I can't grant their wish, so I'll spend some time with them. I'll try to come back in the evenings these next few days. Mycroft straightened the hem of his perfectly wrinkle-free suit, picked up the black umbrella leaning against the side, and gently tapped Sherlock's bedside. I won't disturb you admiring your Christmas presents. By the way, you're more popular with girls than I thought. Mother will be very happy. After saying this, Mycroft left Sherlock's bedroom with steady steps. Presentations. Following Mycroft's gaze, Sherlock saw his pile of Christmas presents. This was an annual ritual. Then, a letter at the top caught Sherlock's eye. He picked up the envelope. Its faint fragrance and beautiful, elegant handwriting identified the sender, Gemma Farley. As Sherlock opened the envelope, he was slightly taken aback. This gift was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 362 An Unexpected Gift. Dear Sherlock, first of all, Merry Christmas. I had intended to tell you this in person as soon as you returned to Hogwarts. However, after much consideration, I felt it was better to deliver the Christmas present to you at this special time. With your memory attic, you surely remember that when I discussed your post-graduation plans with you, I mentioned giving you a special Christmas gift. Now, the time has finally come to fulfill that promise. 3 years is enough time for me to understand a person, so I imagine you would greatly need a private space where you won't be disturbed. As far as I know, your past choices have often been the common room, the library, your dormitory, and that abandoned classroom we've used more than once. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. But when it comes to discussing matters that shouldn't be made public, these disadvantages are magnified. As a former Slytherin prefect, I'm responsible for patrolling the castle corridors. As the head of the student council, I also deal with the Hogwarts castle caretakers and those ghosts. To lighten Mr. Filch's burden, I've consulted some ancient archives on castle maintenance. After several conversations with Barrow the Blood and Lady Grey, and through other verification methods, I finally found something very interesting: the Room of Requirement. The name itself is intriguing, isn't it? House elves call it the Ghost Room because it appears and disappears only when someone truly needs it. It's located on the 8th floor of the castle, opposite the huge tapestry depicting the troll beating up an amoeba. Even with your keen observation skills, I doubt you'd have noticed this magical room. Just kidding. The way to enter is, walk back and forth 3 times facing that seemingly ordinary stone wall, focusing intently on imagining the space you need. Once successful, a smooth door will appear in the wall, leading to a space tailored to your specific needs. I've tested it, and it truly exists. It fulfills my needs for an extremely quiet place to organize my thoughts, or to find a secluded corner to practice theoretical spell models for taming dragons. Oh, don't worry, there are no real dragons. It does it all. With enough imagination, a soundproof study, an empty meeting room, even a replica of that old classroom we used to frequent, it can make it all possible. I'm giving you this gift because it's far more reliable than any temporary corner we've ever hidden in. I hope that after I leave school, this room, which can respond to all your needs, will be of help to you in the future. I believe it will be more solace than Hogsmeade's vintage wine, and more understanding than Romanian brandy. I sincerely hope that when you receive this gift, you will feel exactly as I said before. I think you will be happy. May the fire dispel the chill of London. Please give my regards to your uncle and aunt, and your brother, if he is home. Best regards, Gemma. Perhaps because graduation is approaching, Gemma's letter was much lighter in tone than usual. Sherlock, after reading the letter, was lost in memories. As Gemma said, relying on his memory attic, he quickly found the circumstances under which Gemma had mentioned this matter to him. The abandoned classroom, Gemma's promise. "This Christmas, I'm planning to give you a special gift, I think you'll be very happy," Sherlock smiled. He was indeed very happy because Gemma had guessed correctly. In his 3 years at Hogwarts, he had mastered most of the castle's secrets. Even compared to the Weasley twins who possessed the Marauder's map, he was almost on par. Furthermore, Harry had received the Marauder's map from the Weasley twins, which directly filled in the gaps in his understanding of Hogwarts Castle. But this Christmas gift from Gemma had opened a completely new door for him. Based on his own exploration and the Marauder's map, it further expanded his knowledge of Hogwarts Castle. Although the Marauder's map wasn't with him, Sherlock still clearly remembered that the map didn't mark this mysterious room on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. When he first obtained the Marauder's map, he noticed that the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets wasn't shown on the map. He had actually considered this problem at that time. Besides the Chamber of Secrets, there were likely other places that weren't shown on the Marauder's map either. He hadn't expected it to come so quickly. The Room of Requirement, it has to be said, Gemma's special Christmas gift to Sherlock immediately piqued his interest. Just as Gemma mentioned in her letter, a room that could transform at will according to one's imagination, the name alone sounded intriguing. He'd definitely have to check it out for himself after school started. Besides Gemma's special gift, Sherlock naturally received Christmas presents from other friends. Why did Mycroft say before leaving that Sherlock was more popular with girls than he'd imagined? It was because most of the presents he received were from women. Gemma, Hermione, Luna, Cho Chang, Ginny, Hannah, the Petty Twins, Penelope, and so on. Oh, and Mrs. Weasley too. She gave Sherlock another hand-knitted sweater, the style slightly different, but generally consistent with previous years. It was still a bright blue, with a large red and gold S embroidered on the chest. And the size was considerably larger than last year. She knew very well that Sherlock had grown quite a bit this year. Sherlock's friends all knew him well, and the gifts they sent were mostly books. Hermione sent a copy of Unsolved Mysteries of the Wizarding World, along with a box of chocolate frogs. In her letter, she told Sherlock she was working on something important, her tone quite mysterious, and that she would call him again in a couple of days when she had some progress. Cho Chang sent a set of juvenile detective books from a faraway land. Luna sent a yearly edition of the Quibbler, along with a hand-drawn portrait of Sherlock. The drawing was surprisingly exquisite, highlighting Sherlock's features with a cartoonish style, even bringing to life her often used pesky fly. The gifts from Hannah, the Petty Twins, Penelope, and her male friends were all similar. Ginny sent homemade cookies. After tasting one, Sherlock felt she had given him a practice piece, and a truly satisfying one for Harry. The biggest surprise for Sherlock was a small bottle of Felix Felicis. Along with the Felix Felicis came a small card with a line of scribbled words, "Your so-called deductive reasoning isn't entirely without merit." Sherlock couldn't help but chuckle at the unsigned card. Severus Snape. The professor's personality remained unchanged. At least he'd left a SS signature when he gave Harry a gift last time. This time, not even a signature. However, only a handful of people at Hogwarts were capable of brewing Felix Felicis. Not to mention he used the exact same bottle as when he gave it to Harry. As for the message, it was brimming with a strong personal style. So, were you planning to conceal your identity or reveal it? So hard to guess. Besides Snape, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Lupin all sent gifts to Sherlock. Their purpose was the same as Snape's, to thank Sherlock for exposing Peter Pettigrew, revealing the truth behind the murder 12 years ago, and bringing justice to Sirius Black. Compared to the haughty Professor Snape, they were much more frank, expressing their sincere gratitude in the letters accompanying their gifts. Looking at the gifts from the professors, Sherlock's smile gradually faded. Back in their first year, he had already noticed Snape's special feelings for Harry's mother, Lily, through his various actions. At that time, Professor Snape was unaware of Sherlock's abilities, so without any attempt at concealment, Sherlock easily discovered that he and Harry's father were rivals. This deduction was confirmed by Hagrid at the time. Furthermore, Sherlock discovered that Professor Snape still felt deep guilt over Harry's mother's death. However, due to Professor Flitwick's reminder, Sherlock didn't delve further into this matter. But, considering Snape's special gift to him, And such a generous one at that. There was a more hidden story. Professor Snape's guilt towards Harry's mother was very likely not just about not being able to save her in time. Combined with Peter Pettigrew's testimony, this matter must be related to the deal between Dumbledore and Snape. At this point, a bold idea surfaced in Sherlock's mind. He would just have to verify it further after school started. Snape would never have imagined that ever since discovering Sherlock's special abilities, he had been avoiding this young wizard. Ironically, it was this somewhat dishonest expression of gratitude, sending a gift, that led Sherlock to discover something amiss. Besides Gemma and Professor Snape's gifts, what surprised Sherlock the most was his friend Harry. The gift itself wasn't anything special. For Sirius Black, a family with a long history in the wizarding world, finding information on crimes was incredibly easy. What truly surprised Sherlock was the message Harry brought with a gift, a letter and a photograph. In the photograph, Harry was riding a glittering, exquisitely crafted flying broomstick, slowly winking at him with a joyful expression. And that flying broomstick was none other than the firebolt they had seen in Diagon Alley. Dear Sherlock, Merry Christmas. I hope you like the gifts my godfather and I gave you. However, I personally feel that some of the cases are a bit too exaggerated, so please judge for yourself. You might not believe it, but my godfather Sirius Black actually gave me a firebolt. Good heavens, a firebolt. There's something I've been too embarrassed to tell you. Actually, when I first saw it in Diagon Alley, I longed to have it. But at that time, my Nimbus 2000 had never lost a single race. So I thought, since I already had a very good flying broomstick, why bother emptying Gringotts' vault to buy this firebolt? Of course, you later told me that even if I bought a firebolt, my vault wouldn't be emptied. But I still hesitated, haha. Unfortunately, my Nimbus 2000 still ended up in trouble. Before the holidays, Oliver Wood urged me more than once to order a new flying broomstick. This was necessary. I couldn't possibly ride the meteor I used for practice inter-race. Just recently, I chose my flying broomstick, still the Nimbus 2000. I believe it will be enough to help me defeat my opponents. But when I told Sirius Black that I wanted to buy a new flying broomstick in Diagon Alley during the holidays, he laughed and told me to wait a couple more days. This morning, I received this gift. I was absolutely stunned. Sirius said he should really take a picture of me so you could all see. He also reminded me, which is why this photo exists. Please forgive my rambling, Sherlock, but I'm just so excited. When I held it in my hand, I could even feel it trembling, so I let go. The broomstick hovered in midair, just the right height for me to ride. I climbed on it and asked Sirius to take this picture. I thought Sirius bought it for me after hearing my request. But Sirius told me that he had actually placed the order with Crookshanks after the match with Hufflepuff. Crookshanks is smarter than we think. It delivered Sirius's order for the firebolt to the Owl post office, using my name, but had them retrieve the gold intended for the purchase from Gringotts' Vault 711, Sirius's vault. Sirius said he thought I was frightened by his appearance as a giant dog in the stands. So he decided to buy me the best flying broomstick as compensation. Actually, it had nothing to do with him, it was all the Dementors doing. Anyway, I'm very grateful to my godfather. I can't wait for school to start so I can use this new flying broomstick for training and competitions. I've been cleaning the Black family's old house all this time. I thought I was experienced, laughs, but it turned out to be much more difficult than I imagined, so please forgive me for not being able to come see you. Sirius also had an owl deliver Ron's Christmas present to us, the owl itself. He bought it for Ron in Diagon Alley on the day we came back from vacation. Because he felt responsible for Ron losing his pet, I imagine Ron was overjoyed to receive the gift. Have a wonderful holiday in your warm home. Harry. P.S. Please give my regards to your uncle and aunt, and to your brother, if he's home. Chapter 363 The First Snow of 1994. After reading Harry's letter, Sherlock smiled. It was becoming common knowledge that Mycroft was frequently away from home, his close friends had all mentioned it. However, he truly hadn't expected Sirius to buy Harry a firebolt, and in such a bizarre way. You see, Quidditch shops only put up price negotiable signs because they were so expensive, to discourage those with limited funds and avoid controversy. But Sirius, unable to buy a gift openly because of his status as a wanted criminal, simply had the shopkeeper retrieve gold from Gringotts' vault. Harry was wealthy, and Sherlock was no less so now. But compared to Sirius's actions, how to put it? This wasn't just ordinary wealth, it was outrageously extravagant. With his precedent set, even if Ron losing his pet wasn't really Sirius's fault, giving Ron and Alice compensation wasn't a big deal. After all, Sirius might lack many things now, but he certainly wouldn't lack money. Sherlock also understood why Harry was so eager to return to school. Imagine, a firebolt appearing on a Quidditch pitch at a magic school. It would be a devastating blow. In the following days, Mycroft Holmes acted as he had said before. He only stayed home occasionally during the day, spending most of his time outside, but returning before dinner every day. This made Mrs. Holmes very happy. For a mother, nothing is more joyful than having her children around. With more time together, even the seemingly estranged brothers inevitably chatted more. It turned out that Sherlock hadn't overestimated his older brother at all. He'd probably be in England before Sherlock even graduated. Soon, it was 1994. At the beginning of the new year, London was hit by a heavy snowfall. The snow came earlier than usual. After the new year, Mycroft's nights away from home began to increase. He explained that as a new employee, it was more convenient to handle many things in the office. However, Sherlock suspected he was out on field work. Of course, Mycroft didn't intend to hide it from Sherlock. The two brothers tacitly kept it from their parents. A day or two later, Harry wrote again. This time, he and Sirius invited the Holmes family to their new home at 12 Grimwald Place. Harry's invitation was perfectly timed. With only a week left before the holidays ended, it was indeed time to get some fresh air. Although Harry and Sirius invited the Holmes family, Mycroft said he didn't have time. If you go there, it'll be the same as me going. Please give my regards to Harry and his godfather. That's true, but some things are better done personally, Mrs. Holmes said, but she understood. So in the end, only the Holmes couple and Sherlock went to the appointment together. Since Grimwald Place wasn't far from the Holmes house, the three of them simply walked to their destination. Harry had clearly stated in his letter that his new home was at 12 Grimwald Place, between 11 and 13. This seemed like a trivial statement, but it wasn't. Grimwald Place was a street in central London, almost entirely inhabited by Muggles. However, due to the Black family's magical manipulation, this location was neither marked on maps nor visible to Muggles in reality. Through a combination of magic and inertia, the people living nearby had long been accustomed to the ridiculous mistake of 11 being right next to 13. But it was, after all, a residential area, so it wasn't unusual for most people to hurry past number 12. When the Holmes family stood before number 12 Grimwald Place, the faint rumble of a stereo system could be heard emanating from the upper floor of number 11, while a pile of garbage bags lay before the door of number 13. This is really, the Holmes couple couldn't help but think of the leaky cauldron. If it weren't for Sherlock, they wouldn't have seen that small pub nestled between the record store and a bookstore. They only saw it when Sherlock led them there and they realized there really was a pub. The situation now was almost identical. Only by following Sherlock to the front and truly believing in their minds that such a house existed could they see it. Unlike his parents, Sherlock could see the old house directly. The Black family's antiquity was evident even from the facade. The stone steps in front were broken and dilapidated, the black paint on the door had completely peeled off, and it was covered with scratches. A large, coiled snake adorned the silver door knocker. There was no keyhole or mailbox, but a doorbell. From the outside, the house appeared dirty and messy, except for the windows, which had recently been wiped clean. It seemed Harry's cleaning had had some effect. However, in Mrs. Holmes's eyes, it was clearly insufficient. It was her first time visiting a wizard's house, and upon seeing this scene, she frowned. Don't wizards clean? No, dear Verida, wizards may be unkempt, but they don't usually come to this extent. Mr. Holmes had once visited Ron's house, the Caverns. After comparing it to number 12 Grimwald Place, he shook his head slightly. Not only his wife, but even he himself found it unappealing. Sherlock understood. It seemed Sirius wasn't entirely satisfied with his current residence. Yet, for Harry's sake, he had chosen to move back here. That was love, inexplicable. That's all we can see for now, the rest will require further investigation once we enter the old house. Hearing her husband's words, Mrs. Holmes frowned. Let's not talk about that anymore, let's go inside. Mr. Holmes nodded and prepared to ring the doorbell. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorbell, the black door opened, and Harry's excited face appeared before the three. Uncle, and Sherlock, you're finally here. Come in quickly." Harry, who had just opened the door, noticed Mr. Holmes about to ring the doorbell and was startled. "Uncle, please don't ring the doorbell." Although somewhat surprised, Mr. Holmes heeded Harry's advice and lowered his hand. "Harry, why didn't you ring the doorbell?" Seeing Harry's relieved expression, Mrs. Holmes asked curiously. "And how did you know we were here?" "Creature told me." "Who is Creature?" "A house elf who lives here." Mrs. Holmes became even more interested. "House elves are those strange creatures that Gringotts uses to exchange money for us." No. The creatures Gringotts uses to exchange money for us are goblins, while Creature is a house elf. Although they both appear to be short in stature with large heads and long ears, they are two completely different creatures. In addition, they differ significantly in appearance, habits, social status, and magical abilities. A familiar voice answered Mrs. Holmes' question, and then greeted the three of them. "Uncle, and Sherlock, hello, Hermione." Mrs. Holmes saw the person who had perfectly answered her question appear from behind Harry and exclaimed in surprise, hugging her tightly, "My dear, it's so good to see you." Mrs. Holmes's enthusiasm didn't make Hermione uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, it made her very happy. She let Mrs. Holmes hold her hand and keep asking questions. "I spoke with Jane on the phone the other day and asked her to bring you to our house. By the way, has she come?" "Yes, my father and mother brought me. She's with Mrs. Weasley right now." "Oh, Ron's parents are here too?" Mr. Holmes was somewhat surprised to hear this. "Besides Bill, who's still in Egypt, and Charlie, who's in Romania, Ron's whole family is here." "Oh, Percy isn't here either. He said he's at home preparing for the NEWT exam." Harry laughed. "Uncle Holmes, my godfather told me to invite everyone over. Let's not stand at the door talking, let's go inside." "The NEWT exam? What's that?" NEWT stands for the Naturally Exhausting Wizarding Test. It's a subject-specific exam that 7th-year students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry have to take, serving as their academic qualification for applying for jobs after graduation, similar to A-levels in our world. After answering Mr. Holmes's question, Hermione added, "Oh, excuse me, but I think I should remind you not to speak loudly when you get to the foyer." "Why?" Mrs. Holmes looked at Harry curiously. "Is it because there are some strange rules for wizards?" "No, not really." Hearing Mrs. Holmes's question, Harry's expression became a little awkward, as if he didn't know how to answer. "It's related to that doorbell, isn't it?" Just then, Sherlock turned away from surveying the room and asked. Hearing this, Mrs. Holmes remembered that she had asked Harry the same question earlier. But Harry hadn't answered. "I knew you'd find out." Hermione turned and gave Sherlock a bright smile. Chapter 364 Cut off the head and hang it on the wall. Number 12 Grimwald Place. Harry, as the host, led the way, while Hermione quietly explained the layout of the house to Sherlock and his parents. "This is a 5-story villa, and we're on the first floor now." The main space on the first floor was occupied by a long porch, with a row of old-fashioned gas lamps providing lighting on the walls, and the wallpaper was peeling. Coupled with the worn-out carpet, even without Sherlock's deduction, it was clear that this place was quite old. Although a spiderweb-like chandelier flickered overhead, the room was generally dim due to its large size, much like the leaky cauldron. Most of the decorations they could see, including the chandelier and the candelabra on the table, were made in the shape of snakes. It seemed like a true love for snakes. In addition, some portraits, blackened by age, hung crookedly on the walls. They were all members of the Black family. "Look over there." Just as Sherlock was staring at the portraits, Hermione lowered her voice and pointed to 2 long velvet curtains in front of them. Judging from their enormous size, there should be another door behind them. However, Hermione gave an unexpected answer. "Behind it is a portrait of Mrs. Walburga Black, Sirius Black's mother." Sherlock immediately realized. "Yes, once you ring that doorbell, she'll be awakened and start screaming that she's going to kick us out of the house." This also officially explained why Harry hadn't let Mr. Holmes ring the doorbell. Sherlock chuckled softly. "How, so she doesn't welcome us?" "To be precise, she only doesn't welcome muggle-born wizards like us, and maybe half-blood wizards too." Hermione shrugged, saying in a teasing tone, "For pure-blood families like the Weasleys, they'd probably welcome them, right?" Hermione's tone wasn't entirely certain. After all, in the eyes of other pure-blood families, the Weasleys were considered to have willingly fallen into depravity, fraternizing with muggles and wizards of muggle origin, and given the chance, they'd even want to wake them up. "Wait, you mean, this portrait can talk?" Mrs. Holmes looked at the two velvet curtains with surprise upon hearing Sherlock and Hermione's conversation. She was trying to imagine what it would be like if a huge portrait suddenly spoke. Believe me, and you wouldn't want to hear her speak. Just recently, Hermione had witnessed Mrs. Black's flamboyant demeanor. How to put it? Her tongue was eloquent, her words foul, and her language crude. Once you've experienced it, you never want to experience it again. After giving her suggestion, she looked doubtful. Shouldn't Aunt know about this? Uncle Holmes saw the portrait of Grandpa and Grandma Harry when he went to Godric's Hollow with my father last time. Hermione stopped abruptly, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mrs. Holmes suddenly turned to her husband, her gaze sharpening abruptly. My dear, you don't seem to have told me about this, Mr. Holmes. Sherlock, I think Uncle has forgotten. Seeing the situation was amiss, Harry cleverly began to cover for Mr. Holmes. There were just too many things that day. It's understandable if he forgot to mention it. Indeed, he forgot, Mr. Holmes readily agreed, continuing along Harry's lines. My dear Verida, I think you should remember that I drove for a long time that day. Under Mrs. Holmes's scrutinizing gaze, Mr. Holmes calmly said, after we got home. We chatted for a while and then I went to sleep quickly. Hearing her husband's explanation, Mrs. Holmes briefly recalled the events of that day. For some reason, her face suddenly flushed slightly, then she nodded, accepting the explanation. Hermione secretly regretted saying something she shouldn't have, and quickly said, let's continue talking about the house's structure, but it's best to leave here first. Led by Harry, the group tiptoed past a huge portrait hidden behind the curtain, mainly to avoid waking Mrs. Black. Sherlock was curious to see how eloquent the lady was, but Hermione seemed to have anticipated this. Seeing him slow down, she reached out and pulled him away from behind the curtain. Hermione glanced at Sherlock with a hint of helplessness, then pointed to the staircase beside her and continued, upstairs, besides the bedroom and bathroom, there's a magnificent living room. There's a large window overlooking the street in front of the house. On either side of a large fireplace are two ornate glass cabinets filled with, well, a lot of random things. One wall has a Black family genealogy tapestry hanging on it. She paused, then continued, but the living room is quite messy now, with vixens everywhere through the curtains. Sirius says he's wanted to throw them away several times lately, but Creature has picked them up and carefully preserved them, which has made him increasingly resentful of Creature. Actually, I think he shouldn't be like this. He's being too harsh on Creature. Creature is just not quite right in the head. He doesn't know what he's doing. What's going on here? Sherlock suddenly stopped and pointed to a panel on the staircase wall. Following Sherlock's gaze, they saw a row of wrinkled house elf heads clustered there. They all had the same ugly, large noses, somewhat resembling the house elves Dobby he'd seen before. Mrs. Holmes gasped at the sight, gripping her husband's arm tightly. She suddenly had a strange feeling. Harry's new home didn't seem so good. Hermione frowned, remaining silent. Harry, seeing this, could only helplessly explain, those are the heads of the house elves who served the Black family their entire lives. Dear Harry, I know that without you saying it. What I mean is, why are their heads hanging here? Well, actually, because the Black family house elves consider serving their masters for life their greatest honor. Their greatest dream is that when they're too old to work, their masters will cut off their heads and hang them alongside their ancestors' heads on the wall as decoration. After an awkward silence, Hermione spoke up again. Let's continue talking about the room's layout. She subtly squeezed Sherlock's hand, implying that he shouldn't have asked that question. Hermione thought her little actions were discreet, but little did she know that Mr. Holmes had seen everything clearly, including her earlier quick evasion of Sherlock in front of Mrs. Black's portrait. Mr. Holmes whispered a few words to his wife, and the couple's gaze towards Hermione immediately softened. Hermione, oblivious to this, continued to enthusiastically introduce the house to Sherlock and his parents. The third and fourth floors are bedrooms. Harry lives in the second bedroom on the third floor. These rooms have excellent natural light, and you can see the street and the entrance to the house through the windows. The fifth floor is the top floor. There are only 3 rooms on this floor. Sirius lives there. I've never been up there. Oh, we're here. By this time, the group, led by Harry, had passed through the main hall and arrived at the end of the porch. Go down from here to the basement. The kitchen is there. They descended a narrow stone staircase and reached the bottom. After passing through another door, they finally arrived at the kitchen that Hermione had mentioned earlier. Unlike the cave dwelling, The kitchen in Black's old house was enormous. More like a dining room than a kitchen, it could easily accommodate dozens of people. The kitchen walls were rough stone, and because most of the light came from a large fireplace at the other end of the room, combined with its unique structure, the entire kitchen felt even more like a cave. In the center of the room was a long wooden table, surrounded by chairs. However, only two people were there at the moment, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Granger, who had arrived earlier. Judging from their actions and expressions, Mr. Weasley was, as usual, asking Mr. Granger about muggles. He was always very interested in these things. On the other side, Mrs. Granger and Weasley, wearing aprons, were busy preparing lunch. However, Mrs. Granger seemed somewhat at a loss, as she watched a heavy set of knives automatically chopping meat and vegetables under Mrs. Weasley's supervision. Unprecedented technology. Hermione cleared her throat, and Mr. Granger and Mr. Weasley both looked up. "Sherlock, it's been a long time." Mr. Weasley rose first and rushed over to greet him. As usual, he warmly shook Sherlock's hand. "It's so good to see you, Mr. Weasley. We met less than a week ago at King's Cross Station." Arthur Weasley, Hermione, standing beside Sherlock, couldn't help but chuckle. She was already used to Sherlock's habit of speaking the truth regardless of the occasion. Mr. Weasley then remembered his usual approach to Sherlock and quickly turned to greet Holmes. "You two are getting younger and younger, haha." Sherlock's parents, of course, wouldn't say anything as embarrassing as Sherlock would say, "We're younger than you." Mr. Holmes also exchanged a few pleasantries with Mr. Weasley, saying that he looked rosy-cheeked and full of energy. Actually, it wasn't entirely a compliment. Mr. Weasley wore horn-framed glasses, was tall and thin, and had fiery red hair. Furthermore, the fact that his bald spot was starting to grow hair made him look even more energetic and radiant. Harry had been giving him Potter-made shampoo as a Christmas present for the past few years, and it seemed to be working remarkably well. Compared to the enthusiastic Mr. Weasley, Mr. Granger was much calmer. He only slowly approached after Mr. Weasley had greeted him, exchanging greetings with the Holmes family. He was mainly feeling a little awkward. When he heard Sherlock had arrived, his daughter hadn't even said hello, immediately pulling Harry to the door to greet him. She wasn't even this eager when he came home. Besides, even the master wasn't this impatient. Although Harry had gone with Hermione to greet Sherlock, he was at most a half-master. His godfather, Sirius Black, was the true master of the house. However, Mr. Granger was very well-mannered. Despite his inner displeasure, he didn't show it on his face. Just then, Sirius Black, whom Mr. Granger considered his master, came down the stairs. He greeted the Holmes family, then said apologetically to Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Granger, "I'm so sorry to have troubled you to prepare lunch when your guests." "Don't say that, Sirius," Mrs. Weasley said quickly, her hands still busy at work. "This place hasn't been lived in for over 10 years. It's only right that we help you." With just a few words, Sherlock understood. The Weasleys had been there longer than he and Hermione's family. Judging from Harry's earlier letter and the traces in the room, Sirius and Harry had indeed been doing a thorough cleaning. As Harry had said, he had done plenty of cleaning and tidying at the Dursleys' house, so he thought he was experienced enough to handle it. However, the place was simply too large, and cleaning a wizarding family was ultimately different from cleaning a Muggle family, so the results weren't ideal. "I'll help too." Mrs. Holmes stepped forward and greeted Mrs. Granger and Mrs. Weasley familiarly. "Jane, Molly, is there anything I can do?" Mrs. Granger gave a wry smile and pointed to the automatic meat and vegetable chopper. "It seems we can only lend a hand." "Oh, please don't say that. With you all here, everyone will surely be able to eat before lunchtime. Otherwise, we'll be busy until the afternoon," Mrs. Weasley joked with them humorously. After a brief exchange, Mrs. Holmes began stirring a large pot hanging over the fire. Mrs. Holmes's arrival made Mrs. Granger, who is unaccustomed to the magical world, breathe a sigh of relief. Her gaze towards Sherlock and her daughter softened even more. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Women Are Not Allowed to Stay in College. The atmosphere in the kitchen became even more lively after Mrs. Holmes joined in. The three ladies chatted animatedly as they prepared lunch. "Let them get busy," Mr. Weasley waved his hand, pulling Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger to one end of the long table. He was naturally interested in everything Muggle-related, and since his son's two friends were both Muggle-born wizards, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Although their conversations about Muggles often led to some humorous situations, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger could sense his sincerity, and the three men quickly became friends. Their conversation covered a wide range of topics, from automobiles and mechanics to leisurely fishing and international affairs, yet they remained surprisingly harmonious. Sirius apologized to the three ladies again before turning to Sherlock, asking with a smile, "How was your holiday?" Sherlock replied honestly, "A bit boring. If Harry hadn't called, I would have wanted to go back to school." Haha, Harry thought so too. He said he wanted to go back to school to try out the firebolt. Actually, I think he could try flying it here just as well. Godfather, I don't want to get scolded by Mrs. Black again, Harry said, still shaken. HMPH, ignore that wicked old witch. I'm in charge here now. Sirius showed no respect for his mother in his words. This made Harry feel somewhat embarrassed. He was kind-hearted and felt it was inappropriate for someone living in the Black family house to speak so rudely. Besides, that lady was, after all, Sirius's mother, his grandmother by lineage. Using wicked old witch to describe her was ultimately a bit much. He'd reminded Sirius several times in the past couple of days, but while his godfather was easygoing in other matters, he was exceptionally stubborn on this one, refusing to listen to anything he said. Sherlock noticed their expressions and immediately understood. He glanced around. The others aren't here, they've all gone to check on the firebolt, haven't they? I knew you could see right through me. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when Sherlock changed the subject, smiling. They're all upstairs. I think we can call them down when dinner's ready. But before the three could exchange more than a few words, Sherlock was pulled away by Hermione. Sirius and Harry exchanged bewildered glances. Sirius, in particular, couldn't help but think that it wasn't just Muggle girls. Wizarding girls were becoming increasingly proactive. Fortunately, his godson wasn't lacking in this area either. Judging from the Wheel-Eye's youngest daughter's behavior these past few days, she was just like Hermione. It was a pity, however, that his eldest son seemed a bit slow on the uptake. But it doesn't matter, they're still young, and he's now free and exonerated. With a godfather like himself, Harry's future is secure. A mere firebolt is just the beginning. Thinking this, Sirius couldn't help but sigh. If Lily were still here, she certainly wouldn't have let him give the firebolt to Harry, would she? Meanwhile, Hermione pulled Sherlock to the other end of the table. She mysteriously pulled a piece of parchment from her pocket and handed it to Sherlock, looking at him hopefully, saying, "Look, this is what I've compiled these past few days." Sherlock took the parchment and saw that it described the troll incident they encountered on Halloween during their first year. "I was trapped in the basement, feeling hungry and tired." First-person perspective. Yes, I think describing crime-solving experiences from a first-person perspective makes it more immersive. All of Lockhart's adventure books are written this way. At this point, Hermione's face flushed slightly, and she unconsciously twirled her fingers with her hair. Telling stories from a first-person perspective does indeed create a more immersive experience. But this also meant she needed to express the loneliness and helplessness she felt at the time. Especially now that she had to show it to Sherlock, the person directly involved. She felt somewhat shy, even though she was mentally prepared. From a narrative structure perspective, it's passable. Sherlock's gaze swept quickly across the text before giving his assessment. The reasoning process is also quite rigorous. If you can continue writing along this path, it should be quite good, because what I wrote is based on facts. Of course it appears rigorous. Receiving Sherlock's approval, Hermione was overjoyed, but then complained, "Even though we experienced everything together, I find that expressing it clearly isn't a simple matter. That's only natural, my dear Hermione." Hearing Hermione's complaint, Sherlock smiled and said, "Even if the events themselves are bizarre enough, telling them in a captivating way is still not easy. That's why I said you and Harry both have a talent for retelling and summarizing. Compared to you, Ron is slightly less so in this regard. In fact, just being able to tell a good story is enough to make someone an excellent author." Hermione's eyes lit up immediately, and she grabbed Sherlock's hand, urging him, "Quickly, tell me more details." On the other side of the table, only Mr. Weasley was fully engaged in a discussion with the other two. Both Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger had spared some attention for their children. Mr. Holmes's lips curled slightly as he watched Hermione pull Sherlock aside for a whispered conversation. In some ways, his younger son was more successful than his older one. Mr. Granger shook his head inwardly at the proactive Hermione. Oh well. Daughters grow up and leave home. Hermione was already 15. Seeing the radiance on her face as she spoke to Sherlock, Mr. Granger sighed inwardly. As long as she was happy, that was enough. Besides, even he, with his defiant nature, had to admit that Sherlock was indeed a very good child. Apart from his arrogance, emotional detachment, controlling nature, poor communication skills, and eccentric personality, he had no flaws. Wait, still not good. Even if his daughter was 15, it was still too early. Besides, judging from Sherlock's expression, it seemed to be entirely his daughter's wishful thinking. This wouldn't do. In short, they had to keep a close eye on things. Ginny then entered the kitchen. She hadn't gone to check on the firebolt, but instead went to the bathroom. Because of this, she had missed Harry and Hermione picking up Sherlock. This annoyed her, so after greeting Sherlock, she sat down next to Harry. Sirius, seeing this, immediately and tactfully moved to the other end of the table to join the conversation of the three men. 2 wizards, 2 muggles. The wizards were all members of the 28 holy pureblood families, a rather odd combination, but both members of the 28 were pro-muggle, so their conversation was very harmonious. Time passed quickly, and thanks to the combined efforts of the 3 skilled cooks, lunch was finally ready. A large pot of stew and a large iron kettle of butterbeer were the first dishes served. Ginny, go and call them down, Mrs. Weasley said, her gaze sweeping across the kitchen with some displeasure. Don't you know what time it is? Ginny reluctantly left Harry's side to go upstairs and call her brothers down for dinner. Thank you so much, 3 beautiful and kind ladies. Sirius, as the host, immediately stood up to help. Harry wanted to follow, but Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Weasley made him sit down. No one has lived here since my dear mother passed away, unless you count her house elf, Sirius said with a touch of melancholy. But that elf has gone mad and hasn't cleaned in ages, let alone cooked, Mr. Sirius, I think you're treating Creature terribly, Hermione couldn't help but say. You're indifferent to him and always call him a useless piece of trash. He is a useless piece of trash, Sirius sneered, making no attempt to hide his disgust. Can't clean, can't cook, can't take care of anyone. Hermione, I know you're kind-hearted, but you've seen how he treats me. Even in his madness, he doesn't treat me like his master. I know he hates me, and I don't like him either. Because I have no feelings for this house, that guy only reminds me of all this. In fact, if it weren't for Harry, I would never have come back here. Everyone sensed the resolute attitude in Sirius's tone and exchanged bewildered glances. Sherlock looked at Harry, who silently mouthed a sentence to him, and Sherlock nodded. No one spoke for the next few minutes until Ginny and her brothers came into the kitchen. Hey, Sherlock, Ron ran over excitedly as soon as he saw Sherlock. You really should come upstairs and see the firebolt. It's so cool. Come on, Ron, you've said that 800 times in the last couple of days, Fred Weasley said. We're sick of it, George Weasley said. Ron immediately retorted, isn't that what you yourselves say? But we won't go on like this. Fred Weasley turned to Sherlock. You also find our little brother annoying, don't you? How was your winter break? Not bad, Fred. I'm George. Sherlock, you've mistaken me for someone else. No, you're Fred. I really am George. Right, Fred. Yes, he's George, and I am Fred. No, you are Fred, and that trick doesn't work on me. All right. I am Fred. Seeing Sherlock's resolute gaze, Fred could only give up playing dumb. But I don't understand, why are you always able to distinguish us so accurately? Dad and Mom sometimes get it wrong. Just observe. After greeting the Sherlock family, everyone sat down. Everyone was curious about the Holmes couple, because they wanted to know what kind of people the parents who gave birth to the Holmes brothers were. However, after getting to know them, they found that the couple wasn't anything special. Mr. Holmes was refined and courteous, and Mrs. Holmes was gentle and generous. Both were easy to get along with. Once everyone was seated, they turned their attention to Sirius Black. He slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and then said, well, before we dig into this lunch that smells so exquisite, Mrs. Weasley, Mrs. Granger, Mrs. Holmes, I must first say sincerely, thank you all for your hard work today. You were invited as guests, yet you've ended up taking care of these boys for me. Not at all, It's our duty. If we had waited for you to prepare lunch, we probably would have had to wait until evening." Hearing the three ladies' words, everyone burst into laughter. The kitchen was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 366 The Wizard Who Spent 2.5 years learning magic. This dilapidated house has been vacant for 10 years. When I first came back, it was hard to even find a decent bowl or plate. Sirius shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gaze sweeping over Sherlock, Hermione, and the Weasley siblings. He said sincerely, "Thank you all for standing firmly by Harry's side when he needed companionship the most." For the past week, Sirius, who had made a triumphant return from Azkaban, had Harry recount his experiences over the years in detail. When he heard about his experiences before entering the wizarding world, he planned to go to Privet Drive and give the Dursleys a good beating. However, Harry dissuaded him. This made Harry feel somewhat fortunate. Spending so much time with Sherlock had unconsciously led him to apply some deductive reasoning techniques to daily life. Of course, it couldn't compare to Sherlock's ability to clearly explain someone's actions with just a glance. However, given Sirius's personality, predicting his reaction after hearing about his childhood wasn't difficult. So, although Sirius urged him to explain everything in detail, he held back, not revealing all of the Dursleys' actions towards him over the years. Otherwise, judging from Sirius's furious reaction after only hearing the gist of it, he would have had no chance of persuading them. As Harry grew older, he gradually began to understand the Dursleys' mindset. The most important reason was that, with Sherlock's help, Aunt Petunia finally spoke her mind, revealing what had been buried for so many years. As Sherlock once said, the most direct cause of most misunderstandings in this world is a lack of communication. Once hearts are opened and words are spoken, things are often resolved, preventing things from escalating to an irreparable point. Unfortunately, some people have mouths but are as mute as possible. In short, after Aunt Petunia expressed her feelings over the years and apologized, kind-hearted Harry forgave her. If he hadn't been so busy lately, he would have liked to visit the Dursleys. So, since the relationship had been completely repaired, Harry felt there was no need to escalate it further. Otherwise, the first person he would feel sorry for would be Sherlock, who had helped him. After informing Sirius that he had reconciled with the Dursleys and recounting his childhood in a roundabout way, Harry decisively shifted the focus to his life at Hogwarts. This time, he went into great detail, just as Sirius had said. Harry Potter, a wizard who had studied magic for 2.5 years, enjoyed boxing, fencing, and Quidditch. But in Sirius's eyes, although Harry had only been exposed to magic for 2.5 years, his experiences in this world were far more exciting than those in the Muggle world. Although Sirius was only 35 years old, his life had been full of ups and downs and excitement. As a descendant of the Black family, the oldest and most famous pure-blood family in the wizarding world, his lineage alone put him far ahead of others, even if he was unwilling to admit it. Soon after entering Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he became good friends with James Potter, a descendant of another ancient wizarding family, and quickly became a prominent figure throughout the school. For 7 years at school, he swore brotherhood with the werewolves, forming the Raiders squad. While maintaining excellent grades, he routinely bullied classmates he disliked. He only offered his blessings when his best friend reformed in his later years, winning the heart of his beloved. After graduation, he joined the Order of the Phoenix, participating in the wizarding wars with his comrades, standing firmly on the front lines against the Dark Lord. Finally, after victory, when it was time to reward his service, he was misunderstood and imprisoned in Azkaban, the world's most terrifying prison, where he remained for 12 years. 12 years later, in a dramatic turn of events, he became the first person in history to successfully escape. Based on this resume alone, Sirius Black could easily be the protagonist of a novel. Even so, Harry's experiences at school still surprised him. At 11, in his first year, he had already encountered Voldemort and his minions. Fortunately, with the help of his intelligent friends and the ancient magic left by his mother Lily, he didn't die immediately. Just a year later, Sirius encountered another Voldemort. However, from Harry's description, Sirius felt that this younger Voldemort, Tom Riddle, was even more intimidating than the Dark Lord he was. Keep in mind that in Sirius's school days, the Chamber of Secrets was purely a legend. It was unbelievable that by Harry's time, Voldemort, with only a 50-year-old diary and a memory, could manipulate others into unlocking the legendary secret, unleashing the basilisk to attack students and causing such a commotion. Fortunately, this time they were more experienced. With the help of their resourceful friends, they not only successfully located the chamber but also secured backup, successfully resolving the problem. By their third year, things were even more complicated. Even Sirius himself, eager to capture Peter for revenge, planned to wait until the holidays ended and the students returned to school before making any plans. Unexpectedly, before the holidays even ended, the culprit was exposed. Coupled with the Ministry of Magic's initially arrogant yet later obsequious attitude, things went incredibly smoothly. Thinking back to when Sirius was Harry's age, he was still hanging out with his best friend, harassing innocent girls and bullying snotty-nosed boys. The difference between them was truly striking. In Harry's account, one name appeared extremely frequently: Sherlock Holmes. Through Harry's description, Sirius understood perfectly well that without Sherlock, he would never be in such a favorable situation. Ultimately, it was his own fault as a godfather. Spending 12 years in Azkaban solely focused on atonement was an incredibly selfish thought. These memories flashed through Sirius's mind. He collected his thoughts, gave Sherlock a deep look, then put on a carefree smile again, raising his glass high. "Welcome everyone to this not-so-pleasant but bearable old house. The house is a mess, but the food is a genuine gift from the three ladies. Don't be shy, eat as much as you want, and just don't tear down the ceiling. You can do whatever you want. Cheers." Sirius's indulgence undoubtedly delighted his friends. With the Weasley twins present, it was unlikely to be awkward. Now that the hosts had said so, the kitchen immediately became lively. Sirius provided the finest ingredients, and the three ladies contributed their exquisite culinary skills. The combination made today's meal exceptionally delicious. Everyone began to feast, and Ron once again displayed his signature move, holding 2 chicken legs. "Sirius, there's something I've been wanting to tell you," Mrs. Weasley said during the meal. "I noticed it when I came here a couple of days ago. There seems to be something locked inside the writing desk in the upstairs living room. It keeps shaking and making rattling noises. Maybe it's just a boggart. But I think it would be best to have Moody take a look and let it out." "Of course," Sirius agreed. "Also, there are meerkats everywhere in the curtains," Mrs. Weasley continued after Sirius agreed. "I think we'll have to figure out how to deal with them tomorrow." "Thank you so much, I'd love to," Sirius said sincerely. "Neither Harry nor I are good at dealing with these." Harry couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Just the day before the holiday started, he had confidently believed that his years of experience in the Dursleys' house would be no problem handling this old mansion. Little did he know that a wizard's house and a muggle's house were completely different things. Looking back now, he realized he had been far too confident. "Who's Moody?" Sherlock suddenly asked. Mrs. Weasley quickly exchanged a glance with her husband, then said, "Alastor Moody, he is." "I know, Mother, are you talking about Mad-Eye Moody?" George Weasley interjected, spreading marmalade on his bread. "That madman, your father thinks highly of Mad-Eye Moody," Mrs. Weasley said sternly, clearly displeased with George's way of referring to Moody. "Yes, and father collects plugs, doesn't he?" Fred Weasley muttered to Sherlock. "Actually, I think they were the same kind of people." "Don't think I can't hear you." Mrs. Weasley's voice rose even louder. The twins fell silent. "Don't listen to their nonsense, Sherlock." Mrs. Weasley turned to Sherlock and said seriously, "Alastor Moody was a very remarkable wizard back then, and still is, of course. He was also an old friend of Dumbledore. He used to work at the Ministry of Magic, a master at catching dark wizards, and one of the most powerful Aurors. He filled half the cells in Azkaban." Sherlock nodded, showing some interest in this former Auror. To be able to fill half of Azkaban single-handedly was clearly different from the bunch of useless people at the Ministry of Magic. Mrs. Weasley sighed before continuing, "But because of this, he also made many enemies. I think you understand, mainly the relatives of those he captured. Originally, this wouldn't have been a problem, but unfortunately, he became increasingly suspicious as he got older, distrusting no one. He means everyone looks like a Death Eater," George Weasley added from the side, quickly lowering his head to it after receiving a fierce glare from Mrs. Weasley. For these reasons, and with the encouragement of those people, he simply retired. "But I think it's a good thing for him. It's time for him to enjoy a peaceful life he's never had before. However, I still trust him," Mr. Weasley interjected. "It's perfectly fine to just check if there are boggarts in the house." Sherlock nodded slightly. Even Mrs. Weasley thought a professional should be consulted before cleaning the house, showing that this old house was indeed more difficult to deal with than imagined. "Excuse me, what are boggarts and vixens?" This time, it was Mrs. Holmes who asked. She was finding it increasingly interesting to listen to the wizards' conversations. Boggarts and vixens are both unique magical creatures in the wizarding world. Boggarts are spirit-like beings that can transform into the shapes people fear most. Vixens, also known as biting fairies, have human forms but are very small. They multiply rapidly in rooms, usually hiding in fabric. After Hermione explained, Mrs. Weasley nodded in agreement. "It's a pity I didn't bring that book, otherwise we could have started today." "What book, Mum?" Ginny asked curiously. "Giddy Lockhart's Guide to Getting Rid of Household Pests. It's a really good book." Mrs. Weasley's face showed a nostalgic look. "Of course, Professor Lockhart is also remarkable. It's a pity he's still in a coma." Chapter 367 Screams. After lunch, Harry promptly dragged Sherlock and Hermione to see the firebolt. The Weasley twins wandered off aimlessly. Sirius had said they'd be fine as long as they didn't tear down the ceiling, and they were just worried about finding a place to go. The cave dwelling was rather cramped, and their experiments were making increasingly noise, which displeased Mrs. Weasley. Ron and Ginny came with Sherlock and Hermione. Ron genuinely wanted to see the firebolt again. Ginny, however, had ulterior motives. Taking advantage of the Weasley family's stay at number 12 Grimwald Place, she was trying to get closer to Harry and seize every opportunity to be alone with him. Such opportunities were rare at school. Unfortunately, Harry's mind was preoccupied with dealing with the old house and he hadn't noticed the girl's feelings at all. Seeing Ginny sneakily follow him, Sherlock turned to Harry and asked, "How was the Christmas present Ginny gave you?" "It tasted pretty good," Harry answered instinctively, then realized, "Wait, how did you know what Ginny gave me?" "I haven't told you yet." "Deduction," Sherlock said, then looked at Hermione beside him. "Ginny's Christmas present for you is also cookies, right?" "Yes, but the taste." Hermione glanced cautiously at Ginny, then leaned closer to Sherlock and whispered, "I asked her, and she gave us the cookies she used for practice, and gave Harry the ones she was most satisfied with. Actually, ours was alright, at least edible. The ones she practiced with, and the ones she was least satisfied with, were with her brothers." Ron said Percy almost ruined them when he ate them. Sherlock nodded. So Ginny was quite talented. Even her gift to Harry received a good rating. It's just that her brothers were a bit useless. After seeing the firebolt with his own eyes, Sherlock concluded that it was indeed a worthwhile flying broomstick. Unfortunately, he had intended to ask how much the price differed from his estimate, but Sirius Black, unpredictable as ever, simply sent the shop assistant to his own vault to retrieve gold. Now, apart from the shop assistant, no one knew exactly how much Sirius had spent on the firebolt for Harry. One can only imagine the sensation caused by a flying broomstick, something typically reserved for international competitions, suddenly appearing at Hogwarts, a magical school. "I can't wait to see those Slytherin guys' expressions," Ron grinned from ear to ear, looking at the gleaming firebolt in front of him. Malfoy's father bought every member of the Slytherin Quidditch team a Nimbus 2001 to get Malfoy into the team. He never imagined that this one firebolt would cost more than all 7 Nimbus 2001s combined. Ron, actually, with Malfoy's abilities, he could easily be the Seeker even without his father spending money. Harry hesitated, deciding not to say the second half of his sentence, as the phrase "Malfoy flies better than you" was too hurtful. Even without saying it, Ron still expressed his displeasure. "Harry, how can you side with Malfoy?" "I'm just stating a fact," Harry thought to himself. "If I really sided with him, he'd jump up and down." "You're mimicking Sherlock again, really," Ron muttered, then remembered something and decided to ask Sherlock directly. "Malfoy's flying broomstick was also smashed by the willow? His father probably won't give him a firebolt too, will he?" "If old Malfoy did that, then he wouldn't have anything to laugh about." "Impossible." Seeing Sherlock's firm stance, Ron asked curiously, "Why?" "With their family's wealth, they should be able to afford a firebolt." "Right, they can afford it, but for the Malfoys, it's an absolute huge expense." "You just said it yourself. One firebolt costs more than 7 Nimbus 2001s combined. Malfoy's father just bought 7 Nimbus 2001s last year, which was already a considerable expense. The successful resolution of the Chamber of Secrets incident also cost him dearly, as he was expelled from the Board of Governors. He spent a lot of money to resolve the aftermath. So, Buying another firebolt now would be a devastating blow to their family, something they cannot accept. Sherlock is absolutely right, Hermione nodded, adding, another important reason is that the firebolt is advertised as being able to accelerate to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds. If that's true, that's definitely true, Ron exclaimed before Hermione could finish speaking. The Irish International Club ordered 7 firebolts. If they dared to advertise falsely, they would have already made a scene. If this is true, it's terrifying. Ronald, do you know what it means to accelerate from a standstill to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds? Not only Ron was shaking his head, but Ginny was too. The two, born into wizarding families, had virtually no concept of physics. Harry vaguely understood what Hermione was talking about, but even so, he didn't understand why she had such a serious expression. Only Sherlock remained calm throughout. Hermione sighed. That means its acceleration reaches nearly 6.7 meters per second squared, which is close to 70% of gravitational acceleration. What is gravitational acceleration? You don't need to understand that concept. In other words, its acceleration performance far exceeds that of ordinary cars, reaching the level of a cheetah sprint in a top-of-the-line sports car. Is there a problem? Even with Hermione's concrete example, the Wheel Eyes still didn't understand. This is a huge problem. When driving a vehicle, a person is in a protected state, but riding a firebolt is completely exposed in the air. More importantly, 150 miles per hour might not even be the firebolt's maximum speed, so even professional players would likely struggle to control it successfully. She looked at Harry with concern and said, Harry, this is too dangerous, you have to be careful. Before Harry could speak, Ron waved his hand with a smile and said, Don't worry, Harry is a once-in-a-century Quidditch genius. He'll be fine. Ginny also reassured him, Hermione, you don't need to worry, top-tier flying broomsticks like Firebolt have excellent protective features. Harry then understood Hermione's meaning and smiled, saying, Hermione, it's okay. If someone can ride a Firebolt in a competition, then I can too. Hermione, compared to the somewhat excited Hermione, Sherlock was much calmer. After all, this was the magical world, and some physical laws could be disregarded to a certain extent. What's that saying again? If explanation doesn't work, magic will. For Hermione, since the firebolt was a Christmas gift from Sirius to Harry, and Harry was happy about it, she couldn't say anything more. However, she was certain that if Harry's mother, Lily, were still alive, she would have been quite lenient by kicking him out of his room if she knew Sirius had bought her 13-year-old son a firebolt. Unfortunately, Lily was no longer there. Thinking of this, Hermione suppressed her sadness and quickly changed the subject. Our match against Slytherin should be in the last term, after they switched places with Hufflepuff. Harry nodded. Yes, but this adjustment actually spreads our matches evenly across the school year, one per term. Next term we'll face Ravenclaw, and the last term after Easter break we'll face Slytherin. Ravenclaw? No problem, Ron said confidently. Ravenclaw is much better than Hufflepuff. Ron, Hermione, already worried about Firebolt, couldn't stand Ron's arrogant attitude and pointed it out. We lost to Hufflepuff last time because of an accident. Quidditch and wizarding chess were among the few sports where Ron felt he was better than Hermione, and he immediately retorted, the biggest problem that distracted Harry is solved now. The Dementors have left the school and won't be coming back. Ravenclaw's Seeker, Cho Chang, is good, but she's still not as good as Harry, and besides, her broomstick is Comet 260. Everyone knows that compared to Firebolt, it's a joke. Under these circumstances, I really don't understand how we could lose, unless... Ron looked at Harry with a meaningful gaze. Now that Hermione has said that, I'm actually a little worried about you, brother. Why are you worried about me? Harry asked, puzzled. Now that the Dementor's problem has been solved and he now possesses a top-tier flying broomstick with a significant advantage, what is there to worry about? Ron looked at Harry and suddenly grinned. You can't let your good relationship with Cho Chang make you go easy on him. Harry, Ginny, who hadn't said a word until now, couldn't help but give Ron a thumbs up. Her brother had finally come in handy. Ron, what are you saying? How could Harry be that kind of person? Hearing Ron say that Harry would go easy on the two teams in the match because of his good relationship with Cho Chang, Hermione immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Harry sighed. Ron, you're overthinking it. Cho Chang mentioned this when I first met her. A smile appeared on Harry's face when Cho Chang was mentioned. She said if I deliberately let her win in the Gryffindor vs Ravenclaw match, she'd look down on me. Sherlock nodded slightly, and Hermione gave him a thumbs up. Good job. Ron touched his nose sheepishly. I was just saying, haha. Ginny looked at the proud Harry. Cyrillic lettered X. Ron then realized his joke was a bit inappropriate and quickly changed the subject. Oh, right, there's something else I need to tell you. Sirius gave me an owl. He produced a small gray owl as if by magic. The owl chirped and pecked his finger as soon as it appeared. That's how the little pig shows affection, Ron said with a look of disdain. I've told it so many times, but it just won't listen. Sherlock and Harry, who already knew about this, exchanged a glance and smiled without saying a word. Hermione, however, was taken aback. What do you call it, little pig? Yeah, because it's a bit silly, Ginny said, shaking off her slight frustration and laughing. Actually, its original name was Zuwikiong. Yes, that name isn't silly at all. But Ginny thought it was a really cute name, so she called it that. By the time I wanted to change it, it was too late, because this owl only recognizes that name now. Now if you call it anything else, it won't respond, so in the end, it became Little Pig. Ron glanced at his sister and said with a smug look, it's too noisy. Errol and Hermes both hate it, and to be honest, I hate it too. As soon as Ron finished speaking, Zuwikiong flew around the room happily, emitting a piercing screech. This time, Sherlock and Hermione exchanged a glance. They both knew that Ron's words were best taken with a grain of salt. Taking them seriously was a mistake. After all, the most obvious example hadn't been around for long. Ever since first year, Ron had been constantly complaining about his mouse, Scabbers. Back then, when the truth was unclear, and Crookshanks relentlessly pursued Scabbers, he was incredibly angry, even falling out with his friend Hermione over it. Of course, Hermione was also partly to blame, but this alone showed that Ron was the kind of person who said one thing but did another. He was like that with Scabbers then, and now he was the same with this owl named Piglet. He complained vehemently, but secretly he adored it. Remembering the big cat that had helped him capture Peter Pettigrew, Sherlock turned to Hermione. Where is Crookshanks? Didn't you bring it with you? I brought it. It's probably playing in its room. It's never seen so many new and interesting things before, and it seems to enjoy chasing creature, Hermione said. Sherlock, I don't think everyone needs to be like that with house elves. Before she could finish, she was drowned out by a terrible, deafening, chilling scream. Oh no, Harry jumped out of bed immediately. Sherlock exchanged a glance with him, and both instantly understood what had happened. Without a word, they ran downstairs. Wait for me, Hermione called out, following after them. Ron and Ginny hesitated for a moment, then ran down as well. Chapter 368 I Smell the Criminal. When Sherlock arrived at the first floor of Black's old mansion, the velvet curtain they had passed earlier was lifted, revealing the life-size portrait behind it. At this moment, the portrait was screaming desperately. Each scream grew louder and louder than the last, as if she were being tortured. In his 2.5 years in the magical world, Sherlock had seen quite a few portraits. The most unpleasant of them all was Sir Cadogan, who had temporarily filled in for the fat lady as her guard. Instead of diligently performing his duty, that fellow constantly provoked others to duel and liked to change his passwords arbitrarily. His ever-changing passwords led some forgetful students to write them all down on small slips of paper. He prided himself on chivalry, but his language was so vulgar that it made everyone frown. However, compared to the Lady Black before him, Sir Cadogan was like an infant. At the very center of the enormous portrait was an old woman wearing a black hat. She was drooling, her eyes darting around. Her sallow skin was taut from her screams, and one could still discern a resemblance to Sirius Black in her features. Objectively speaking, Mrs. Walburga Black wasn't actually ugly. In fact, judging from this large portrait, she might have been a beauty in her youth. Unfortunately, her current grotesque, hysterical appearance completely ruined what little beauty she possessed. All that remained for everyone present was intense displeasure and annoyance. It was bad enough that she was the only one screaming hysterically, but the problem was that her screams had also awakened all the other portraits in the hall. As a result, all the portraits began to scream in unison, the noise so loud it was deafening. At this point, the other guests arrived in the hall. The Holmes were stunned. The Grangers, having witnessed it once before, were slightly less frightened. But Mrs. Granger clung tightly to her husband's arm, as if only then could she feel safe. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley rushed over without a word, the couple trying together to pull the curtain shut and cover Mrs. Black again. As the saying goes, unity is strength. But for some reason, even with their combined efforts, they couldn't pull the thick curtains up. As a result, Mrs. Black's screams grew increasingly shrill. Not only that, she brandished her claw-like hands, as if to scratch their faces. Beasts! Sluts! Bastards! Freaks! Ugly ducks! Get out of here! How dare you scoundrels defile my ancestral home? A torrent of filth poured from her mouth, and the other portraits joined in. If Sir Cadogan were here, he'd only be fit to carry her shoes. Sherlock frowned at the sight. Just as he was about to do something, Mrs. Weasley made a new move. Instead of trying to draw the curtains, she turned and hurried toward the end of the hall, drawing her wand and casting a stunning charm on all the other portraits. The effect was immediate. Now only Mrs. Black's portrait remained screaming. Yet, her power was greater than all the other portraits combined. Just then, Sirius Black arrived. Seeing the situation, he roared, "Shut up, you wretched old witch, shut up!" As he yelled, he grabbed the curtain Mrs. Weasley had just dropped. You, Mrs. Black's face turned deathly pale and her eyes widened at the sight of her son. She screamed in an even more shrill and high-pitched voice, "You good-for-nothing, a disgrace to the Black family. How could I have given birth to such a bastard? I told you." "Shut up," Sirius retorted, equally furious. Then, with great effort, he and Mr. Weasley finally managed to draw the curtains back up. Once the curtains were drawn, Mrs. Black's screams finally ceased. Sirius Black lowered the thick curtains, slightly panting, and turned to the dumbfounded Holmes and their wife, and the slightly furrowed Sherlock, saying, "Very well, now all the guests have seen my mother." Even the eloquent Mr. Holmes was at a loss for words in this awkward situation. Mainly, this mother and son were simply too speechless. The mother called her son a spendthrift, a disgrace, and a bastard. The son called his mother a terrible old witch. Relatively speaking, it seemed the son was more polite. Oh well, the pot calling the kettle black, neither should accuse the other. Why didn't you take it off the wall? Mr. Holmes pondered for a while, finally choosing this as a starting point. "I saw you guys had a lot of trouble pulling it up. Harry and I have been trying to get it down for over a week," Sirius said sternly. "But she seems to have cast a permanent adhesive spell on the canvas, so we can't do anything about it. All we can do is try not to linger here. Everyone, let's get out of here. She might wake up again soon." The crowd scattered like birds. The portrait of Mrs. Black was simply too intimidating. Having satisfied his curiosity, Sherlock didn't intend to provoke her further. Mainly, her mental state was clearly off. She was spouting vulgarities, and her words were just venting her emotions, utterly meaningless. Otherwise, Sherlock might have liked to chat with her and see if he could extract any useful information from her. Overall, the day at 12 Grimwald Place was quite interesting, even after the fright from Mrs. Black. Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger, in particular, had never visited a wizarding family before, so everything they saw and heard was incredibly novel. From the kitchen utensils that could chop vegetables and meat themselves, to the dishes that would wash themselves with a tap of a wand, even the portraits uttered vulgarities. For the young wizards, the Black family, the oldest and most mysterious family in the wizarding world, was equally captivating. Sherlock finally met the house elf named Creature. Like Dobby, who wore an old pillowcase, it was only wrapped in a dirty rag. Its skin was loose and saggy, seemingly several times larger than its body actually needed. Although its head was bald like all house elves, its two large, bat-like ears were covered in clumps of white fur in addition, its eyes were bloodshot, watery and grayish, and its fleshy nose was large. In short, unlike the energetic Dobby and the other house elves he had seen in the Hogwarts kitchens, Creature was clearly much older. It matched Sirius Black's previous description of it. However, there were some discrepancies. When Harry led them to the second-floor living room, Ron, who was about to close the door, was only a fraction of a second too slow, and Creature nimbly slipped in during that gap. But once inside, it transformed completely. As if it couldn't see anyone in the living room, it hunched over, dragged its feet, and slowly, step by step, walked towards the other end of the room. Not only that, it kept muttering in a hoarse, low voice like a bullfrog, "I smell the stench of sewers and criminals." Sherlock raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Since the young master returned from Azkaban, he's been leading his little brat to ravage my mistress's house. Sherlock looked at the little brat. Harry, Cyrillic lettered X. Harry had long since grown accustomed to Creature's pronouncements. So, noticing Sherlock's gaze, he could only helplessly shrug. Creature ignored the crowd and continued walking, saying, "Oh, my poor mistress, if she knew what kind of scum they've brought into her house, what would she say to old Creature? What a disgrace, a bunch of mudbloods, and those old and young scoundrels who willingly fraternize with him. Oh, poor old Creature, what can he do? You say you can smell criminals?" Sherlock looked down at the house elf with interest. "That's interesting. I've never heard of a house elf having such an ability." As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, Creature's light-colored eyes suddenly widened. Even more surprisingly, in the next moment, it turned its attention directly to Sherlock, its muttering becoming even faster than before. "Whoa, a mudblood talking to Creature? Hey, like he's my friend. Oh, what will Creature's mistress say if she sees him with someone like that?" Sherlock himself didn't say anything, but Harry and Hermione angrily exclaimed simultaneously, "Don't call him a mudblood." Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins all looked at Hermione with some surprise. Before Sherlock arrived, Creature had called her a mudblood in front of Hermione. At that time, Hermione wasn't angry. She even told Harry and Ron that it was okay when they defended her, because Creature was mentally unstable and didn't understand what he was saying. Ginny pointed out on the spot that Creature knew exactly what he was saying, and Hermione was just deceiving herself by making excuses for it. But now, when it called Sherlock a mudblood again, her reaction was completely different from before. Why was that? How? Just then, Sherlock chuckled and slowly crouched down in front of Creature. His previously interested expression vanished, replaced by a sudden sharpness in his eyes. His gray eyes, like a scalpel, dissected Creature's murky, lifeless exterior, piercing straight to its core. Meeting Sherlock's gaze at such close range, Creature instinctively flinched for some reason. But then he forced his hunchback straight, a flicker of panic quickly passing through his murky eyes. He struggled to maintain that deranged, unfocused facade, his incoherent muttering growing louder. "Creature shouldn't speak. That lowly mudblood is staring at Creature, with terrible eyes. What does he want? Is he planning to attack Creature with his filthy hands? Enough. Stop your clumsy farce." Sherlock's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrating power, instantly drowning out Creature's ramblings. "You're trying to hide something too, but compared to that Malfoy elf, you're nowhere near as good." Hearing Sherlock's words, the young wizards in the room all perked up. Those familiar with Sherlock knew that his performance was about to begin. Chapter 369. A person like Sherlock should be one in a million. Sherlock's tangible gaze swept over Creature and the tattered rag covering him. His speech was rapid but clear. "You know exactly what you're saying, and you know who you're looking at. Madness? Dementia? That's just a self-deceptive veil covering your long rotten yet deeply ingrained pure-blood fanaticism and malice. You're even hammering nails into the Black family's coffin with your breath, yet you dare to dream of using madness as a shroud." Creature's body trembled violently again, even its unconscious muttering caught in its throat. "You," Sherlock interrupted it mercilessly, "whether you like it or not, your soul has long been hollowed out by the decay of this mansion and your mistress's fanaticism. You've become a hollow puppet with only an elven form, capable only of chewing on hatred and reminiscing about past decay and glory. Now you are both a poisonous insect cursing its master in the gutter and a loyal gravedigger. Playing the fool has become your only weapon." "Well said," a voice came from behind Harry as soon as Sherlock finished speaking, accompanied by enthusiastic applause. Sirius clapped vigorously, his eyes shining as he looked at Sherlock. "Sherlock, your mouth is even more venomous than Snape's." Sirius was thoroughly fed up with Creature, the Black family's house elf. Especially his half-mad, half-awake behavior. He didn't really care about the insults. But the morbid behavior of his extreme defense of the Black family, and the constant muttering incessantly in his ear, were truly disgusting. Unfortunately, Sirius's language skills weren't very strong. Or rather, 12 years with Dementors, the environment where he couldn't speak, had caused his ability in this area to atrophy. The result was that he had a lot to say, but couldn't get it out. At times like this, he couldn't help but think of that snotty-nosed Creature. Although annoying, it was truly sharp when it came to insults. To his utter astonishment, his beloved son had a friend like this. Sherlock Holmes. "Well said, brilliantly said, brilliantly said. I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Sirius." Sherlock had naturally noticed Sirius's arrival in the living room long ago. Hearing his assessment, he couldn't help but smile slightly, turning his gaze away from Creature. He had assumed everyone at Hogwarts harbored secrets, but even a house elf from the Black family seemed eager to share them. Interesting. It seemed necessary to have a detailed discussion with Sirius and Harry about this elf later. Meanwhile, upon seeing Sirius, Creature immediately bowed deeply to him. His bow was so low it rivaled Dobby's back, his nose practically flattened to the ground. "Stand up," Sirius said impatiently. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" "Creature is cleaning," Creature replied earnestly to Sirius's question. Creature has served the noble black family his entire life, but the house is getting darker every day, Sirius interrupted him bluntly. "The more you clean, the dirtier it gets. The young master always likes to make a little joke," Creature said, bowing again, seemingly very respectful to Sirius, but his next words were utterly speechless. "The young master is a despicable, ungrateful scoundrel who has broken his mother's heart." The group of young wizards exchanged glances. "Goodness, what a goodness! My mother has no heart, Creature," Sirius said irritably. "She lives entirely on resentment," Creature bowed again and said. "No matter what the young master says, he's not even fit to polish his mother's shoes." "Oh, my poor mistress, what will she say if she sees Creature serving the young master? How she hates him, how disappointing he is. I ask you what you intend to do." Sirius seemed to have lost his patience. He said coldly, "Every time you come out pretending to clean, you've been sneaking things into your room so we can't throw them away. Creature will never take anything from the young master's house from its proper place." After answering, Creature began to mutter rapidly, "If the tapestry is thrown away, the mistress will never forgive Creature. The tapestry has been in this house for 7 centuries, and Creature must protect it. Creature will not let the young master, or those bastards, scoundrels, and mudbloods, destroy the tapestry." "How, I knew it." Sirius Black's expression betrayed his surprise. He cast a disdainful glance at the opposite wall. "I knew she'd cast another permanent attachment spell behind the tapestry, like she did with her own portrait. But if I can get rid of it, I won't hesitate." "All right, go now, Creature." Creature seemed unwilling to disobey Sirius Black's explicit command. However, as he trudged out, his gaze towards Sirius Black was filled with deep-seated hatred. Not only that, but as he left the room, he kept muttering to himself, "Back from Azkaban, and now he's starting to boss Creature around? Oh, my poor mistress, what will she say if she sees the house like this? A despicable man moved in, her darling was thrown out. She swore she wouldn't acknowledge him as her son, and now he's back, and supposedly a murderer. If you keep muttering that, I'll really kill him." Sirius Black was practically going crazy. In fact, not only was Sirius annoyed, but all the young wizards in the room were fed up with his constant nagging. When Sirius slammed the door shut in front of Creature, everyone except Sherlock and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally gone." "Sirius, he's not right in the head," Hermione pleaded after Creature left. "I don't think he knows we can hear him." "You heard what Sherlock said, and you still think that?" Sirius gave Hermione a strange look, seemingly not understanding where her inexplicable sympathy came from. "Perhaps you're right, but it's been alone here for too long. In the years I've been away, it's received some crazy commands from my mother's portrait, which is why it was talking to itself like that. But then again, it used to be a wretched little, what if you set it free?" Hermione said hopefully. "Maybe, I can't set it free," Sirius said roughly. "The shock alone would kill it. If you don't believe me, you can suddenly tell it to leave this house and see how it reacts." Hermione fell silent. She knew very well that giving house elves freedom was a fatal thing. Especially for house elves serving an ancient family like the Blacks. The heads of house elves hanging on the walls of the staircase from the first to the second floor were the best proof. And who would have thought that this was the highest pursuit of these intelligent creatures? Even Creature, though senile, was no exception. Just then, Sherlock suddenly spoke up, saying leisurely, "If it's really as you say, Mr. Sirius, I suggest you be more precise when giving it commands in the future." Sirius looked at Sherlock, puzzled, and repeated, "More precise? You just told it, go." "Yes. Is there a problem?" "Go? Where to?" Sherlock shook his head. "As far as I know, house elves cannot disobey their master's commands, but they can interpret vague commands like the one you just gave." He then looked at Harry. "Remember the Malfoy house elf? Lucius Malfoy strictly forbade it to reveal anything to anyone, yet it still hinted at Lucius's actions to you through its behavior. This was because old Malfoy didn't give it a clear command, allowing it to take advantage of the situation. Since it can do this, other house elves can do the same." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry also thought of Dobby, who would often bang his head against the wall. Harry was horrified at Dobby's previous actions. "Sherlock, do you mean, if I were a house elf, I could easily misinterpret Sirius's go away as leaving this room. Amidst the increasingly grim expressions of Sirius and the other young wizards, Sherlock calmly said, "For now, even that interpretation isn't a big problem. But if we are in a special situation, it could easily use that opportunity to leave and spread the news. Mr. Sirius, given its attitude towards you, it wouldn't be surprising if it did something like that." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Sirius waved his hands excitedly. "Even now, I forbid it from revealing anything important to anyone else. It's bound by house elf magic and cannot disobey my orders." "That's precisely the problem." Hermione noticed a fleeting hint of pity in Sherlock's gaze as he looked at Sirius. "Some information may seem like trivial details to you, but it's not so to me. As long as it tells me in great detail what you and Harry have been doing during this time of year, I can deduce your movements. I think everyone will agree on that. In other words, unless the enemy is too stupid, they can use this to create a breakthrough and cause disastrous consequences." After a brief silence, a strange voice rang out. Gulp. Everyone turned to look at Ron. Ron was a little embarrassed. But hearing Sherlock's terrifying words, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to him, the red-haired man wore a bewildered expression. But, Sherlock, someone like you is practically unique in this world, isn't there? I mean, you know, right? Maybe it doesn't matter if others know these things, right? I don't understand, Sherlock. I think you're being a little too cautious, if you're referring to observation and reasoning abilities, dear Ron. Then among the people you know, there are those far superior to me. Before Ron could even figure out who was so skilled, Harry and Hermione blurted out, "Mycroft." Ron realized. Yes, he had seen Mycroft with his own eyes. Judging from the other's performance alone, his observation and reasoning abilities were indeed stronger than Sherlock's. But he's your brother. People as capable as you two are probably one of a kind in this world, right? If there's a first, there will be a second. And if there's a second, how do you know there won't be a third? Sherlock's eyes gleamed as he said, word by word, "I may indeed despise the intelligence of an established individual. But I will never underestimate a possibility that has not yet appeared." Chapter 370 Noblest and Oldest Black Family. After Sherlock finished speaking about the house elf creature, Sirius fell silent. Harry looked at him with some concern. Hermione lowered her head in thought. The other young wizards exchanged glances. After a while, whether Sirius had actually listened to Sherlock or not, he walked alone to the other end of the room. There lay the tapestry that creature had been so desperately trying to protect. It covered the entire wall and appeared exceptionally large. Hermione tugged at Sherlock, and the others followed. The tapestry looked very old, its colors faded, as if chewed up in several places by meerkats. However, the material itself was of excellent quality, the gold thread embroidered on it still shimmering. It was a family tree extending like the branches of a large tree, tracing back to the Middle Ages. Sherlock glanced at it and realized the creature hadn't been wrong. This thing had indeed been preserved for 7 centuries. Several large words were embroidered at the top of the tapestry, "The noblest and oldest black family." I used to be on top of that. After a moment, Sirius suddenly spoke. He pointed to a small, charred hole at the very bottom of the family tree on the tapestry. It looked like a cigarette burn mark. Creature loved to whisper this story. "Ever since I ran away from home, my dear old mother has destroyed me." "You ran away from home?" Sherlock looked at Sirius with interest. He didn't know this part of the story. "I was about 16 that year. I had enough of the black family, so I came to live with Harry's father." Sirius seemed lost in a long-forgotten memory, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he looked at Harry. "I told you before, your grandparents were very understanding. They practically treated me like a second son. So whenever school was out, I would stay at your father's until I was 17, when I finally found myself somewhere else. That's when my Uncle Alpha left me a considerable amount of gold. Look at the row above me. Well, he also has the surname Black, so he's kind of my uncle too." Everyone followed Sirius's gaze upwards and, sure enough, saw another burn mark there. Sirius chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I guess that's why he was kicked out of here too. Anyway, I've been on my own ever since. But Mr. and Mrs. Potter always welcome me to their house for dinner every Saturday." "I don't understand," Hermione asked, puzzled. "But Mr. Sirius, why would you?" Although she could glean some clues from Mrs. Black's portrait, she still couldn't understand what kind of family environment could drive a 16-year-old boy to run away from home. The Dursleys had done terrible things to Harry, But even Harry hadn't considered doing such things. What was worse, Sirius's parents had turned a blind eye to it all. Even after their deaths, their portraits attacked him like this? What kind of parents were they? You want to ask me why I ran away from home? Sirius gave a bitter smile. Because I hate them all, except those who were expelled from the family. My parents and the others, they're insanely obsessed with purebloods. They believe that being a member of the Black family means you're born noble. They hate me too. They think I'm heretical, that I've tarnished the Black family's supreme glory. Another group of victims of pureblood supremacy. Sherlock shook his head. You win, but in the end you lose everything. Among the pureblood families Sherlock knew, the Malfoys were like that. Now it seemed the Black family was no less so, perhaps even more so. Although Draco Malfoy was like that, judging from his father Lucius Malfoy's behavior, he wasn't completely obsessed with bloodlines and knew how to weigh the pros and cons. But the Black family, well, that goes without saying. Sherlock had read Cantankerous Knots the Pureblood Register a long time ago, so he already had some understanding of the Black family. But through the family tree and Sirius's description, Sherlock gleaned more information. He decided to ask, so, you had a younger brother who's already dead? Hearing Sherlock's words, everyone present, including Harry, was taken aback. Yes, my foolish brother, so weak-willed, he actually believed their nonsense about the Black family being born noble. Sirius nodded, a wry smile on his face, and pointed to a name at the very bottom of the family tree. Following Sirius's finger, everyone saw a name written next to the already removed Sirius, Regulus Black, 1961 to 1979. He was my brother. A complex look appeared in Sirius's eyes, but people kept reminding me that his son was far superior to me. For you to say something like that, so, he joined the Death Eaters. Everyone except Sirius and Hermione stared at Sherlock in astonishment. It's not surprising that Sherlock could immediately spot Sirius's deceased brother. Although the family tree was dense and contained numerous figures, with patience, even they could find the relevant information. It would just take a little longer. However, directly stating that Sirius's brother was a Death Eater was a bit of an overstatement. Harry couldn't help but blurt out, Sherlock, are you kidding me? Unfortunately, Harry, Sherlock is absolutely right, that stupid idiot. Sirius noticed the surprised expressions on everyone's faces and showed a hint of impatience. You've all seen the state of this house, don't you understand what kind of wizards my family are? Excuse me, Mr. Sirius, this question might be offensive, but were your parents Death Eaters? Offensive? No, not at all, Miss Hermione, Sirius said dismissively. Although they weren't Death Eaters, they believed Voldemort's ideas were correct. Hearing this name, the young Weasley wizards all shuddered. Sirius ignored them and continued, because before Voldemort rose to power, they advocated maintaining the purity of wizarding bloodlines, getting rid of Muggle-borns, and letting purebloods hold power. For example, Alaminta Malifron, my mother's cousin, tried to forcibly pass a Ministry of Magic decree to legalize the hunting of Muggles. People like them weren't unique among wizards. Before Voldemort revealed his true colors, many believed he was right about certain things. However, once Voldemort gained power, they discovered he was ruthless in his pursuit of power. At that point, they became cowardly and retreated. But I think my parents must have considered Regulus a brave little hero for joining from the beginning. So, your brother, was he killed by an Auror? Harry asked uncertainly. No, not an Auror, he was killed by Voldemort. Or more likely, he was killed at Voldemort's behest. Sirius's voice grew somber as he spoke of his brother. I suspect Regulus wasn't that important, that Voldemort had to kill him himself. From what I've learned since his death, he was deeply involved. Knowing him as I do, he was probably terrified of what others wanted him to do. So he wanted to quit. Unfortunately, this isn't an ordinary job. You can't just hand in your resignation to Voldemort and be done with it. Either serve him for life, or die. Sirius's words silenced everyone. Sherlock nodded slightly. Even so, Voldemort's standing in his eyes had dropped another notch. He truly couldn't understand how someone like that could have ruled the wizarding world. Based on what he knew now, he wasn't even a good leader. The Tom Riddle from 50 years ago, as described in the diary, seemed far more like a leader. I really don't know how I ended up looking so brain-dead. Just then, Mrs. Holmes pushed open the door and came in. She was carrying a tray piled high with sandwiches and cakes. Children, come and have something to eat, she said with a smile. Ron was the first to run to her. Then the others crowded around her, scrambling to grab some food. Only Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione remained with Sirius. Sirius moved closer, examining the tapestry more closely. After a moment, he pointed to a name and introduced it to the three of them. I haven't looked at this in years. This is Phineas Nigellus, my great-great-grandfather. Do you see him? Harry nodded instinctively. Hermione immediately realized, he's also the headmaster of Hogwarts. I saw his name in Hogwarts, a history. That's right, Hermione, Sirius said with a smile, but he's the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. In some ways, he's actually the most successful headmaster. Why do you say that, Sherlock? Hermione asked curiously. During Phineas Nigellus's tenure as headmaster, there were no divisions among the four houses, and the relationship between the entire school was excellent. Even among Gryffindor and Slytherin students, the same was true. Anyone opposing Phineas would spontaneously form a united front. It could be said that Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black single-handedly united the entire school. This is something even Albus Dumbledore couldn't achieve. Of course, the book you're reading certainly doesn't mention these things. Sirius couldn't help but laugh. That's quite true, Sherlock. There's also a portrait of him in the headmaster's office. Sherlock looked thoughtful. The day you went to the headmaster's office with us, he wanted to say something to you, but Professor McGonagall stopped him. Is that so? Sirius knew about the portrait of Phineas in the headmaster's office, but he hadn't realized he'd missed a small incident. Hearing Sherlock mention it now was naturally surprising. He probably wanted to say something rude to you, Sherlock said honestly. That's to be expected. He's always looked down on me, and on people like me who go against the grain. Sirius chuckled coldly, unsurprised, and continued, there are countless people like him in the Black family, besides Elementa Mellifron, whom I mentioned earlier, who tried to legalize the killing of Muggles through legislation. And then there's my dear great-great-aunt Elidora. She's the one who started the Black family tradition of cutting off the heads of their house elves when they get too old to carry dishes and hanging them on the wall. Of course, not everyone in the family is a scoundrel. But whenever a decent person comes into the family, they declare that they're severing ties with him. For example, there's Phineas's sister Isla, because she married a Muggle. And then there's Phineas's child, another Phineas, who was excommunicated for supporting Muggle rights. My great-uncle Marius did nothing, but unfortunately, he's a squib, so he couldn't escape excommunication either. And then there's my Uncle Alfred, whom I mentioned earlier who sponsored me, haha, in our generation. Besides me who ran away from home, there's also my favorite cousin, Andromeda. Look, Andromeda's sisters are all there, because they married lovely, respectable pure-blood wizards. Only Andromeda married a Muggle, Ted Tongs. So, Sherlock looked at the numerous burn holes in the tapestry on the wall and couldn't help but sneer, maintaining the so-called purity of one's bloodline by expelling blood traitors from the genealogy? That sounds utterly ridiculous. It's nothing but self-deception. You're right, Sirius said, shaking his head with a helpless smile, then mimicking shooting at a tapestry with his wand, giving a bitter laugh. But Harry and Hermione didn't laugh. Just as Sherlock had said, the names Sirius had mentioned were represented by small, charred round spots on the tapestry. Those were originally members of the Black family, but they had been expelled from the clan for some seemingly ridiculous reasons. How could anyone feel a sense of belonging to such a family? Just then, their attention was simultaneously drawn to several names. They were to the right of the burnt mark representing Andromeda, Sirius's favorite cousin whom he had just mentioned. There were several familiar faces. First, Narcissa Black. Then, a double golden thread connected Narcissa Black with Lucius Malfoy. And then, a single vertical golden thread connected their names to Draco Malfoy's. You're related to the Malfoys, Harry couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 371 Childhood Sweethearts. It's obvious that pure-blood families are all related. Because if you only want your children to marry pure-bloods, your choices are very limited. After all, there aren't many people like us left. Sirius glanced at Ron, who was eating heartily next to Mrs. Holmes, then looked away and said to Harry's shocked expression, in fact, your good friend Ron's mother, Molly Weasley, was called Molly Pruitt before her marriage. Her father's brother, Ignatius Pruitt, married my father's sister, Lucretia, so she's my cousin by marriage. As for Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, he's probably my great-uncle's grandson. Harry's eyes widened without him realizing it. So, Ron is actually your nephew and cousin, Harry, Degree, don't look so surprised. Actually, my mother is my father's cousin, Sirius Black succinctly stated. If we trace it back to the Black family, Molly's marriage to Arthur was actually marrying her aunt's cousin's son, her distant uncle, Harry, but don't expect to find their names on this tapestry. If any family is a bunch of blood-tainting scum, it's the Weasleys. Cedral was excommunicated from the Weasleys just like everyone else because she married Septimus Weasley, Ron's grandfather, so, Harry and Ron are both related to the Malfoys, Sherlock said thoughtfully. Huh? Harry looked at his friend in surprise, asking with a puzzled expression, it's one thing for Ron to be related to Malfoy, but how come I'm related too? Don't forget, you're Sirius's godson, Sherlock said with a smile. From that perspective, you and Malfoy are indeed cousins. As for Ron, he's Malfoy's uncle. Well, so you're Ron's nephew too, Harry. It's okay, you don't need to worry about these things. Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder and laughed. I haven't told you yet, but actually, someone from the Black family married into the Potter family. So even if I'm not your godfather, you and Malfoy are still related. In a way, we're cousins too, Harry, Cyrillic lettered. At this moment, poor Harry's mind was a complete mess. This was too confusing to explain. At this moment, Sirius also turned and left the tapestry, his hands in his pockets. This gesture might have seemed greasy on someone else, but on him it looked dashing. To be honest, I really didn't want to come back here, he said, walking towards the other end of the living room. I never thought I'd come back. Hearing Sirius's words, Harry temporarily put aside his complicated relationship with him. He completely understood Sirius. If he hadn't improved his relationship with the Dursleys, then when he grew up, thinking he could finally escape number 4 Privet Drive, he'd probably feel the same way as Sirius now, returning to that place. I'm sorry, Harry quickly said, thinking of this, I didn't expect it to be like this. What are you saying, you rascal? Sirius stopped and lightly tapped Harry on the forehead. I mean, if I were alone, I definitely wouldn't have come back, but things are different now. He looked at Harry gently and said softly, from now on, I'm not alone anymore. Hearing Sirius's heartfelt words, Harry couldn't help but hug his godfather. You're right, you're not alone anymore. Harry's gesture surprised Sirius. He patted Harry's back a couple of times, a little embarrassed, before letting out a short, shrill laugh. It's all good now. You have a group of friends who care about you, and their parents happen to be old friends of mine. And they can even help us tidy up this house. The only ones who might be unhappy are my parents, if they know that the house will ultimately be inherited by this spendthrift son of mine, and your little brat, Harry added sternly. Sirius immediately chuckled. He was about to say something when Mrs. Holmes called out, hurry up, you lot, or there won't be any food left. Despite having eaten quite a bit at lunch, Ron still displayed remarkable stamina during dessert. Mrs. Holmes's smile grew even more benevolent as Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione obediently walked towards her. The guests had originally planned to leave in the afternoon. However, number 12 Grimmauld Place was more interesting than expected, so after some discussion, they decided to stay until after dinner. Fortunately, both the Holmes and Granger families lived in Greater London, not far from Grimmauld Place. The Holmes had walked there and planned to walk back. The Grangers lived a little further, but they had driven there, so it wasn't a problem. The Weasleys, however, stayed. The kind-hearted Mrs. Weasley offered to help Harry and Sirius clean the old house. Since both the house and the burrow were connected to the Floo network, it would only be a few minutes' walk back. This decision made Harry, Sirius, and the Weasley family even happier. Sherlock, Hermione, come visit again sometime. Harry, Ron, and Ginny went out together, seeing the Holmes and Granger families off before reluctantly returning. Harry's godfather is a good man, Mr. Holmes remarked with some emotion. Mrs. Holmes nodded. Yes, he truly cares for Harry, it's just his mother. Seeing Mrs. Holmes's furrowed brow, Mr. Holmes smiled. I just spoke with him about this. He said his mother is a staunch believer in bloodlines and dislikes wizards from Muggle families like Sherlock and Hermione. To be precise, the entire Black family holds this view. Harry's godfather is an exception, which is why he seems out of place in the family. I see, Mrs. Holmes nodded, then glanced at Hermione, who was talking to her son, a look of doting affection in her eyes. Magic is truly wonderful. Mrs. Holmes had been deeply worried about Mycroft since he started school. In elementary school, it was alright, dating was a bit too early. But in high school and even university, Mycroft didn't have a girlfriend, or even a single female friend. Seeing his classmates bringing girls home one after another, Mrs. Holmes became increasingly anxious. Especially now that he had this job, Mrs. Holmes saw no hope for Mycroft's future. Because of the significant age gap between the two brothers, and learning from Mycroft's experience, Mrs. Holmes had been carefully observing her younger son since Sherlock was in elementary school. She discovered that he treated women exactly like his older brother. It was conceivable that when Sherlock went to high school and even university, he would most likely repeat his brother's life trajectory. This greatly worried his mother. At this crucial moment, an owl suddenly flew in, completely changing their family's life. Before this, Mrs. Holmes could never have imagined that little girls could develop such a childhood sweetheart relationship with her son. And not just one. Magic is truly wonderful. This also made Holmes exclaim again. However, along with her joy, she had a new worry. Hermione has her good points, and Gemma has hers too, two excellent girls. It was really hard to choose. It's alright. They still have time. Mr. Holmes saw his wife's thoughts and put his arm around her waist, saying, "It's good enough as it is." Yes, it's good enough. Unlike the Holmes couple, Mr. Granger frowned deeply the whole time he saw his daughter talking to Sherlock. He endured it again and again, seeing that his daughter had no intention of leaving, but finally he couldn't bear it any longer. "Hermione, we need to get in the carriage." "Oh, dear, just let them talk a little longer, Mrs. Granger said somewhat discontentedly. They finally get to see each other. It's understandable that they're reluctant to part. They see each other every day at school, Mr. Granger said with a dark face. It's been almost 4 months, and they've only seen each other for a week. After her husband said that, Mrs. Granger thought about it and realized that he was right, so she didn't say anything more this time. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Sherlock, an excited Hermione returned to the car and sat in the back with Mrs. Granger. "Darling, what were you talking about with Sherlock?" Mrs. Granger asked curiously. "Ever since you met him today, I've seen you being very excited, like a chirping little bird." Hermione blushed slightly at her mother's teasing. "No way, you know how to be shy," Mr. Granger said without turning his head while driving. "If I hadn't called you just now, were you not planning to go home, Dad?" "It's not like that at all. I was just discussing something with Sherlock. If you keep talking nonsense like that, I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Faced with his daughter's threat, Mr. Granger shook his head repeatedly. Mrs. Granger, meanwhile, held Hermione's hand and whispered something to her. Sherlock and his friends' first enjoyable gathering came to an end. Everyone was happy, and they all hoped for more gatherings like this. Harry, as the host, thought so too. The house was big enough to be a perfect base for his friends' parties. Once the house was thoroughly cleaned, he planned to throw another party and invite even more friends. This time he'd invite Cho Chang. Sirius said he really wanted to meet her. And Gemma and Luna. Sherlock certainly wouldn't invite them, so he'd come himself. Oh, and Neville and Dean, his 2 roommates, could also be invited. If Cho Chang's friends wanted, they could come too. Just as Harry was calculating on his fingers whether the old house could hold so many people, Sirius asked curiously, "Harry, what are you doing?" "I'm thinking about how many people can come here." Faced with his godfather's question, Harry answered honestly, "I want to call more friends over." Haha. Sirius laughed heartily at Harry's expression. "Just call them. Even if you call the whole grade, I'll find a way to keep them entertained." Harry nodded emphatically. This was the home he'd been longing for. Seeing Harry's expression, Sirius was also relieved. It seemed that the Black family's old house, number 12 Grimwald Place, did have some use after all. For the next while, the entire Weasley family pitched in to help Sirius and his father clean the house. They worked incredibly hard, spending an entire day just disinfecting the living room. Next came the glass cabinet in the living room, filled with all sorts of strange and unusual dark magic items. This was also a difficult task, clearly demonstrating the difference between how wizarding families cleaned and how Muggle families cleaned. In a Muggle family, cleaning such a cabinet was as simple as taking things away, but not here. Many items in the cabinet refused to leave their dusty shelves. Even Sirius got bitten hard by a silver snuff box. Within seconds, his bitten hand was covered in an unsightly callus, looking like he was wearing a rough brown glove. A pair of tweezers with many legs, like a spider, crawled up Harry's arm when he wasn't looking. Just as it tried to pierce his skin, Sirius Black smacked it to death with a book. There was also a seemingly ordinary music box. But when the wind-up was turned on and music started playing, everyone became drowsy. According to the Weasley twins, this glass case contained more stuff than Filch had confiscated. Of course, they had secretly taken quite a few when no one was looking. "What do you want all this stuff for?" Harry asked in surprise when he saw them even taking the unconscious meerkats. "We want to experiment with a meerkat's venom to develop our quick-acting skip-school candy," Fred Weasley explained to Harry in a low voice. "You know, we're always tinkering with inventions," that's what George Weasley said. Surprisingly, they also found a Merlin first-class medal in a dusty box. It was awarded to Sirius's grandfather for his contributions to the Ministry of Magic. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley both looked on with envy. "That means he gave them a whole bunch of gold," Sirius said dismissively, tossing the medal into the trash bag. This also made Harry understand why Sirius had been so dismissive when Fudge mentioned the Merlin medal earlier. Aside from these little incidents, the spring cleaning went very smoothly. However, just when everyone thought they could have one last big party before the holidays ended, something unexpected disrupted their plans. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Like Sunlight Through the Night. 128 King's Road. The quaint house was gently caressed by the warm winter sun. The snow on the path in front of the house shimmered in the light, like a layer of tiny diamonds. Although the door was closed, it couldn't block out the warm atmosphere emanating from inside. It was the unique scent of home, mixed with a faint, smoky aroma of burning wood in the fireplace. With less than a week left before winter break, two guests arrived, Harry Potter and his godfather, Sirius Black. Unsurprisingly, despite not being informed beforehand, the arrival of the father and son was warmly welcomed by Mrs. Holmes. "You should have told Sherlock in advance, so I could have prepared," Mrs. Holmes said, ushering them inside. Her smile was as warm as the spring sun, with a hint of reproach. Harry's cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold wind, and upon hearing Mrs. Holmes' words, his green eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Sirius Black, tall and imposing, had his long black hair billowing in the wind, a hint of nervousness flickering in his deep eyes. After all, this was his first time accompanying Harry on a visit as a parent. Although he had met the Holmes family more than once, being a host and a guest were two completely different things. So, upon hearing Mrs. Holmes's words, Sirius immediately gave a slight bow and said politely, "There's absolutely no need for that, madam." Knowing how well Sherlock's parents treated Harry, his attitude towards the Holmes couple had become even more respectful. "We've already caused you trouble by coming here, how could we let you go to the trouble of preparing?" "Not at all." Mrs. Holmes's eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Harry with affection. "I've always said, this is Harry's home, he's our second son." Mr. Holmes stood behind his wife. Although he didn't speak, he smiled and nodded at Harry, his loving gaze evident. Hearing Mrs. Holmes's words, Sirius and Harry, father and son, simultaneously recalled a story Sirius had once told Harry. When Sirius was 16, he resolutely ran away from home to live with his best friend James. At that time, Harry's grandparents had done the same, treating Sirius as the Potter's second son. Time seemed to overlap at this moment. Who could have imagined that another pair of parents would say the same thing now? A warm feeling welled up in Harry's heart, though his emotions weren't particularly profound. But for Sirius, this scene felt like yesterday, and those long-buried memories surged back like a tide. A faint smile appeared on his lips, but a barely perceptible hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. The scene was heartwarming, but sadly, the departed loved one was gone forever. Before Harry and Sirius could respond to Mrs. Holmes's words, a steady voice broke the brief silence. "Mother, I don't think Sherlock would agree with you." Everyone turned to see Mycroft Holmes strode confidently into the house. Even at home, he wore a well-tailored suit and polished shoes, each step measured and deliberate. To Harry's slightly surprised look, Mycroft greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see, Harry." Harry quickly returned the smile. He thought to himself, this wasn't just polite talk, it really had been a long time since he'd seen this fellow. He noticed that Mycroft was much more robust than when they last met. Perhaps it was because he was working for the Queen's government, but his demeanor had also become more composed. After greeting Harry, Mycroft turned to Sirius. He slightly extended his right hand, palm down, with an elegant posture. Mr. Black, nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am the first son of this family, Mycroft Holmes. Serious, Harry, there's no need to emphasize first son, really. But after realizing what he meant, Sirius still smiled and shook hands with Mycroft. Hello, Mr. Holmes. Last time in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, he already knew from Harry that Sherlock had an older brother named Mycroft, and he also knew that this person played a key role in changing the Ministry of Magic's opinion. Since he had the good fortune to meet him today, Sirius naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass by. He subtly sized up the other man. In Sirius's eyes, Mycroft was almost as tall as himself, with a straight posture and an extraordinary temperament. His appearance was quite similar to Sherlock and Mr. Holmes, with resolute features, giving people a sense of authority without anger. What was most striking was his broad forehead and sharp eyes, strikingly similar to Sherlock Holmes, as if he could see right through people. All of this seemed to further confirm that the man was no ordinary person. Just call me Mycroft, Mycroft said, withdrawing his hand, his smile becoming more gentle. After all, there are 3 Mr. Holmes in this house, aren't there? He tilted his head slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. In fact, while Sirius was sizing up Mycroft, the latter had already completed his observation of him with a speed imperceptible to others, quickly forming a preliminary judgment in his mind. This judgment was accurate and sharp, far exceeding Sirius's initial assessment of him: shrewd, rebellious, and defiant of rules, loyal, passionate, and impulsive, struggling in solitude, seeking self-redemption, with Harry beside him serving as the spiritual anchor of his own responsibility, physically exhausted, but mentally filled with guilt. His purpose today is the trial in 3 days. Mycroft, you're the one who should feel ashamed for making Mom blurt out that Harry's mom and Dad's second son. At this moment, another voice rang out, and Sherlock walked out of the house. He had his hands in his pockets, his steps light and somewhat casual. Sherlock looked at Mycroft, his expression calm. After all, there's no indication that there's another son living in this house besides me, is that so? Then I must say your observation skills have deteriorated somewhat. Mycroft shook his head slightly, his tone full of mockery. I've never heard of a brother being ranked after his brother when a family welcomes another son. Now I have. All right, you two, there are guests here. What nonsense are you talking about? Mrs. Holmes said, feigning displeasure. She frowned slightly, secretly regretting her words. But then again, it wasn't entirely her fault. Since Mycroft went to university, staying away from home had become commonplace. Especially situations like today, where he could stay home, were practically impossible. Because of this, when Harry was mentioned, she subconsciously overlooked Mycroft, blurting out that Harry was their second son. In fact, Mycroft knew this perfectly well. But he couldn't contradict his mother, so he preemptively shifted the blame to Sherlock. Sherlock, equally aware of this, was unwilling to bear the blame and decisively retorted. Watching the two brothers clash, Sirius's lips unconsciously curved into a smile, tinged with envy. He thought of his own past. Wolf, the vicious dog, he too had once had brothers. But, his eyes gradually dimmed. Young people, making mistakes is inevitable. If one can pull back from the brink, there is still hope. Unfortunately, by the time he wanted to leave, it was too late. After a few pleasantries, Sirius and Harry sat down in the living room. Harry knew this place very well, but it was Sirius's first time there. The Holmes house was completely different from number 12 Grimwald Place. The windows were stained glass, and winter sunlight streamed through the diamond-shaped panes, casting dappled patterns of light on the wooden floor. The fireplace crackled, its warmth dispelling the damp chill of a London winter. Although the house wasn't as spacious as Black's old house, it was bright and cozy. The living room was furnished warmly and elegantly, with faded Persian carpets worn at the edges. The sofas were made of soft brown leather, with crocheted apricot-colored covers draped over the armrests, upon which were several brightly colored cushions. Mrs. Holmes served them refreshments, freshly baked biscuits, emitting an enticing aroma. After doing all this, she smiled and left, letting the young people mingle among themselves. Sirius Black sank into the soft velvet sofa, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the apricot-colored cover. He noticed Harry bringing his frostbit nose close to the teacup, steam condensing on the boy's glasses. Not only Harry, but Sirius himself felt completely at ease in this environment. Sherlock leaned against the mantelpiece, his gaze sweeping over Sirius's cuffs and the back of Harry's left hand. Looks like your spring cleaning isn't going well, as you say. Harry put down his teacup, unsurprised that Sherlock could tell. It's less of a spring cleaning and more of a war against that old house. He glanced at Sirius, then, with an encouraging look, began his rant. The old house, with Creature's help, put up a very tough fight. Creature always shows up where we're all working, trying every trick in the book to steal something from the sacks and hide it under his loincloth. Every time we catch him, he hurls a string of nasty insults. It's only when my godfather threatens to give him his clothes that he tearfully begs us to do whatever we want. But before he can even turn around, he's already hurling even more insults. Oh, how nasty. Mycroft leaned forward in his armchair, asking curiously. Sherlock glanced at him. Harry was a little embarrassed. Oh, I'm sorry, Mycroft, those are words I've never heard before, so I can't repeat them. That's no excuse, dear Harry, Mycroft said with a smile. The moment you hear it, you're no longer never heard it before, Harry. You make such a good point, I'm speechless. But I still can't repeat it. Ignore that guy, Sherlock said, looking at Harry. Just tell me, what's the purpose of your visit? Isn't it obvious, my dear brother? Mycroft smiled slightly. Why do you need to ask your dear friend for an answer? Hearing Mycroft's words, Sherlock paused slightly, then re-examined Sirius and Harry. He quickly turned to Mycroft, saying with a playful tone, I see, it seems you smell an even stronger stench of gunpowder on them. Not just cleaning agents and mold, but the stench of the Ministry of Magic's long-standing cases, an obvious connection. My dear brother, Mycroft's sharp gaze swept over Sirius's taut arm muscles and the new scratches on Harry's hand, and he said calmly, the two warriors who waged war against Black's old house with all their might, rushed here before the ruins of victory were even cleared. What else could it be but the final step in erasing the shadows of the past? Sherlock chuckled briefly. I must admit, you've once again seen through one more layer of fog than I have. Mycroft, no need to be so self-deprecating, my dear brother. Although your brother is a muggle, he has access to far more information than you. Harry and Sirius were somewhat confused by the brothers' conversation. Finally, Harry couldn't help but ask, Sherlock, Mycroft, what are you talking about? We're talking about your purpose here. Sherlock smiled slightly. So, on which day did the Ministry of Magic schedule Peter Pettigrew's matter? Upon hearing this, Harry was initially startled, then relieved, his eyes instinctively glancing at his godfather beside him. Unlike Harry, Sirius's body stiffened for a moment. He simply hadn't expected the Holmes brothers to see through their intentions so quickly. Just moments before, the seemingly argumentative yet subtly affectionate banter between the Holmes brothers had drawn him into memories of Regulus. However, Sherlock's pointed question now pulled him back to reality from his brief moment of sadness. Peter Pettigrew, the true traitor who betrayed James and Lily, pushing him into the abyss of Azkaban. After a brief silence, Sirius couldn't help but ask, you noticed, obviously. Mycroft has already explained the process, so I don't need to repeat it. Sherlock looked at Sirius. Your expression tells me you're not entirely satisfied with this outcome. Why is that? Normally, shouldn't this be like sunlight breaking through the darkness, exactly what you've been hoping for? Sherlock's gaze suddenly sharpened. Or, has something else happened? Chapter 373 Dawn quietly slips across the horizon. The Ministry of Magic informed us that they're going to hold a public interrogation of that guy. Hearing Sherlock's words, Sirius's previous polite smile vanished, replaced by a tense atmosphere suppressing immense emotion. I don't understand. Sirius's long-suffering gray eyes sharpened like an eagle's, staring intently at Sherlock and Mycroft. The evidence is conclusive. The investigation report has been released, and Fudge promised in the headmaster's office last time. In that case, what's the point of an interrogation? Shouldn't they just let the Dementors deal with him? When they first received the news, Sirius and Harry both felt something was amiss, and then tension and worry set in. After all, Fudge's attitude in the headmaster's office had been ambiguous, even suggesting that some within the Ministry of Magic wanted to cancel Peter's Dementor kiss and instead impose permanent imprisonment. Although he seemed to have yielded under the combined pressure from Sirius and Snape, the fact that the already decided punishment had now become an interrogation inevitably made them uneasy. They had a feeling that something might have gone wrong. So, as soon as they received the news, the two came here to discuss countermeasures with Sherlock. You two don't need to worry, it's just a formality. What? Sirius looked at Mycroft in surprise. He hadn't expected that the person giving him the answer would be Mycroft, not Sherlock. Mycroft nodded slightly, calmly holding his teacup, as if merely confirming a fait accompli. The trial has been arranged, and Wisengamo will deliver the due verdict. HMPH, the due verdict. Sherlock sat back on the sofa, clasped his hands together to support his chin, and leaned back slightly. His grey eyes met Mycroft's, a hint of scrutiny barely perceptible in them. I noticed you used will instead of should, so it seems the verdict is already decided in your eyes. Obviously, my brother. Then what is due, procedural justice or substantive justice? The dock is full of incompetent charlatans, more adept at oscillating between whitewashing and shirking responsibility. This trial itself is probably more like a performance by the Ministry of Magic to salvage its pitiful credibility. Mycroft's hand, holding his teacup, didn't falter, his expression unchanged. My dear brother, the correctness of a conclusion is not often compromised by the imperfections in its derivation. Everything has two sides, don't easily separate them. The form of procedure can sometimes hinder the outcome, but sometimes it is precisely the guarantee of substance. Or, at this point, would you rather let that rat escape? It's best not to bring out your bureaucratic jargon at times like this. No, this is dialectical philosophy. Even a necessary performance can sometimes be an effective way to achieve the goal. You see, as long as the outcome of this trial leads to Peter Pettigrew being punished in front of everyone, that's enough. After saying this, his gaze fell on Sirius and Harry, especially for those who have been exonerated and those who have witnessed it. Enough. Sherlock had just sat down when Sirius stood up. The warm atmosphere in the living room was instantly shattered, the lingering aroma of tea and snacks mixing into an invisible tension. Sirius, as a guest, could no longer maintain his calm facade. Over a decade of wrongful imprisonment, the tragic death of his best friend, his own experience of being a fugitive, the root of it all lay in that small figure about to be judged. The more understated and precise Mycroft's words were, the more an indescribable sense of uneasy felt. Just to make him go through the motions on the trial bench? If that's the case, why add this prelude? Sirius's chest heaved slightly with emotion, his voice suppressing anger and pain. He looked at Mycroft, his eyes burning. For a traitor who betrayed his friends and caused the deaths of two innocent lives, wouldn't it be better for him to simply die? The last few words were practically squeezed out between clenched teeth. Sirius, Harry looked at his godfather with some concern. He understood Sirius's pain, but the way the man looked at him now made Harry uneasy. Mr. Sirius, Mycroft's voice remained steady as he finally put down his teacup. I understand your anger, your deep-seated anger. I must remind you that besides betraying his friends and causing the deaths of two innocent lives, he also caused the deaths of more than a dozen innocent muggles to cover up his mistakes. Muggle lives are lives too. Every life lost represents the disintegration of a family. For that reason alone, Peter's death is not a loss. Mycroft calmly met Sirius's burning eyes, not avoiding the almost tangible pain within them. For Peter, the Dementor's kiss is an end, a complete end. It will strip this criminal of his consciousness, memories, and soul, leaving him a shell more pathetic than death. In the magical world's judgment, this is the most thorough punishment. But most importantly, his gaze shifted slightly, seemingly looking into the distance, his tone icy. The complete demise of a traitor is merely a cornerstone for healing past wounds. However, this trial is a reckoning with the past, an explanation to the public. It needs to be seen, recorded. It needs to become an indelible page in the dossier. His gaze returned to Sirius's face. Perhaps to you this is just a formality, but it is a declaration to everyone. The sacrifice of the innocent, your injustice, have finally been acknowledged by the culprit. The name Peter Pettigrew will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame in magical history, not burdened by it as you have for the past decade or so. Mycroft's words did not attempt to quell Sirius's anger, but instead pointed out the deeper social significance of this public trial. It wasn't just a personal revenge, it was a definitive historical judgment. It connected Sirius's personal suffering with the entire magical society's renewed understanding of this momentous historical event. A brief silence fell over the drawing room. Sirius sat down again, seemingly trying to process Mycroft's words. The deep-seated hatred gradually subsided under their influence. Harry's gaze shifted between Sirius and Mycroft, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming here, he was more worried about what might happen to the outcome. Now that he knew the result would be the same, it didn't matter. Especially for Harry, as long as Peter received his due punishment, adding a trial beforehand wasn't a big problem. Mycroft's explanation even made it more perfect. Sherlock looked thoughtfully at his brother. He was naturally thinking more deeply and further than Harry. Although he scoffed at the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic's bureaucracy, Mycroft's emphasis on the openness and record-keeping value of this trial did indeed hit the nail on the head. It wasn't just about punishing Peter, it was about completely overturning the official narrative of the Black Traitor case. The previous investigation announcement alone wasn't enough. How so? The Ministry of Magic's intention was simply to demonstrate their capabilities, but the execution had indeed achieved good results. "We've been notified that the day after tomorrow," Sirius said hoarsely, "I will be attending as a witness. Sherlock, you and Harry, vouched for by Dumbledore, can attend as observers, a grand show of formalities, just going through the motions?" "That's interesting," Sherlock said, turning to Mycroft. "So, you'll be there the day too, me?" "How could I?" Mycroft picked up his tea again. "My dear brother, I'm just a newly hired government employee. Besides, I'm a muggle. How could I possibly participate in a trial in the wizarding world? Your pretentious manner is disgusting, Mycroft." "Thank you for the compliment, my dear brother." Sirius and Harry left after lunch. With this incident, the subsequent gathering naturally couldn't proceed. As Mycroft had said, the public trial quickly caused a stir throughout the wizarding world. Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, criminal and victim, best friend and traitor, hero and clown, the truth buried for 12 years, coupled with the Ministry of Magic's deliberate promotion, all contributed to the high level of attention this event received. It's no exaggeration to say that almost every family in the wizarding world was discussing this matter during this period. This was especially true for the individuals involved. However, only Sherlock and Harry were allowed to attend the trial, which displeased the other young wizards. Hermione even called Sherlock to complain for a long time. "This case is absolutely the most brilliant one you've ever handled. You unearthed the truth buried for 12 years, completely cleared Sirius's name, and changed the entire wizarding world's understanding of the murder of Harry's parents. The whole process was simply amazing, and we can only learn about it from the newspapers, not witness it in person. This is so unfair. Sherlock, this is a historic moment." Hermione's voice came through the phone clearly, her tone urgent, filled with intense resentment and frustration. Sherlock held the receiver a little further from his ear. He could imagine Hermione pacing excitedly on the other end, the pages of her book rustling beside her. "If it's for your own writing, I'll tell you the details when I get back." Hearing Sherlock's promise, Hermione finally relaxed. She complained a few more times and repeatedly urged Sherlock to memorize every detail of the trial before hanging up. Sherlock put down the receiver, and the living room returned to silence. However, Sherlock knew that Hermione would definitely call Harry again. The night before the trial, at dinner, Mrs. Holmes said to Sherlock, "I've ironed your clothes and they're hanging in your closet. Wear them after breakfast tomorrow. I've taken down your coat. I've checked your shirt, the collar and cuffs are perfect." "Yes, Mother," Sherlock replied calmly. He didn't really care whether he dressed so formally for a trial. He considered more of a formality than a substance. As long as it was within basic etiquette, he wouldn't mind wearing his usual clothes. Seeing Mrs. Holmes's solemn expression, Mycroft casually interjected, "Mother, why make such a fuss? Sherlock is just attending as an observer, quietly sitting in the audience. Why not?" Mrs. Holmes immediately turned, glaring at Mycroft with displeasure. Her voice rose, carrying the stubbornness characteristic of a mother. "So what if he's attending? It's a historic trial. A crucial moment to clear Harry's godfather's name. Although no one else knows, it was Sherlock who revealed the truth. Attending such an occasion requires proper decorum and respect. Dressing formally and elegantly shows the importance placed on the event, respect for one's own efforts, and an attitude towards all those present who have endured suffering and ultimately received justice." Mrs. Holmes, who usually seemed easily swayed by her husband, had her own set of logic when she was serious. Mycroft took in his mother's reaction. Faced with a stubborn maternal love, he wisely shrugged, choosing not to confront her directly. "I've ironed your best clothes, Harry. Wear them tomorrow morning, at 12 Grimwald Place." Mrs. Weasley was also instructing Harry. "And I'd like you to wash your hair again tonight, please, Mama. Harry and Sherlock are just going to sit in." "It doesn't have to be this complicated, does it?" Fred Weasley said. "Why not?" Mrs. Weasley glared at Fred. "That traitor will be brought to justice tomorrow. So many people will be watching Harry. How can you be so casual? And Sirius too, you're going to testify about this tomorrow. You'd better get yourself ready." Sirius was taken aback, not expecting Mrs. Weasley to single him out. Me too, of course. A good first impression is very important, but this trial is just a formality. I'd much rather see Peter executed afterward." As he said this, Sirius couldn't help but lick his lips, a fierce glint in his eyes. Sirius's cold, laced remark and the gesture of licking his lips brought a knowing worry to Mrs. Weasley's eyes. She knew all too well the ruthless, reckless streak deep within the Black family bloodline. Sirius, Regulus, Bellatrix, Andromeda, Narcissa, they were all like that. Thinking of this, she sighed, her tone softening slightly. "I understand, Sirius. No one deserves to be punished more than him." At the same time, Mr. Weasley decisively offered his wife a helping hand. He walked over to Sirius and patted his tense arm. "Molly's right, but that's precisely why you need to act like one. Think of James and Lily. Tomorrow, everyone will see who the real heroes are and who the real traitors are. You need to stand before everyone, upright and honorable, to testify for Lily and James, and for the 12 years you were stolen from yourself. Your appearance will be the final slap to Peter." Louder than any gnashing of teeth, the ferocity in Sirius's eyes subsided slightly, replaced by weariness and deep pain. He scratched his already somewhat disheveled black hair, his voice lowering, tinged with compromise. "All right, Arthur, Molly, I'll listen to you." He just felt that these clean robes were far less satisfying than transforming into a big black dog and tearing Peter apart. Harry gave the Wheel Eyes a grateful look. Just then, George, who had been quietly observing, interjected, "Hey, Mum, since Harry and Sirius are going to make a grand entrance, shouldn't we take this opportunity to ask for 2 new formal gowns?" Fred chimed in, "That way. They'll definitely be useful for Percy's graduation ceremony or the next time we go to the Ministry of Magic with Dad." They were clearly trying to create a false sense of occasion, but this action caused a brief burst of laughter in the living room. Ron covered his face, and Ginny couldn't help but giggle. Even Sirius, whose expression was gloomy, couldn't help but smile slightly. "Stop causing trouble. Now get back to your rooms. Harry, remember to wash your hair again." Mrs. Weasley put her hands on her hips and pointed at the twins. "If you bring up Percy again, you'll be responsible for scrubbing the goblins in the yard tomorrow." The two brothers exchanged a glance and decisively fell silent. The laughter slightly dispelled the heavy atmosphere in the room. After dinner, everyone gradually dispersed and returned to their rooms. The night seemed exceptionally long. The fire crackled in the fireplace, casting restless shadows of the old family figures on the tapestry on the wall. Harry tiptoed past Mrs. Black's portrait and returned to his room on the 3rd floor. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, a mix of emotion swirling within him. Tomorrow, he would see Peter, the murderer of his parents, brought to justice. He both hoped for the long-awaited justice to be served and felt a growing unease about Sirius's suffering. He had just gone upstairs to check. Sirius's room was quiet, and he was probably sitting by the window, gazing at the London night sky. Harry had considered writing a letter or calling Sherlock to tell him his worries. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Hermione had called him not long ago, reminding him to take a good look at the interrogation. Knowing Sherlock as he did, he was probably calmly checking the collar of his mother's perfectly ironed dress shirt. Meanwhile, he himself was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Harry thought he wouldn't be able to sleep that night. However, he eventually drifted off to sleep. When Mrs. Weasley quietly entered the room in the middle of the night and placed his freshly washed and ironed jeans and t-shirt at the foot of his bed, she was surprised to find him curled up in a warm ball under the covers. The night passed unnoticed. Dawn quietly crept across the horizon. The stage for the public trial was about to begin. Chapter 374 Whose figure travels through reincarnation? The next morning, Harry woke up with a start. He didn't understand why. It felt like someone had shouted in his ear. He checked the time and saw it was only 5:30, so he went back to bed. Unfortunately, just like before the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff last term, once he woke up in the morning, he couldn't fall back asleep. Last time it was because of the bad weather and the match. This time, his mind was filled with the thought of attending Peter's trial at the Ministry of Magic. Finally, Harry couldn't bear the torment any longer and jumped out of bed to put on his glasses. At the foot of the bed were freshly washed and ironed jeans and a t-shirt, which Harry guessed Mrs. Weasley had secretly put in during the night. He hadn't heard a sound. While Harry was getting dressed, He was surprised to find that a blank canvas on the wall was chuckling. He now knew that the portrait belonged to Phineas Nigellus Black. It was Sirius's great-great-grandfather, the former headmaster of Hogwarts, the most unpopular yet most successful headmaster. Harry had been there for almost 2 weeks and had never seen him. He guessed he was probably always in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Harry went down the stairs, tiptoeing past the heads of creatures' ancestors and Mrs. Black's portrait, to the kitchen. He assumed it would be empty at this hour. But as soon as he reached the door, he heard hushed voices behind it. Pushing the door open, he saw Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, and Sirius sitting there, as if waiting for him. Sirius, just as Mrs. Weasley had said the night before, was impeccably dressed. This made him look like a movie star. Harry had to admit Mrs. Weasley was right. He felt that if he were completely unaware of the whole affair, upon seeing Sirius, he would surely have thought he represented justice. He was handsome, and even his words seemed more reasonable than others. Mr. Weasley was already dressed, only Mrs. Weasley was still wearing a purple casual shirt. As soon as Harry entered, she stood up immediately. "Breakfast," she said, drawing her wand and hurrying towards the fireplace. After breakfast, just as they were about to leave, Mrs. Weasley grabbed Harry again and began working on his hair with a wet comb. She pressed his head down, looking at Harry's stubborn hair, and said with a hint of exasperation, "Is there any chance it will ever be docile, Molly? Give up." "James was like that too," Sirius said with a laugh. "But Harry isn't James," Mrs. Weasley said seriously. "I have to point that out, Sirius. Sometimes you talk about him like you think your best friend has come back." Actually, I don't think it's a problem," Harry said weakly. While Mrs. Weasley was working on his hair, he felt something cool running down the back of his neck, almost thinking someone was casting a disillusionment charm on him. "The problem is you are not your father, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said softly. "No matter how much you resemble him, you are not him." Even so, Mrs. Weasley couldn't make Harry's hair slick down. So, under Mrs. Weasley's despairing gaze, Harry, sporting his spiky hair, followed Sirius and Mr. Weasley to the Sherlock house. Although Mr. Weasley was an employee of the Ministry of Magic, he still wasn't granted permission to observe the interrogation. Fortunately, he had to go to work at the Ministry, so he could go with Sherlock and the others. According to him, at least they would have a place to stay at the Ministry before the formal interrogation began. Arriving at King's Road, Harry was taken aback when he saw Sherlock dressed in brand new clothes. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Weasley were the same kind of people. "Harry, you and Mr. Sirius are both in good spirits. This outfit is nice, but I feel like you've grown taller again." Although Mrs. Holmes also took today's interrogation very seriously, she made Harry feel more comfortable than Mrs. Weasley. Why? Both Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Holmes treated him like their own son, which touched him deeply. But at the same time, he was somewhat impatient with Mrs. Weasley's excessive pampering. Mrs. Holmes, on the other hand, didn't treat him like a clueless child. She showed him love and respect. Harry guessed this might be related to the Holmes brothers. After a brief chat, the three said goodbye to the Holmes couple and went to the main street. Since it was still early, there was no one around. Sirius looked at Sherlock. "Dumbledore hopes we can cooperate with the Ministry of Magic." "When did Dumbledore say that to you?" Harry looked at Sirius curiously. "He sent a letter from Fawkes last night, while you were asleep," Mr. Weasley said. "Given the current situation, it is indeed a very cost-effective option." Sherlock nodded, agreeing with Dumbledore's assessment. He then looked at Sirius and Mr. Weasley. "So how do we get there?" "Apparating. The current plan is this. Sirius will take Harry, and I'll take you." Mr. Weasley coughed. "Sirius already told Harry about this on the way here, so now I need to tell you some things to be aware of individually. Even if you're being carried, it's hard to get used to apparating for the first time. This step can be skipped," Sherlock said bluntly. "Professor Flitwick has already used this method with me more than once." "W.H. what?" Mr. Weasley looked at Sherlock in surprise. "Professor Flitwick apparated you? When did that happen?" "In my first year, I was investigating the case of the Greek translator, and he happened to have a student at the Ministry of Magic." "I see, it was Pisgud. He mentioned it to me." Mr. Weasley suddenly understood. "That makes things easier." Sherlock looked at Sirius. "Since we're on the topic, I'd like to ask you something. Is there a Mr. Wright Black in the Black family? I didn't see his name on that family tree before." "Wright Black, Blacklight." Sirius paused, thought for a moment, and slowly shook his head. No, I don't think he belongs to the Black family. But he could be a member of a collateral branch, so I don't know. What's wrong? Nothing, just asking. Let's go, Mr. Weasley, just as Sherlock had said, because he had already tried apparition more than once with Professor Flitwick in his first year. He was hardly affected by apparition being taken by Mr. Weasley again. But Harry was in a terrible state. When he reappeared with Sirius, his face was very pale, his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Wait a moment, Arthur. Sirius looked at his side with some concern. Harry needs a little more time to adjust. It's all right, there's still plenty of time. While waiting for Harry to recover, Sherlock had already taken in the surrounding scenery. After a parading, they stood at one end of a long, opulent hall with gleaming dark wooden floors. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with shimmering gold symbols that constantly shifted and changed, like a giant, high-flying bulletin board. The walls were lined with glossy black wooden planks, and numerous gilded fireplaces were embedded within them. Every few seconds, with a soft pop, a wizard would suddenly emerge from one of the fireplaces on the left. On the right, several people lined up in front of each fireplace, waiting to leave. Clearly, this was also a way to enter and exit the Ministry of Magic, via Floo powder connected to the Floo network. Speaking of which, Mr. Weasley's acquaintance seemed to be having some financial trouble. Therefore, Sherlock and Hermione's fireplaces weren't yet connected to the Floo network, otherwise, they could have used this method to get here today. However, most people, like them today, arrived via apparition. So, the hall was filled with crackling sounds and the hurried footsteps of dozens of wizards and wizards. Almost everyone wore the expression of a forced-to-go worker, hurrying towards a row of golden doors at the far end of the hall. In the center of the hall was a fountain. In the middle of a circular pool stood a solid gold statue larger than life-size. At the center, the tallest, stood a noble-looking wizard, his wand raised high, pointing it to the sky. Not far beside him stood a beautiful witch. A centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. Further away, all looked up at the two wizards with boundless adoration. Glistening jets of water sprayed from the tips of the wizards' wands, from the centaur's arrowheads, from the goblin's hat, and from the house elf's ears. The sounds of splashing and gurgling water filled the air. This is, Mr. Weasley, noticing Sherlock's scrutinizing gaze, cleared his throat, preparing to explain as a veteran employee of the Ministry of Magic. Unexpectedly, Sherlock continued, following his lead, this is the Ministry of Magic's lobby and reception area, used to greet visitors and employees. Mr. Weasley stared at Sherlock in surprise, only to see him continue without changing his expression. We're currently on the 8th basement level. Those elevators up ahead can take people to other floors, but not to the 10th floor courtroom where we'll be going. Sherlock, that's the Magic Brothers fountain up ahead, an imagined harmonious scene of the magical world. But I think it's highly unrealistic, because both centaurs and goblins consider themselves far superior to wizards and witches. House elves, on the other hand, take pride in serving their masters, but as for how happy they are, I doubt it. Just look at how the Black family's house elves treat Sirius, Arthur Weasley. At this moment, Mr. Weasley's shock was beyond measure. Wait, how come you're so familiar with this? So, who works at the Ministry of Magic, you or me? And Sirius is right here. Is it really appropriate for you to talk about the Black family's house elf like that? Thinking this, Mr. Weasley instinctively glanced at Sirius. He saw that Sirius didn't react to Sherlock's assessment. Looking closer, he realized Sirius, like Sherlock, was surveying his surroundings. However, unlike Sherlock's calm and inquisitive gaze, Sirius's eyes were much more complex. It was a mixture of disgust and the sting of memories, along with a hint of disdainful scrutiny of this place that had imprisoned his youth and caused him to lose his freedom. Mr. Weasley didn't know how he figured it out. Anyway, he just could. As for Harry, the intense discomfort from the apparition seemed to have completely vanished. His face was full of astonishment as he listened intently to Sherlock. Seeing this, Mr. Weasley suppressed his urge to hurry the three away and posed his question. Sherlock, frankly, this is incredible. Your description is even clearer than most employees who have been here for a while, and you even know the elevator layout for the courtroom on the 10th basement floor. How did you do that? Mr. Weasley's voice was filled with disbelief and doubt. Sherlock's gaze shifted from the busy figures of the wizards to Mr. Weasley, his expression calm as ever. Knowledge comes from accumulation, Mr. Weasley. I handled a case before Christmas in my first year, and Miss Abbott told me about the structure of the Ministry of Magic. Later, I read the Ministry's report on the case of Wright Black and Hannah Abbott's father. Combining the two, remembering these things is quite easy. Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, but it took him a while to find his voice, only managing to utter a short syllable. He touched his hair, which had grown after using the Potter family's shampoo, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Although Sherlock's explanation sounded reasonable, he himself couldn't do it no matter what. Comparison is the thief of joy. Has Harry recovered? Sirius Black suddenly spoke, his voice slightly low, breaking the brief silence. He was reluctant to linger and discuss the architectural layout or symbolism of the Ministry of Magic, especially in this place that stirred up unpleasant memories. Yes, I'm alright. Harry quickly straightened up, his face still a little pale, but his breathing was much more steady. Good, Sirius responded briefly, turning his gaze to Mr. Weasley. Arthur, shall we go? Yes, it's time to go. It's getting late. Mr. Weasley seemed to snap out of a daze, finally remembering their important business for the day. He took the lead, guiding the three into the crowd. At this moment, the silent, gazing soul in the ancient family portrait, Sirius standing in the Ministry of Magic's hall looking back, and that seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary young figure in the crowd, they converged at this moment, silently traversing the undercurrents of reincarnation. Chapter 375 The road to the future lies beneath our feet. The Ministry of Magic's 8th floor lobby. Arthur Weasley, a Ministry employee, led the way with practiced ease. Sherlock walked steadily, his sharp eyes taking in more details of the surroundings and the characteristics of the people coming and going. Harry followed closely behind, curiously surveying the vast magical space he had never seen before. Sirius Black's face was slightly somber, his gaze was fixed straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding symbols of the Ministry's authority and harmony, silently bringing up the rear. Some of the wizards here carried stacks of rickety parchment, some carried tattered briefcases, and some read the Daily Prophet as they walked. Almost all of them seemed to be in a hurry, not much different from those working in office buildings in the Muggle world. As they passed the fountain, Harry noticed many glittering silver chicories and bronze knuckles at the bottom of the pool. A small, stained sign nearby read, "All proceeds from the Brothers of Magic fountain are donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and sicknesses. If Peter's matter is resolved smoothly today, I'll put 5 galleons in," Harry thought to himself. "This way, Harry," Arthur Weasley called out, noticing Harry had stopped at the Brothers of Magic fountain. If he knew Harry's thoughts, he'd probably be internally injured by the latter's extravagance. As they continued forward, the opulent side of the Ministry of Magic's 8th basement level gradually faded behind them, swallowed by the noise and crowds. Nearing the golden doors, they finally escaped the throng of Ministry employees and arrived at a table a short distance to their left. A wizard in a peacock blue robe, his beard unshaven, sat behind the table, a sign above his head reading "Security check." As they approached, the man looked up and put down the Daily Prophet. "What is it, Weasley?" "I've brought 3 guests," Mr. Weasley said, gesturing to Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius. "Come this way," the wizard said listlessly, his gaze sweeping over the 3. Sherlock glanced at them and knew he was late that morning. He also deduced the reason for his lateness. He'd had a fight with his wife last night because he hadn't satisfied her needs. The wizard in charge of security held up a long, thin, golden rod, like a car antenna, and scanned Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius from head to toe across their chests and backs. During this process, Sherlock was curious, Harry was nervous, and Sirius looked impatient and annoyed. After the check, the wizard put down the golden antenna-like detector, held out his hand to the 3, and muttered, "Wands." Harry was the first to hand over his wand. The wizard tossed it onto a strange-looking brass machine, resembling a single-pane balance. The machine began to vibrate slightly, and soon a narrow strip of parchment flew out from a slit at the bottom. The wizard tore the parchment off and read the words aloud, 11 inches, core as a phoenix feather, used for 2.5 years, right? Yes, Harry said nervously. Next was Sherlock's wand, the same procedure repeated. 12 inches, core is the heart nerve of a dragon, used for 2.5 years. When it was Sirius's turn, he kept his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of taking out his wand. The security wizard waited a moment, looked up, saw Sirius's behavior, and repeated, "Sir, please show me your wand," although he said please again. His tone was clearly impatient. And then things went wrong. No, Sirius's voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear, making the previously noisy surroundings seem to quiet down for a moment. What did you say? The security wizard seemed to have never encountered someone like this before. He stared at Sirius in astonishment, almost thinking he had misheard. I said, I refuse to hand over my wand. Sirius's eyes held a mixture of the Black family's inherited arrogance and disdain for the security guard who represented the Ministry of Magic's bureaucracy. I think you should know very well that I'm here as a witness at trial, not to be questioned. Does the Ministry of Magic now think everyone who enters here might be a criminal? Or does someone who's here legitimately need to disarm? Noticing the biting sarcasm in Sirius's words, Mr. Weasley broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh, Sirius, you don't need to be so sensitive. According to the rules, Sirius interrupted him, his gaze still fixed on the security officer. Arthur, I remember the rules that led to my wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban for 12 years perfectly well. Heinous crime, no trial required, immediate execution. These words immediately embarrassed Mr. Weasley and the security wizard. The security wizard only now recognized that this was Sirius Black, the one who had been wrongly imprisoned for 12 years. The Ministry of Magic's decision to imprison him in Azkaban without trial, while seemingly reasonable, was actually illegal and illegitimate. My freedom and my right to choose my wand cannot be arbitrarily taken away by any of these damned security rules. So, tell your superiors, or have it recorded, unless before the wandmaker, or by a legally valid order from the Ministry of Magic, I will not hand over my wand. After Sirius finished speaking, the security wizard's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He had wanted to argue, but seeing Sirius's cold eyes, filled with the wisdom of someone who had endured real suffering and injustice, he suddenly recalled the various rumors surrounding the last heir of the Black family. An invisible pressure seemed to emanate from the other man. He opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't utter a rebuttal, a hint of panic and retreat flashing in his eyes. Yet, being so intimidated, he felt a sense of resentment. Nothing like this had ever happened before. He couldn't help but glance at Mr. Weasley, hoping his colleague, who had brought this troublesome fellow, would say something. Mr. Weasley sighed, rubbing his temples, looking helpless and somewhat nervous. Well, all right, registration is complete. The ones of the three guests, Sherlock and Harry, have all been recorded. He vaguely touched on Sirius's wand, desperately trying to signal to his colleague, that's it? Eric, time is short. The trial room. Eric glanced again at the defiant Sirius, finally giving up and reluctantly waving his hand. All right, we can go now. He returned the two wands and then stuck the two parchment slips that had been used to check Sherlock and Harry's wands onto a small brass nail. Having done this, he immediately lowered his head, picked up the Daily Prophet again, and buried himself behind the newspaper. He clearly intended to end this awkward standoff as quickly as possible. However, the slightly trembling newspaper betrayed his inner emotions. Sherlock silently observed the entire process. He made no comment on Sirius's actions, simply tilting his head slightly and saying calmly to Harry beside him, "Let's go, Harry." Harry quickly nodded and followed Sherlock. He glanced back at his godfather with some worry, but thankfully Sirius gave him a reassuring look. However, Sherlock noticed a lingering trace of malice deep in Sirius's eyes. He frowned upon seeing this, but ultimately said nothing. Mr. Weasley, seeing this, also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led the way. He wiped his sweat and muttered to himself, "I knew it. I knew this would happen." "I don't think Mr. Sirius's actions were inappropriate," Sherlock said slowly, continuing his steps. "As witnesses and attendees in a public trial, it's indeed unnecessary for him to show his wand." "What?" Mr. Weasley looked at Sherlock in surprise. "But weren't you very cooperative just now?" "That's a different matter," Sherlock shook his head. "We can choose to remain silent to avoid trouble, but we can't complain about the protesters, because one day you'll need the rights they're protecting." As soon as he finished speaking, a barely perceptible, triumphant smile appeared on Sirius's lips. "Mr. Weasley, okay, I guess I was wrong." The three followed Mr. Weasley to a smaller hall. There were at least 20 elevators there, hidden behind exquisitely crafted gold-framed doors. With a series of clanging and clattering sounds, an elevator descended in front of them. The golden gate slid open gently, and led by Mr. Weasley, the four of them, along with the other wizards, entered the elevator. Sherlock and Harry were squeezed against a back wall. Several wizards curiously sized them up, but Sirius Black snorted and moved aside, blocking the path. "Sirius, already tall and thin, stood out even more in the cramped space. Everyone quickly looked away. Strangely, few recognized the tall, handsome man before them as the once infamous fugitive. The gate slammed shut, and the elevator slowly ascended, its chains clattering. A woman's voice, sounding somewhat cold and mechanical, rang out. 7th floor, Department of Magical Sports, including the British and Irish Quidditch League Command, the official Gobstone Club, and the Office of the Patent for Comical Products. The elevator doors opened, and Harry glimpsed a chaotic corridor, the walls plastered with various Quidditch team posters. A wizard carrying a flying broomstick struggled to squeeze out of the elevator and disappeared down the corridor. The doors closed, and the elevator continued its ascent, swaying slightly. Then, as the woman's voice continued to ring out, the elevator doors opened and closed again, with wizards constantly entering and exiting as the elevator stopped. 6th floor, Department of Magical Transportation, including the Flu Network Administration, the Flying Broomstick Management and Control Bureau, the Portkey Office, and the Apparition Testing Center. 5th floor, Department of International Magical Cooperation, including the International Magical Trade Standards Association, the International Office of Magical Law, and the British branch of the International Wizarding Federation. 4th floor, Department of Magical Creatures Management and Control, including the Office of Beasts, Outcasts, and Ghosts, the Goblin Liaison Office, and the Pest Consultation Office, besides the wizards coming and going. Several paper airplanes whizzed in as the elevator doors opened and closed. They were all light purple, with a Ministry of Magic stamp on their wings. Once inside the elevator, they hovered slowly above it, then whizzed out again after reaching a certain floor. "Those are notes used for passing messages between departments," Mr. Weasley whispered to the three. They used to use owls, but the mess was unbelievable. There was excrement everywhere on the desks. Sherlock and Harry exchanged a glance. In the Muggle world, it would be a simple phone call. It was hard to say which was better. The 3rd floor, the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, including the Reversal of Accidental Magical Events Team, the Memory Deletion Command, and the Muggle Problems Mediation Committee. On this floor, almost everyone had left, leaving only Sherlock, his 3 companions, and a witch in the elevator. She kept staring at Sirius, seemingly unable to get enough of him. Sirius kept a straight face, his gaze unwavering. Sherlock had a faint smile on his lips. Harry and Mr. Weasley exchanged a glance, desperately trying not to laugh out loud. Whether in the wizarding world or the Muggle world, whether male or female, Sirius's charm was truly irresistible. At this moment, the elevator swayed slightly as it ascended again, the remaining notes continuing to swirl around the light at the top of the elevator. As the door opened, the voice announced, 2nd floor, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the Office of Prohibition of Abuse of Magic, Auror Command, and the Wizengamer Administration. We've arrived. Mr. Weasley's words were barely out of his mouth when Sirius Black immediately stepped out. The witch followed closely behind. The remaining 3 followed the witch out of the elevator and into a corridor with doors on both sides. Mr. Weasley coughed. "My office is on the other side of this floor." The witch continued to follow Sirius Black until they passed a window, where she gave him a deep look before turning and entering an office. Sirius Black's expression visibly relaxed. Harry suppressed a laugh, pointed to the sunlight streaming through the window, and asked, "Uncle Weasley, we should still be underground, right?" "Yes, that's right." Mr. Weasley understood Harry's meaning and explained with a smile, "But these are enchanted windows. The Magical Maintenance Department decides what the weather is like each day. Last time, we had 2 months of hurricanes here because they wanted a raise." How? Sherlock chuckled at this. It was indeed a simple and direct method. "All right, we're almost here." They then turned a corner, passed through 2 heavy oak doors, and entered a chaotic, noisy open area divided into many small cubicles. The people here were chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. Notes carrying messages flew in and out of the cubicles like miniature rockets. A sign hung crookedly on the nearest cubicle, Auror Headquarters. Upon seeing this name, Harry felt a jolt. For some reason, he seemed to see the future here. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.